It said your life flashes before your eyes in your final moments, and we see our protagonist's father on his deathbed. The man asks Shuichi to look after his mother and sister, then recalls his mom giving him a snack. She mentions getting a new job, telling him to just focus on his studies before we see his little sister with a lollipop. Advising her to always listen to their mother, the scene cuts to his school, where a bully stumps on his snack. The bully then questions why the young man dared to show up at school while his friends restrain a girl. Next, the aggressor screams at our protagonist, telling him he's far too weak to play the hero. The girl he tried to shield tells him he shouldn't have injured the bullies and to just watch out for himself. In that moment of distraction, a speeding truck barrels toward him, its horn blaring loudly. The young man is completely frozen, unable to process what's happening as the vehicle draws nearer. A moment later, his umbrella is swept away, and he wonders if this is truly how he's meant to go. Lying on the ground in a pool of red, the boy realizes his end has truly arrived. Before departing, he thinks of his mother and his sister Azusa, just as a strange light begins to envelop him. He laments his inability to protect them as the blue light links him to a couple on the street. With tears welling in his eyes, the boy is consumed by regret for having been so powerless in his life. He then swears that in another life, he will protect those he loves with his own two hands. His consciousness journeys to another world where he is reborn on the magical continent of Arcanus. There we find a crowd gathered for an event as a man announces the start of the annual divine blessing. He explains that children under the age of 6 must offer their most precious items to the gods. In return, a divine messenger will be sent to sense the child's hidden magical element and grant them an opportunity. A small boy then asks his mother if he can offer his candy, but she insists it must be something of value. To illustrate the point, we see a box holding 2 incredibly expensive and radiant blue jewels. A noblewoman named Lady Blank boasts that the more valuable the offering, the higher the chance of being blessed. Meanwhile, 2 men discuss the Ryan family, who apparently spent their entire fortune just for this blessing. At that moment, a noble family starts walking toward the altar with firm, confident strides. It's the Ryan family, and onlookers murmur that it would be tragic if they weren't blessed after everything. The head of the family, Holt Ryan, thinks to himself that he has placed a massive wager on his bloodline's future. He believes his children, Leica and Louise Ryan, are the brightest and will surely receive a high-level blessing. The priest leading the ceremony calls for the next on the list to present themselves before the crowd. Little Julia Ryan is called, and she walks timidly towards the altar to make her offering. With that, the little girl offers a small golden crown as her most precious possession to the deities. Immediately, a large blue magic circle flares to life on the floor, glowing with stunning intensity. Beams of energy start erupting from the circle, and everyone is astonished by the power being unleashed. Someone in the crowd wonders if this could be the legendary blessing of Kahai, the mighty god of thunder. To everyone's shock, the blessing is level 7, a feat unseen for at least 12 years. Her family erupts in celebration, feeling that with such incredible talent, they have truly been chosen by the gods. The magical energy then begins to slowly fade as the little girl remains in the center of the circle. After all the light vanishes, little Julia is left bewildered, not quite understanding what just transpired. People comment that her offering was the Crown of Thunder, but that item wouldn't cost an entire fortune. A man points out that there is still one child remaining, and the true legendary treasure will be offered by him. The father then turns to his son Lucas, telling him it's his turn, and the boy nods with a confident smile. A servant hands a box to Lucas, asking him to accept the offering held within. Upon opening the box, everyone recoils from the demonic energy radiating from the sword inside. As the boy holds the sword, the spirit of Volcano, the progenitor of magic and god of fire, materializes behind him. His little sister encourages him, telling him to give it his all and secure a powerful blessing. The priest watches the boy approach the altar, musing on his bravery for offering something so valuable. From this, he understands that the head of the Ryan family is truly betting everything on this boy. The boy places the sword upon the altar, and a fiery magic circle manifests with devastating force. Outside, the sky abruptly changes color, the clouds shifting to a menacing reddish tone. The boy's father is dumbfounded, wondering if this could possibly be the legendary level 9 blessing. Inside the hall, the torches illuminating the room begin to burn with an unnatural intensity. An instant later, a colossal wave of fire erupts from the altar, surging toward the terrified crowd. Amid all the heat, young Lucas appears drowsy, as if completely unaware of his surroundings. The demonic sword starts to float in the air, and the boy stares at it, utterly mesmerized. He then notices a small flame flickering in his hand and is confused, not understanding what it is. Suddenly, the flame erupts, engulfing his entire arm and sending the young man into a panic. The reflection of the inferno in his eyes reveals the intensity of the power about to be unleashed. In a flash, the boy's entire body is consumed by the flames, and he begins to scream in agony. He is completely swallowed by fire as the cursed sword floats serenely above him. From within the flames, strange orbs of fire begin to form and drip onto the floor. Following this bizarre event, the sky outside returns to normal, as if nothing had happened. The boy's father asks if the blessing is over and where the divine spirit is gone, his family looking on with concern. His little sister then points toward the altar, urging everyone to look in that direction. Suddenly, a body plummets from the sky, wreathed in blue flames and gray smoke. At that moment, the little girl's lollipop hits the ground and shatters into pieces. Lying on the floor, the boy appears confused and frightened, with no understanding of what happened to him. Seeing her brother in such a state, little Julia begins to sob desperately. Everyone rushes towards him, shouting his name and his family's name in utter despair. His parents kneel at his side, pleading for him to wake up, while wondering how this could have occurred. The priest then declares with a sullen expression that the god of fire has utterly rejected the boy. He explains that Lucas Ryan has been abandoned by the progenitor of magic and will receive no blessing. At this moment, we witness the soul of our protagonist from another world entering young Lucas's body. Meanwhile, in the realm of the fire god, Volcano is seething over what just transpired. He rages that the Ryan family dared to offer the very power that nearly ended his existence. The fire god reveals that the blade still carries the scar from when it struck him, a transgression he will never forgive. A small fire spirit then appears, puffing out smoke as if to mock the situation. His servants praise him, remarking on his mercy for only having burned the child's soul. One of the spirits notices the soul from another world and asks if he should incinerate that one as well. Volcano dismisses the idea, stating he won't waste his time on an insect from an outer world. He then turns his attention to the offering, deciding to examine it more closely. Our protagonist's soul remains trapped in a blue sphere as Volcano observes it from a distance. Within that sphere, our protagonist's soul gazes at an intensely brilliant light shining before him. The scene then shifts to the heavenly spring realm of a martial god, where a powerful figure levitates. This is the martial god, his eyes glowing with a golden energy that signifies his immense power. With a grim expression, the man appears to be steeling himself for a great conflict. His feet radiate with the same energy as he begins to stride across an invisible surface in the air. With that, he surges forward and shatters a dimensional barrier, which splinters like glass. The martial god seems resolved to overcome any obstacle that stands in his way. Using only the force of his steps, he continues to break the barriers separating dimensions. Each stride he takes tears apart the space before him, forging a path into the unknown. Finally, he breaks through the last barrier, arriving in a place filled with stars. There, he confronts a colossal creature with multiple red eyes that governs this strange world. The martial god crosses his arms, questioning if the monster truly intends to block his path. The creature glares back with its terrifying eyes and opens a maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Without warning, the entity lunges, launching a shadowy attack against the martial god. A blast of dark energy shoots towards him, but the man seems completely unfazed. The monster then opens its gigantic mouth, attempting to devour the martial god in a single bite. But the warrior is far too strong, holding the creature's jaws apart and preventing it from swallowing him. With a furious gaze, the god prepares a counter-attack to eliminate the threat once and for all. He channels all his energy into a single punch, striking the creature with his full might. The blow is so immense that a brilliant explosion of golden light completely obliterates the monster. After vanquishing the creature, the martial god allows himself a satisfied smile at the battle's outcome. At that moment, a massive wormhole tears open in space, forming a portal of blue light. The man stands before the portal, observing the vast power that emanates from within. A confident smirk plays on his face as he seems to prepare to step through the portal. He then remarks that this source of power is nothing particularly special after all. Suddenly, a small golden light appears in the void and rapidly speeds toward him. It's a muscular fairy flying towards him while crying and shouting for her master. The martial god catches her in his palm, asking why his attendant spirit is interrupting him. He then senses a strange disturbance and realizes his old partner Rec D has just been destroyed. The warrior wonders what in the world could be happening on the continent of Arcanus for this to occur. He recalls that 1,000 years ago, martial arts were superior to magic, yet now Volcano is worshipped. The fairy retorts that if he weren't so obsessed with martial arts, that pathetic god would never have risen to power. The man replies that regardless, spreading the way of martial arts is a heavy burden to bear. A small flame appears, and he admits he has no interest in developing it, but he has a duty. He feels compelled to pass on his knowledge so that the martial arts will not vanish. For that reason, he states that a small being like himself must remain ever devoted to training. He then turns and begins walking toward an intensely bright, white light. His consciousness condenses into a tiny point of light, journeying through the void of deep space. Suddenly, our protagonist, who is unconscious, hears a voice and wonders if he somehow survived. He then opens his eyes to find himself in a completely new situation, unable to grasp what is happening. In his mind's eye, our protagonist sees himself surrounded by the martial god's numerous muscular faces. Wearing a headband, the young man is completely bewildered, failing to understand any of it. The entity introduces himself as Mars, the martial god, and declares he will grant him a divine blessing. Abruptly, Lucas awakens in a bed, questioning if the whole experience was just a bizarre dream. Just then, the muscular fairies materialize, flying about and excitedly chanting the martial god's name. The boy is stunned when the entity announces he will bestow upon him the blessing of the martial god. Immediately after, a beam of golden light strikes him, leaving the young man completely paralyzed. He receives the level 9 martial god's blessing, and the limits on his martial arts training are removed. Sitting up in bed, he wonders what that was all about, and what martial god level 9 even mean. Moreover, he is shocked by the memory of how incredibly muscular the god's spirits were. The young man is baffled, wondering what is going on, since he should have perished. He recalls the truck accident and cannot comprehend why he is still alive after everything that happened. With wide eyes, he begins to connect the dots and understand his new reality. Suddenly, a torrent of memories from the original Lucas Ryan floods his mind all at once. The young man breaks into a nervous laugh, wondering if the gods are merely playing a cruel joke on him. He realizes he has been reborn into a world of magic as a boy forsaken by the gods. He thinks about his mother and sister, realizing they will now live on his insurance payout. Looking down at his hands, he still doesn't grasp the meaning of the martial god's blessing or martial arts. In this moment of confusion, a pink and white lollipop mysteriously rolls into his room. The boy turns toward the door, curious about who might have left the candy there for him. At the doorway, a little blonde girl calls to him, her eyes filled with tears and her expression deeply sorrowful. We get a close-up of her face as tears stream down her cheeks while she sobs uncontrollably. She then dashes forward and leaps onto the protagonist, who embraces her. She cries out that he's finally awake. The little girl explains that she overheard people saying he would never wake up, which made her incredibly worried. With a comforting smile, the young man reassures her that everything is fine, thinking to himself this must be his new sister, Julia. He then remembers his former sister, Azusa, and imagines the depth of her sadness at his passing. Because of this, he vows to protect the precious people in this new life, counting on the martial god to help him. Outside, the sun shines brightly on a pot of yellow flowers, symbolizing a new dawn of hope. The scene then cuts to an altar where a grand and imposing statue of an angel stands prominently. The statue appears calm and serene, but suddenly a strange aura begins to permeate the area. A dark liquid starts to trickle from the statue's eyes, resembling tears of blood. Soon after, the entire statue is coated in this substance and a malevolent figure materializes. A mysterious woman declares that the presence of that detestable man has finally vanished from the world. She then muses on whether he has passed on or simply abandoned this world for good. With a snake emblem on her chest, the woman laments that she now has very little power remaining. Her dark hair drifts in the air as she appears to be slowly recovering from her wounds. With a sinister smile, she proclaims that without him in her way, this world will soon be entirely hers. The story then advances 9 years, showing us the opulent mansion of the noble Ryan family. Outside, a young man whistles while dabbing sweat from his face with a white handkerchief. This is Lucas Ryan, now a young adult, who notes that the weather has finally cleared and Julia must have finished her practice. The protagonist decides to find his sister, but a thorny vine shoots out in his direction. He immediately senses the danger and braces for the surprise attack coming from his side. At that moment, the thorny whip ensnares him, immobilizing him in the middle of the garden. The young man grumbles in annoyance, thinking that only one person would pull such a childish prank. A moment later, his half-brother Jeremy appears holding a staff, revealing himself as the attacker. Jeremy greets him with sarcasm, as a nearby maid giggles at our hero's predicament. The blonde then warns him that this backyard is exclusively for the mages of the Ryan family. The thorns then constrict further around the young man's body, causing him significant pain. With a cruel smirk, Jeremy threatens to break a few of his ribs to teach him a lesson. But to the aggressor's astonishment, our protagonist simply lets out a bored yawn, leaving him confused. The young man then points out that his sister is finishing her magic training and will be back any moment. With a serious glare, he warns him to release him if he doesn't want to be fried by her lightning. Jeremy becomes flustered, calling him a coward for hiding behind his sister and claiming he isn't afraid of lightning. In that very instant, a bolt of purple lightning descends from the sky, striking him with a powerful electric shock. The boy is left completely charred as the maid screams in terror for her master. The protagonist then glances back to see his sister Julia approaching, her magic staff in hand. Her pink staff, adorned with cat ears, still crackles with purple sparks, showcasing its immense power. Julia, now older, warns him that if he bullies her brother again, she will not go easy on him. With an angry expression, she pouts, making it clear she is not playing around. She then turns to the protagonist, assuring him she will remove those vines immediately. With Julia's magic, the thorny vines crumble to the ground and slowly disintegrate into dust. At that, the protagonist affectionately pats his sister's head, and she gives him an adorable smile. The young man then turns to his half-brother, asking if he has finally learned his lesson about messing with him. His face flushed with rage, Jeremy just mutters incoherently, unable to form a response. Immediately after, he and the maid flee with their tails between their legs, terrified of the girl. Our hero remarks that she went quite easy on him with that last shock, as he appears to be perfectly fine. The young woman then asks why he didn't fight back, reminding him that his strength is a secret between them. The protagonist smiles, adding that besides, she is always there to protect him from any harm. With a confident grin, he shows he is merely teasing his beloved little sister. 9 years have now passed since his reincarnation into the body of young Lucas Ryan. He recalls that on the day he awoke, his father came to visit him, leaning on a wooden cane. At that time, the young man was certain he would be disowned for failing to meet their expectations. But to his astonishment, his father embraced him, saying he was just happy that he had woken up safely. The protagonist explains that Holt Ryan is the leader of a renowned order of knights within the kingdom. Because of this, he is rarely home to see his children, but he remains a loving father to them. When Holt learned he was training in martial arts, he sent him a letter containing some information. It mentioned that the family archives held several old tomes on martial arts for him to study. With that, young Lucas ventured into the archives with a candle to seek out the books his father had mentioned. Thanks to that letter, the young man was able to set a bold and ambitious plan for his future in motion. Back in the present, someone outside the mansion is shouting, calling for young Master Lucas. Two maids complain that Lucas, despite his youth, runs off every day to some unknown location. One of them reassures the other not to worry, as he'll be expelled for his lack of magic, just before they feel a tremor. They wonder if someone is practicing earth magic, oblivious to its true source. The scene cuts to the protagonist, who is training by punching a solid stone wall with immense force. We then see young Lucas inside a cave he personally excavated to train in secret. He reveals that the hideout is located directly beneath his room, and that he built it with his own hands. The young man explains that he spent 6 months digging out the space, dividing it into 4 distinct areas. A study area, a storage space, a training ground, and a makeshift bathroom with an inexpensive tub. Ever since completing the training area, he has practiced in secret every day to grow stronger. After another day of grueling training, the young man prepares to soak in his medicinal bath. The purple water splashes about with spectral forms rising from it, indicating its powerful properties. He relaxes in the tub, noting that the medicinal bath is the most effective method for martial arts training. The young man recounts that 3 years have passed since he began training with the chaotic tempering technique. As a result, he is now so durable that magical attacks of level 5 or below cannot even scratch him. The protagonist states that his defense is finally solidifying, and it is now time to concentrate on his offense. He then retrieves his katana, preparing to test his skills against a training dummy. With a firm grip on his blade, he focuses his intent to deliver a powerful and precise strike. In the blink of an eye, he lunges forward, attacking the dummy with lethal and astonishing speed. His eyes reflect the determination and power he has cultivated over these years of training. In addition to the sword, he is also a master of other weapons, such as the spear shown in the image. With his spear, the protagonist surges forward, delivering a mighty blow against the training dummy. The dummy is then assailed by a barrage of swift, precise attacks that completely overwhelm it. As a result, the training target is utterly destroyed, collapsing into pieces on the cavern floor. He reaches level 4 in his technique and decides to spend some time training his fists. The young man reflects that while his skills have greatly improved, something continues to bother him. He knows that martial artists eventually reach a plateau, and the only way to surpass it is through enlightenment. But this so-called enlightenment is so elusive that most practitioners give up along the way. Lucas then positions himself before a stone pillar, declaring that his path will be very different. The young man takes a deep breath, concentrating all his energy to unleash a powerful strike on the pillar. With a determined gaze, he prepares to demonstrate the fruits of his arduous training. He then smashes his fist with all his might into the massive stone pillar before him. The impact is so immense that the pillar shatters into 1,000 fragments, creating a large cloud of dust. Amidst the debris, the young man observes the outcome of his power with a confident expression. His fist technique reaches level 5, demonstrating his ever-growing strength and skill. The protagonist then realizes that his levels only increase, and for him, there is no upper limit. This is due to the divine blessing he received, which allows his abilities to evolve without end. Suddenly, a clock on the wall begins to chime, signaling that it is nearly midnight. He remembers that his father, Holt, returns home tonight, and they are scheduled for a family dinner. The scene then cuts to a window of the mansion, revealing that night has already fallen. Now fully dressed, the young man walks down the corridor toward the mansion's dining hall. Upon opening the door to the hall, the protagonist finds his family assembled for the special dinner. His father, Holt, notes that it's been half a year since they last saw each other and invites him to take a seat. With a smile, the young man agrees and makes his way to his place at the grand dining table. The patriarch announces that Allen Academy is establishing a martial arts department and that he has already been enrolled. The man encourages him, acknowledging the difficulty but expressing faith in his son's potential to pass the exam. The protagonist offers his thanks while his sister, Julia, eats calmly at his side. The young man thinks that he must grow stronger to protect what's important, but without attracting undue attention. Gazing at his hand, he contemplates how he will balance his power without causing problems. His sister then raises her hand, declaring that she also wants to attend Alan's Magic Academy with him. Her father says she is too young, but the girl counters that the elite class has no age restriction. The young woman then reveals she has already received an offer from the academy for the elite class and presents the letter. Intrigued, the man takes the letter to confirm if his daughter's claim is true. He praises the girl, remarking that her reputation as a prodigy has reached the renowned Allen Academy. Our protagonist's sister is beaming with joy, while Jeremy looks on with intense jealousy. The blonde wonders why Lucas is receiving special treatment and how this will affect his own standing. At that moment, a hand in a purple glove rests on his shoulder, attempting to soothe his anger and envy. The woman tells him to remain calm, and the young man is slightly startled by the unexpected touch. With a serene look, she advises him not to concern himself with our hero's situation. This is Jessica Ryan, Jeremy's mother, who adds that there's no guarantee Lucas will even pass the exam. A malicious smile plays on her lips, suggesting she is plotting something against the protagonist. A week later, the day of their departure arrives, and the family gathers at the gate to say their goodbyes. The mother of Lucas and Julia tells them to take care of themselves, promising to visit with their favorite pudding. She then gives them each a gold coin, reminding them not to forget their good luck charm. The coin belongs to the Buon dynasty, which unified the world approximately 10,000 years ago. Their father explains that the coin features the first emperor, Mars, on the front and his weapon on the back. The protagonist immediately recognizes the face of Mars as the muscular spirit who had blessed him. His parents urge him to keep the coin on him at all times as a charm for good fortune. The young man feels incredibly fortunate to have had a wonderful family in both his past life and this one. With that, the two siblings bid farewell to their family and embark on their journey to the academy. A few hours later, the coachman announces that the sun is setting and they will make camp for the night. Night descends and a full moon illuminates the clearing where the group has decided to spend the night safely. The coachman, Forden, states that if they leave early, they will arrive in Daku, the academy's location, the following day. Julia grows excited at the news and asks if there is anything interesting to do in the city of Daku. Forden replies that the city is renowned for its annual magical dodgeball tournament held in the spring. He also mentions that the area is a foodie's paradise, boasting many delicious local cuisines. The girl's mouth begins to water, and her brother teases her, pointing out that she's even drooling. Suddenly, the protagonist senses something amiss in the air, and his expression turns serious and alert. His heightened senses detect 12 horses and 13 individuals approaching at great speed. The young man then asks Forden if this area is known for having bandits. He believes his technique has sharpened his senses and is certain he isn't imagining things. The protagonist then realizes he must be cautious as they are outnumbered in the forest. With that, he warns that a mysterious group is approaching quickly and everyone needs to prepare. Forden and the others are confused, unable to hear anything beyond the ambient sounds of the forest. Despite the uncertainty, one of the guards readies for combat, drawing his sword with a firm grip. Forden then yells for his men to arm themselves and prepare for the imminent battle. The coachman is unsure of the source of the young man's information, but prefers to be safe rather than sorry. At that moment, a group of bandits on horseback bursts from the woods, charging toward them at high speed. One of the guards is stunned, unable to believe the bandits actually appeared just as the young man predicted. The bandit leader celebrates finding more prey, while one of his men praises the chief for being right. Another one remarks that the little girl will fetch a good price and the boy will be popular with certain clients. Forden confronts them, demanding to know if they have any idea of the consequences of messing with nobility. The bandit leader is unconcerned and orders his men to eliminate everyone except the two youths. As the enemies advance, one of the guards shouts that he will provide cover for Forden in the fight. A bandit with a cruel smile raises his sword, preparing to strike down the family's guards. A moment later, swords clash, the sound of steel ringing through the dark and quiet forest. One of the mounted guards manages to impale a bandit with a spear and a clean strike. Seeing his man fall, the bandit leader's expression twists into one of pure rage. Forden also demonstrates his skill, his sword becoming stained after felling several enemies. With a determined look, he turns to Julia and tells her to leave the rest to him. He then charges at the remaining bandits with all his might, displaying immense bravery in the fray. Forden urges the young master to take Julia and flee as quickly as possible to ensure their safety. Suddenly, the protagonist hears a cry of pain, and his expression instantly darkens. One of the bandits unleashes fire magic, incinerating the family guards with a powerful fireball. The bandit leader reveals himself to be a mage, and Forden is horrified to see fire magic in action. The coachman then screams for the two youths to run into the forest while he creates a diversion. But in a moment of carelessness, Forden is struck by a decisive blow and crimson liquid erupts. Seeing his friend wounded, our protagonist cries out Forden's name in utter despair. Surrounded by bandits, the injured coachman kneels on the ground, his strength to fight completely gone. The bandit leader then threatens him, vowing to burn him for having taken out his comrade. Even injured, Forden pushes himself to his feet, swearing to protect the young masters even if it costs him his life. Lucas knows Forden is outmatched and decides he can no longer conceal his true power if he is to protect him. He remembers the coachman's kindness and realizes he has become like family to him. With a clenched fist, the young man tells his sister to hide, as the situation has grown far too dangerous. He then declares with a determined gaze that he is joining the battle to aid his friend Forden. The girl nods in understanding, pleading with her brother to be extremely careful during the fight. With that, the protagonist sprints towards the battlefield to save his friend. Meanwhile, Forden is being assaulted by multiple bandits at once and cries out in agony. Completely exhausted and wounded, the coachman collapses to his knees, unable to fight any longer. The bandit leader then raises his sword, preparing to deliver the final blow to the unfortunate man. Forden looks up with an expression of despair, accepting that his end has finally come. But before the final strike lands, a mysterious shadow intervenes, blocking the attack and saving the coachman. The bandits are stunned by the interruption, wondering what just appeared before them. Next, projectiles of golden light streak through the air, striking the bandits with deadly accuracy. Each shot hits the enemies squarely in their vital points, felling them instantly. With that, the remaining henchmen are defeated in a flash by these mysterious light-based attacks. The camera then reveals our protagonist's hand glowing with a radiant golden energy. He remarks that training was a good idea as dealing with weak bandits is incredibly easy. The bandit leader becomes enraged upon seeing his men defeated and demands to know who is responsible. With sweat pouring down his face, he realizes all his companions were taken down in an instant. He then raises his magic staff, deciding to unleash all his fury on the poor coachman. With that, an enormous fireball is launched toward Forden, intended to finish him off for good. With no strength to evade, the coachman accepts his fate, finding peace in the knowledge that the youths will survive. A smile on his face, he thanks the heavens for the opportunity to have protected the two of them. But our hero materializes in front of Forden, extending a hand to intercept the fireball. He then leaps, and with a swift motion of his hand, redirects the attack far into the distance. Forden is speechless, and with tears in his eyes, he cannot believe what he has just witnessed. With a trembling voice, he calls out to the young master, unable to comprehend how he managed such a feat. The bandit leader is also perplexed, wondering how his fireball was simply nullified. Despite this, he does not give up and prepares to cast another spell against our hero. But the protagonist, his eye glowing, confidently declares that the bandit is already finished. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist rushes forward, landing a luminous punch on the bandit leader. The blow is so powerful that the man is sent flying, and a shockwave ripples through the area. Forden is aghast at the scene, asking the young master how he was able to do that. With a victorious grin, the young man replies that he seems to have a natural gift for martial arts. The coachman begins to weep with emotion, witnessing how incredibly strong the young master has become. Suddenly, he senses something strange, and both of them become alert to a new threat. Amidst the smoke and dust, a dark and sinister presence begins to take form. A skeletal creature with razor-sharp claws and a purple aura arises from the bandit's ashes. Its grotesque skull and glowing eyes reveal it to be a creature of pure malevolence. With a horrifying roar, the monster bares its sharp teeth and prepares to strike. The creature shrieks that it will destroy them both, glaring with eyes full of hatred and fury. The monster repeats its threat, readying itself to launch a deadly assault against them. Our protagonist remains on high alert, realizing he must deal with this creature as swiftly as possible. He decides he cannot allow Julia to see the monster and must eliminate it on his own. The creature then lashes out with its sharp claws, attempting to tear the young man to shreds. But the young man is quicker, deftly dodging the blow by leaping over the creature. He then descends with a powerful punch of light aimed directly at the monster's head. The protagonist watches the blow connect, hoping it was enough to defeat the creature. His hand glowing with a purple energy, he prepares for a potential counterattack. But suddenly, a wave of dark red energy surges toward him with immense force. All at once, dark chains shoot up from the ground, ensnaring the bodies of the fallen bandits. The creature then absorbs the corpses, transforming into an even more grotesque and powerful monster. On its forehead, a purple symbol depicting a snake glows intensely, revealing the source of its power. Our protagonist then wonders that symbol is what is controlling the undead. The monster licks its lips with a purple tongue, preparing to unleash its full might on the young man. With numerous arms and legs, the creature scuttles bizarrely toward our hero. The young man concludes that if his standard attacks are ineffective, he must resort to a new technique. Concentrating his energy into his hands, he unleashes a rapid volley of light-based strikes against the monster. The attack hits the symbol on the creature's forehead directly, causing a brilliant explosion of light. The protagonist prepares to use one of his most powerful techniques to end the monster for good. With the explosive aura palm, he strikes the symbol with all of his accumulated power. The blow is so immense that a massive beam of golden light completely pierces the creature. The purple symbol is hit squarely and begins to fracture under the force of the attack. A moment later, the mark shatters into 1,000 pieces, and the monster starts to disintegrate. With the creature vanquished, the young man watches its silhouette dissolve into ash in the wind. Exhausted after the intense battle, the protagonist sits on the ground to regain his strength. He lets out a sigh of relief, thankful he was able to defeat the monster and protect everyone. His sister Julia then rushes to his side to check if he is okay after the difficult fight. She leaps into his arms, congratulating him for defeating all the bandits by himself. Forden, who had watched everything from afar, is left completely stunned, unable to process what happened. Suddenly, the protagonist senses another presence approaching and looks toward the forest on high alert. A horse whinnies, and the young man realizes their group wasn't the only one attacked by the bandits. A young woman with white hair appears on horseback, her face etched with desperation. She is bound and gagged, and our hero is taken aback to see her in such a state. In a dark chamber, we see numerous bodies hanging upside down, their appearance ghastly. A creature with sharp fangs greedily licks the red liquid that drips from them. It's the same woman from the altar, and she discovers that subject number 44 has been eliminated by someone. She decides that restoring her power is the top priority and steps into a dark, mysterious pool. The night wears on, and a waning moon shines down from the starry sky upon the group's camp. Back at the camp, Julia learns that the white-haired girl's name is Maya Rasta. Lucas finds the name familiar but cannot recall where he might have heard it before. The rescued young woman remarks that his family name also sounds familiar to her. Forden then explains that both families are noble houses residing near the city of Daku. Julia then wonders how the girl ended up being attacked by those bandits in the forest. With tears in her eyes, the young woman begins to recount the tragic events that led her there. She remembers the bandit leader's laughter as he brutally assaulted her carriage. Her guards were overcome one by the bandit mage's flames with no way to defend themselves. Her lady-in-waiting tried to protect her but was captured and carried off by the bandits on horseback. The white-haired girl recalls her friend's desperation amidst the inferno. She explains that revealing her noble status was futile, as the bandits were completely indifferent. She clarifies that the bandits' sole objective was to abduct children from the region's noble families. Our protagonist then comforts her, reassuring her that it's all over now, as they have been dealt with. He becomes lost in thought, trying to piece together what is truly happening in the area. Forden approaches, informing them that the two young ladies have retired to rest after the tumultuous night. The young man then asks the coachman for his thoughts on the rescued girl's story. Forden believes they are dealing with professionals who have been targeting noble children for some time. The young man muses that bandits wielding magic and the power to control the dead is highly unusual. The coachman's expression turns grave as he considers the implications of that night's events. He concludes that a terrifying demon must be orchestrating everything, controlling these puppets from the shadows. Forden states that he will report everything to the master, and that the Rasta family's cooperation will be invaluable. The protagonist then suggests they alter their plans to avoid any further trouble on their journey. The following day, the group arrives in the city of Daku, but their plan to stay is immediately cancelled. The young man explains that some bandits could still be in the city, making it safer to proceed directly to the academy. He asks his sister and their new friend to understand that this precaution is for everyone's safety. The white-haired young woman agrees with our hero's decision to avoid additional risks. With the change in plans, the protagonist's sister wears an expression of pure disappointment. With a gentle smile, he promises that on their return trip, he will treat her to anything she wants to eat. The girl's spirits lift at the promise, and the rescued young woman smiles, observing the siblings' close bond. Forden announces their entry into the city and asks if they'd like to look out the window. The two siblings then poke their heads out of the carriage to get a view of Daku. Both siblings are captivated by the beauty and scale of the city of Daku. The city is bustling with life, as people throng the streets and merchants peddle their wares. We see a father carrying his son on his shoulders as they wander through the lively city. The white-haired young woman smiles, commenting on how vibrant and energetic the place is. Lucas and Julia use the opportunity to chat and enjoy the moment with their new friend. The protagonist reflects that the city's atmosphere strongly reminds him of his past life. The wooden architecture and cobblestone streets lend the city a unique and special charm. Suddenly, a bizarre clown doll startles the two girls, who let out a scream of fear. But our hero quickly buys an assortment of sweets and pastries to soothe their nerves and lift everyone's spirits. The white-haired young woman offers a donut to Julia, who eats it with great delight. With a satisfied smile, the young man watches the two girls happily enjoy their treats. The carriage then continues its journey through the city streets, heading toward the Magic Academy. Forden stops in front of a massive gate, informing them that this is as far as he can take them. The protagonist reassures him, promising to protect his sister Julia from any harm. The girl then embraces him, declaring that she will also protect him with all her strength and magic. With a smile, the young man pats his sister's head, saying he's counting on her. Forden is moved by the scene, realizing the depth of the siblings' love and devotion to each other. The rescued young woman finds it curious that he would allow his younger sister to protect him in such a way. The coachman then bids them farewell, watching as the three youths walk off toward the academy. The white-haired girl thinks about how kind they are and points toward the academy just ahead. The protagonist smiles, reflecting on his good fortune in meeting these two on his journey. The white-haired girl is also happy, blushing as she thinks about how much they've helped her. Suddenly, the young man remembers something, and Forden materializes beside him to clarify the situation. The coachman reveals that the young woman, Maya, was once our protagonist's fiancée when they were children. However, after the divine ritual, the engagement was dissolved because he lacked any magical talent. Magic Academy is one of the three most prestigious schools in the Carmina Empire, located in Daku. Freshmen undergo an examination 1 year after enrolling to be sorted into various departments. There are also exceptions for extraordinary students who may graduate earlier than their peers. Any student who passes the certification exam can graduate without completing the full 6 years. The two siblings then observe the other students preparing for the admission exam. Julia feels a pang of sadness, wishing she could take the exam alongside her newly made friend. The young man explains that she has already completed her exam and is now safely with her family. He encourages her to focus on their own exam, promising they can see each other every day if they all pass. Julia's beauty draws attention, and people wonder aloud if she is also there for the exam. They comment that she looks no older than 12 and that her brother is also quite handsome. One of the young men remarks with envy that he wishes he had such an adorable little sister. Suddenly, a woman with purple hair approaches, catching little Julia's eye. She introduces herself as Mina, the vice president of the student council at Magic Academy. With a smile, the woman asks if the little girl snuck in to follow her older brother. Julia firmly denies it, proudly stating she is there to take the admission exam with him. The woman wonders if this could be the same girl who received the offer for the elite class. With a knowing smile, she realizes the young girl is indeed a prodigy and will make an excellent student. She then kneels down, asking if she is Julia from the esteemed noble Ryan family of the region. Surprised, the girl asks how she so easily knew her name and that of her family. Mina invites her to the registration area, completely overlooking our protagonist. Little Julia then speaks up, pointing out that her brother also needs to register for the admission exam. Mina is embarrassed, realizing she had completely forgotten about our hero standing right there. The young man then begins to mock mages, remarking that coming to a magic academy is utterly ridiculous. He thinks to himself that mages believe they are superior, but to him, they are nothing more than insignificant bugs. Losers like Jeremy and that bizarre monster are no match for his overwhelming power. The young man grumbles that he is only wasting his time here because of his parents' good intentions. The student council member realizes he was speaking aloud and becomes flustered by the situation. Mina apologizes for the oversight and calls him by name to confirm his identity. Lucas then realizes he has become the center of attention and tries to mask his irritation. Mina invites them to accompany her, offering to show them to the examination hall. The protagonist is pleased to notice she is one of the few who doesn't look at him with prejudice. The group soon arrives at a vast hall where a large crowd of students is already assembled for the exam. Using magic, Mina distributes emblems and instructs everyone to register with a council member. She explains that the exam number is on the emblem, which must be worn throughout the test. The exam consists of 3 parts measuring magical potential, testing elemental compatibility, and assessing destructive power. Our protagonist inquires if the process is identical for the martial arts department. The young man mutters to himself, thinking they were too lazy to design a specialized test. With that, he cracks his knuckles, preparing to show everyone the true power of a martial artist. He resolves to demonstrate the might of martial arts and shatter their preconceived notions. An instructor announces the start of the test, directing students to place their hands on the magical orb. When it's our hero's turn, the instructor eyes him with a look of pure disdain and contempt. The man is stunned by the result, declaring it a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. The young man's magical potential is 0, and the hall erupts in ridicule. He lets out a weary sigh, thinking he is reliving the same ordeal from his childhood. Next, a girl with purple hair places her hand on the sphere of light to measure her potential. The other students gasp as a purple light emanates from the magical sphere. The color purple signifies a potential of 7 out of 10, marking her as a first-class student. Our protagonist doesn't understand the excitement. To him, it's nothing particularly special. He then shouts to his sister, encouraging her not to hold back and to show everyone her true power. The girl grips the sphere with both hands, concentrating to unleash her energy. The sphere begins to glow with an intensely brilliant golden light, blinding everyone present. A beam of golden light shoots up to the ceiling of the hall, leaving everyone awestruck by the display of power. The other students are in disbelief, unable to accept what they are witnessing. A number 10 materializes in the light, indicating the girl possesses the absolute maximum magical potential. Everyone is mesmerized by the young girl's talent, hailing her as a prodigy among prodigies. After the test, the girl smiles, pleased with her result, and looks at her brother with pride. She bounds over to him, asking if she was incredible during the potential test. The young man praises her, saying that one day, with her talent, she will become a great archmage. 2 envious students begin to mock our protagonist, but are quickly shushed by a friend. The protagonist thinks to himself that everything is proceeding as planned, and it isn't worth starting a fight. He realizes that as long as Julia's talent shines brightly, he can enjoy a peaceful school life. All his hard work to enhance his sister's talent is finally bearing fruit. He had used the mage's consecration, ability to amplify the girl's magical potential. The instructor announces the second test, and the students all make their way to the spirit cabin. They enter a grand hall with a glass ceiling that bathes the entire space in light. Hand in hand, the 2 siblings walk toward the location for the next phase of the exam. The compatibility testing area is a large hall featuring several blue pillars in its center. Numerous elemental spirits flit about the hall, showcasing a wide diversity of magical powers. The other students are amazed by the variety of spirits present in the room. The moment little Julia enters the hall, all the spirits begin to flock and circle around her. With a smile, the girl interacts with the spirits, who seem to genuinely enjoy her presence. One of the students complains that he was unable to attract a single wind spirit. Our protagonist smiles, knowing his sister possesses maximum compatibility with all the elements. He thinks to himself that his special ability is safely and effectively boosting the girl's potential. The instructor announces Julia's score as 9.6, the highest among all the students. With this result, the girl finds herself surrounded by gazes of both admiration and envy. Other students praise her and ask to be her friend, but she becomes overwhelmed by the sudden attention. She then runs and clings to her brother, seeking comfort and protection in his embrace. The protagonist comforts her, asking what happened to make her so frightened all of a sudden. The girl explains that everyone's stares are making her scared, and she hides behind him. The young man explains that as a genius, she will have to get used to receiving such attention from now on. He advises her not to worry about others and to gradually accustom herself to the spotlight. The young girl then smiles, declaring she needs to become stronger so she can protect her older brother. The protagonist realizes he needs to work on strengthening his sister's mental fortitude for the future. Meanwhile, two students discuss little Julia's astounding performance on the exam. One of them remarks that her brother is useless, noting his compatibility score was 0. They recall how, when our hero entered the hall, all the spirits had fled from him. The spirits had appeared to feel a deep sense of disgust and repulsion in the young man's presence for some unknown reason. One of the students also mentions a strange incident that occurred after the second test. He recounts seeing one of the fire spirits' arms tear itself off, an event that nearly scared him to death. His friend dismisses it, saying the spirits are tiny and he must have been seeing things. Our protagonist overhears their conversation and becomes pensive about what they are discussing. He can't believe there was a witness to what had transpired during the second exam test. The young man remembers that the fire spirits were particularly nasty to him due to their connection with the fire god. As the test concluded and he was about to leave, he had offered a small warning to the spirits. The protagonist recalls one of the fire spirits angrily spitting fire directly at him. He thinks to himself how childish it is to hold a grudge over something that happened so long ago. The young man then picks up a small pebble from the ground, clenching it firmly in his hand. With a swift motion, he flicks the stone at the spirit, hitting it squarely and knocking it down. The young man declares that a mere servant of the fire god has no right to act superior to him. Taking his sister's hand, he invites her to join him for the final test of the admission exam. The girl says everything will be fine as long as he doesn't use his full strength in the test. With a reassuring smile, he tells her he plans to let her protect him. As always, the site for the destructive power test is a large arena dotted with numerous metal dummies. The dummies are crafted from a special, gleaming metal designed to withstand the students' attacks. The two siblings then walk toward the arena for the final stage of the admission exam. A group of envious students complains that the genius girl has stolen the top spot from them. One of them shouts that there's no way a child could possibly break one of the metal dummies. They explain that the dummies are forged from a special metal and reinforced with a defense enchantment. The protagonist studies the dummies, noting they appear quite durable and difficult to break. He thinks this is a perfect opportunity to test his level 6 abilities on the targets. The young man is excited by the chance to use such expensive, high-quality equipment. Suddenly, a student shoves him aside, attempting to cut in line for the exam. A girl with short hair then yells at the student, ordering him back to the end of the line. She points to another girl, stating that the rule is clear: the talentless must go to the back. Her eyes glow with an intense red light, showcasing the power she holds within. The other girl is intimidated by her gaze and the menacing aura she exudes. With her heart glowing, the dark-haired young woman prepares to demonstrate her strength. She positions herself before our protagonist and his sister with a serious, challenging expression. With a disdainful sigh, she glares at the girl who had tried to cut the admission exam line. Julia and her brother watch the scene unfold, unsure of what to expect from this mysterious girl. The dark-haired young woman asks if she is Julia, the girl who scored a 9.6 on the test. Her eyes blaze with a frightening intensity as she stares down little Julia with contempt. Frightened, the little girl hides behind her brother, calling his name in a trembling, scared voice. She tells the protagonist that the girl in front of them is extremely scary and intimidating. The young man then turns to the dark-haired girl, asking who she is and what she wants with them. She introduces herself as Ewa Miranda, granddaughter of the powerful and influential Duke Miranda. The protagonist recognizes the Miranda family crest, marking them as one of the Empire's 3 great families. Our hero's mother Catherine also hailed from the Miranda family, a lineage of legendary mages. This means the young Ewa is the daughter of his mother's younger brother, making them cousins. The girl is confused, wondering what he is talking about, as she has never heard of him. The young man then clarifies that they are cousins and asks her not to glare at him in such a manner. Ewa becomes furious, having never been told of a cousin, and calls him a rude and arrogant person. She swears she will humiliate him in front of everyone, her eyes flaring with a malicious power. The young woman then prepares to strike our protagonist with a powerful and destructive spell. Ewa casts a mind control spell, commanding the young man to strip off his clothes for public humiliation. But the protagonist simply offers a mocking smirk, as the spell has absolutely no effect on him. The dark-haired girl is in utter shock, seeing that her magic failed to work as intended. The young man then taunts her, questioning the quality of the upbringing provided by the noble Miranda family. Ewa cannot comprehend how her signature spell failed to control the dark-haired young man. The protagonist provokes her further, stating that her weak magic is useless against a martial artist. At that moment, the instructor calls our hero's name for the next test of the exam. Before leaving, he points to his sister, warning her not to show off too much during her test. Ewa then turns her attention to Julia, vowing to steal the top spot from her in the power test. A magical screen displays the student rankings, with Julia firmly in first place. The young man notes that his cousin is in second place and has effectively declared war on his sister. He thinks that for the sake of a peaceful school life, he cannot allow her to take first place from Julia. With that, he offers a piece of candy to his sister to ensure she performs well on the upcoming test. The girl eats the candy, only to make a face of disgust at its bitter and unpleasant taste. The young man gives her a firm pat on the back to help her swallow the pill he gave her. The young girl complains that he deceived her, as that was no candy but some kind of medicine. He apologizes, explaining that it's a special magic potion crafted from very rare ingredients. The instructor calls our protagonist's name once more, and he hurries to the testing site. The young man then walks toward the metal dummy for his destructive power test. The instructor directs number 5 to strike the dummy with all his might for evaluation. The young man informs the instructor that he cannot use magic, a statement which confuses him. He then asks if he can simply strike the dummy to complete the power test. With a confident smile, he prepares to demonstrate the power of his martial arts. The other students begin to jeer, saying he will end up breaking his hand on the test. Julia becomes furious upon hearing the malicious comments about her brother and prepares to intervene. She thinks that if her brother hadn't told her to behave, she would have already taught them a lesson. Iwa asks if her brother truly cannot use magic, intrigued by the situation. She recalls her mental magic having no effect on him and finds it difficult to believe. The protagonist's sister proudly defends her brother, declaring him an incredible person. But the dark-haired young woman is skeptical, suspecting she is being deceived by her older brother. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes through the arena, and everyone turns to the screen in shock. Our protagonist's cousin is stunned by what transpired during the young man's test. One of the students asks what just happened, but no one can make sense of the scene. The young man had asked if he could deliver just a single blow, and the instructor had readily agreed. The man had said he didn't care about the method of attack, as long as he performed it. With a determined gaze, our hero prepares to reveal his true power to everyone. He explains that his abilities grow exponentially every 3 levels of power. With his power now at level 6, he readies himself to use one of his strongest techniques. The young man stumps his foot hard on the ground, concentrating all his energy for a devastating attack. His eyes glowing, he rushes at blinding speed toward the metal dummy. With a punch wreathed in golden flames, he squarely strikes the metal dummy before him. The dummy beeps a red circle indicating the blow was successfully registered. The impact is so immense that the dummy is sent flying, crashing into the arena wall. A large cloud of dust billows up, and the entire arena trembles from the force of the attack. As the dust settles, the metal dummy is revealed to be completely destroyed, a gaping hole in its chest. Our protagonist then turns to face the crowd with an expression of pure confidence. A was shocked, realizing his attack was as swift as high-level wind magic. She also notes that the dummy had glowed gold, a sign of devastating attack power. The dark-haired young woman realizes she is the only one who grasped the young man's true strength. The instructor congratulates him, noting it's the first time in a decade a dummy has been broken. The young man smiles and offers his thanks as his sister celebrates his success in the power test. With a victorious smile, the girl flashes her brother a peace sign, celebrating his triumph. The protagonist thinks he managed to avoid a 0 and conceal his true strength, thanks to those who underestimated him. As time passed, the students ceased to pay attention to the young man's destructive power. Everyone was far more captivated by the rare and astonishing talent of the small yet powerful Julia. The girl then focuses, beginning to gather a massive amount of magical energy around herself. Purple lightning arcs from her hands, and her staff glows with a frightening intensity. A purple magic circle forms on the ground as she prepares to unleash her most powerful attack. Her hair whipping around her, she shouts the spell's name and unleashes a barrage of red lightning. The red bolts rain down from the sky with devastating force, striking the metal dummy. The dummy beeps red, indicating the attack was red lightning, the second most powerful type. The other students are in awe of the girl's power, praising her as an honor roll student. But after the attack, Julia slumps to the ground, and others wonder if she was shocked by her own spell. The girl is confused, not understanding how she suddenly managed to wield such immense power. The instructor announces a score of 9.5, and the dummy crackles with a few red sparks. The young girl tells her brother she was startled when the red lightning appeared out of nowhere. She explains that previously, she could only produce purple lightning, even at full power. The young man scratches his nose, feigning ignorance about her sudden power boost. He thinks to himself that the potion he gave her is temporarily amplifying her magical power. In this world, both mages and martial artists have their own techniques for crafting special potions. While mages brew potions, martial artists use their powers to refine elixirs. Elixirs can be directly absorbed by the body, whereas potions require a medium for consumption. Few martial artists can create the elixir of the mage's essence, which is what enhanced Julia's power. This is because the elixir refining technique must be at level 6 to be effective. Currently, only our protagonist and the Minister of Martial Arts are capable of creating this elixir. The young man thinks that if his ability were discovered, he would have a major problem on his hands. The sun shines brightly over the academy as the students await the final exam results. 2 small birds chirp on a tree branch, highlighting the tranquility of the moment. Julia complains about the wait, and her brother tells her to be patient, as they will be able to rest soon. Suddenly, a voice calls out to the 2 siblings, and they turn to see who is speaking. It's Mina from the student council, waving to the 2 siblings with a smile. The young man asks what she's doing there, and the woman approaches them calmly. She explains she is there to post the class assignments and congratulates them on their performance. Julia is overjoyed to learn she placed first in the academy's elite class. Our protagonist praises her, saying he's counting on her for their future at the school. Mina asks if the girl has already chosen a department to join for the upcoming school year. She explains the academy has 5 special departments: earth, fire, wind, water, and a special division. Julia considers her attributes and the blessing of the wind god, deciding to join that department. The student council member becomes excited, saying she will look forward to seeing her in the wind department. The young man thinks she is already working hard to recruit new talent for her department. Mina then offers to escort the young girl to the female dormitory and she bids her brother farewell. Our hero says goodbye to her and decides to head to his own department of martial arts. The other students remark that Julia, as expected, took first place. The magic screen displays the final results, making all the other freshmen seem like mere background characters. Awa is furious at her loss and vows that one day, she will be first in the class no matter what. Our protagonist is unsurprised by the low priority given to his martial arts department. He arrives at the dormitory to find a decrepit building that looks like it's falling apart. With a smile, he thinks that at least the place will be quiet, allowing him the peaceful school life he desires. Suddenly, a young man with white hair appears, greeting him with an enthusiastic smile. He introduces himself as Kai Taroi, expressing his happiness at meeting his new department mate. Kai compliments his strength in the test, but Lucas, while filling out a form, dismisses it as mere luck. A dormitory staff member then hands him a room key, informing him it's on the building's 2nd floor. The white-haired young man is thrilled they will be sharing a room, and our hero agrees. With that, the two walk down a filthy, neglected hallway in search of room 205. Upon reaching the door, they realize someone else is inside and open it to investigate. They find 2 other young men in the room, which surprises the protagonist's new companion. One introduces himself as Collins and the other as Sharp, stating they will be their new roommates. The white-haired young man is in complete shock at the situation and begins to break out in a cold sweat. The camera then reveals the room's deplorable condition, with old furniture and heavily molded walls. Kai is disgusted by the filth, demanding to know what kind of infernal, grimy room this is. With revulsion, he covers his face, declaring the room is worse than a pigsty. Suddenly, he is startled by a spider and asks if Lucas seriously intends to stay in such a dirty place. The other roommates assume he is a rich, spoiled boy with a fear of germs. At that, Kai pulls a gleaming gold coin from his pocket, holding it firmly in his hand. The other 2 young men eye the coin with expressions of pure greed and determination. Kai offers the coin to whoever cleans the room, and Lucas is shocked to see him casually toss away a month's salary. While the others clean, the protagonist reflects that he was never warned he would be living in a garbage dump. His roommate tries to cheer him up, insisting things will get better, but our hero remains highly skeptical. The white-haired young man continues his complaints, comparing the room to a prison cell. Lucas warns him to be careful, as the student council might take action if they overhear his complaints. After a great deal of work, the dormitory building finally appears somewhat more respectable from the outside. The room is now sparkling clean, leaving the 2 young men very pleased with the result. With a smile, Kai hands over the reward, declaring that as a roommate he will protect them all. The other 2 are amazed by the reward, and our protagonist also holds his coin. The young man thinks that while his roommate may be arrogant, his generosity makes it hard to dislike him. Just then, the dormitory staff member knocks on the door, announcing he is there to deliver their academy uniforms. He informs them that the entrance ceremony is about to begin and they need to change. Kai is appalled by the tattered uniform, complaining that he will look like a beggar if he wears it. Lucas then mentions the school has a request system for improving student treatment. He adds that they might even be able to request a new, undamaged uniform. Hearing this, Kai excitedly leaps out the window, head to the hall, and the protagonist finds him incredibly naive. The scene then cuts to the academy's main hall, which features a large statue of a witch at the front. Now in his uniform, our hero walks with confidence toward the ceremony hall. His determined expression shows he is ready for whatever the academy throws at him. He then enters the immense hall, which is already filled with students for the entrance ceremony. His roommates find the hall luxurious, but Kai claims his own house is even more impressive. The protagonist scans the crowd for his sister, and Kai points to the front, explaining that the elites sit there. Julia is seated at the front wearing the beautiful white and gold uniform of the elite class. His roommate then informs him that their department's seats are located at the very back of the hall. With a smile, Lucas says he doesn't mind, remarking that the elite uniform suits Julia perfectly. The other students from their department complain about the distant seats, feeling discriminated against. A girl seated next to the protagonist also seems dazed with the situation, observing everything in silence. Suddenly, the hall's candles ignite with a magical, golden flame, capturing everyone's attention. Following this, a massive lotus flower made of fire materializes in the center of the hall in a dazzling display of power. A hand then grasps a small flower of fire, demonstrating an impressive mastery of magic. Floating in the air, a young man declares that the new student should feel honored by his presence. He then introduces himself as the president of the student council and a future great mage. His name is Theodore Folimo, and he announces he will now explain the academy's point system. The other female students are completely captivated by him, commenting on his powerful aura. They hail him as a genius for being a level 6 mage, while the protagonist simply observes. Theodore begins his speech, explaining that the point system is the foundation of everything at the academy. He states that any resource, from rare books to magical beasts, can be acquired using these points. However, points earned through ordinary work are minimal, yielding at most 5 per hour. For this reason, he explains it is more efficient to earn points by participating in departmental events. Our hero then understands why Mina was so friendly to them before the entrance ceremony. The president reveals that his position on the council grants him a monthly income of up to 500 points. Finally, he mentions one last method for acquiring points, but one that involves a certain degree of risk. With a sinister smile and glowing purple eyes, he reveals that the final method is monster hunting. He explains that behind the school lies a mountain range teeming with magical beasts ripe for hunting. The protagonist then clenches his fist, his interest piqued by the magical beast mountain range. The protagonist smiles, thinking that place is a training ground perfectly suited for him. A few hours later, night has fallen, and we see the dormitory from the outside, bathed in moonlight. Inside the room, our hero's roommate is sound asleep in his bed. A tranquility incense burns slowly, ensuring that everyone remains in a deep slumber. With that, the young man slips out of the dormitory, preparing to head to the magical beast mountain range. He recalls that the martial arts building is located at the back of the campus, very close to his destination. Soon, the young man arrives at a massive wall, knowing the mountain range lies just beyond it. He then crouches, gathering his strength for an impressive leap. In the blink of an eye, the martial artist soars over the wall with incredible agility. The young man clears the wall, landing softly in the forest on the other side of the campus. As soon as he lands, he is ambushed by several shadowy creatures that attack without warning, but our hero deftly dodges and leaps to attack a giant purple frog with a powerful kick. The creature is taken aback by the young martial artist's speed and strength. With a precise strike, he smashes the monster's horn with all his concentrated force. The impact is so powerful that the creature's horn shatters, causing a large explosion. Thrown to the ground, the giant frog is immobilized, defeated by our protagonist. With that, the young man removes the creature's horn, which he can exchange for points at the academy. He then looks at the giant black, horned frog lying motionless on the dark forest floor. The young man explains that the horns are venomous and highly valuable for crafting magic potions. He needs points to acquire the legendary books the martial god used in his battles. He surveys the mountain range, realizing he needs to quickly pinpoint the monster's locations. With that, the young man activates one of his abilities, and his eye begins to glow with a golden light. Leaves of golden energy radiate through the forest, scanning the entire area for creatures. His ability soon locates a monster with a massive, drooling mouth full of sharp teeth. The creature is a level 1 giant rat with red eyes and a back covered in sharp spines. Without wasting a moment, our protagonist lunges forward, striking the creature with a powerful hand chop. With a cold gaze, the young man simply tells the creature to go to sleep, defeating it instantly. Immediately after, a level 2 bat attacks him, but he fells it with a single, decisive punch. He then faces off against a level 3 magic panther, showcasing his exceptional combat prowess. A series of explosions rock the forest as the young man defeats every monster he encounters. With a smile, he celebrates having gathered a wealth of materials for both his elixirs and for points. Carrying a massive sack, he notices that the forest has become unnervingly silent for his taste. The young man then touches the ground, noting the near absence of any traces of other magical beasts. He wonders if this indicates the presence of a very powerful creature living nearby in the area. To confirm his suspicion, the young man sits down and uses his perception to sense the surrounding energy. His ability guides him down a strange path in the middle of the dark and quiet forest. The path leads him to the entrance of a dark cave, from which a powerful energy emanates. From within the darkness, a giant wolf with glowing purple eyes snarls at our hero. But the protagonist is unfazed. With a confident smile, he declares he has finally found his target. The creature attacks him from a distance, but he dodges, realizing it sensed him from a kilometer away. From the cave's entrance, a bluish smoke begins to seep out, signaling the creature's presence. A giant wolf with white fur and red paws emerges from the cave, confronting our protagonist. It is a level 6 fire and ice wolf, and it snarls at the young man with its glowing purple eyes. The young man now understands why the creature is so territorial and smiles, preparing for the fight. Fearlessly, our hero advances toward the giant wolf to begin the battle at once. With an excited grin, he invites the creature to dance and readies for the first strike. He then lands a powerful punch on the wolf's paw, but the creature seems to feel nothing at all. The wolf counter-attacks with a blast of ice from its mouth, aimed directly at our protagonist. But the young man forms an ice shield with his hand, successfully protecting himself from the creature's attack. The creature is astonished to see its own ability turned against it by the young man. Seizing the opportunity, the young man lands an ice-infused punch on the giant wolf's eye. He then uses his other hand to pummel the creature's head with a series of icy blows. The wolf then strikes with its tail, but our hero manages to block the attack with his arms. The young man laments not having trained harder, as he could have torn off the creature's leg with that blow. He then challenges the wolf to get up, asking if it has already grown tired of the battle. Wounded, the giant wolf rises to its feet, preparing to use its other element in the fight. It then opens its mouth and unleashes a powerful fireball toward our protagonist. The young man dodges the attack, and the fireball slams into the cave entrance, causing an explosion. Next, the creature launches a continuous stream of fire at the young martial artist. The fiery assault illuminates the entire forest, forcing our protagonist to dodge swiftly. The wolf becomes completely wreathed in flames, preparing for a devastating attack. With a howl, the creature unleashes the full force of its firepower upon our protagonist. But the young man manages to close the distance and grapple with the wolf, enduring the searing flames. The creature is surprised by the young man's courage, unable to understand how he can withstand the intense heat. His fist glowing with golden energy, the martial artist prepares a counterattack. He then lands a mighty punch on the wolf's chin with all his concentrated force. The blow is so powerful that the creature's jaw is damaged by the sheer impact. Following up, the protagonist launches a blast of golden energy to conclude the battle. The wolf is hit squarely and sent flying into the cave wall by the force of the attack. Lying on the ground, the young man is impressed by the creature's mastery over both fire and ice. The creature appears defeated, whimpering in pain on the ground with no strength left to stand. In its eye, a yin-yang symbol materializes, reflecting its dual nature of fire and ice. His eyes glowing, the young man remarks that this is an incredibly rare magical beast. He then seizes the wolf by the neck, demonstrating that he is now in complete control of the situation. The creature seems to submit, yet still exhales a faint aura of fire and ice from its mouth. Our protagonist then reveals that he, too, can control the two opposing elements. With that, they both unleash a simultaneous blast of fire and ice at each other. The clash of elements creates a massive cloud of steam, and the young man wonders what is happening. From the midst of the smoke, a blade of golden energy shoots toward the giant wolf. The creature manages to evade the attack, scrambling up the cave wall to escape the blow. Wounded, the giant wolf flees desperately through the cave, trying to escape the battle. But the protagonist gives chase, declaring that he will not allow it to escape under any circumstances. He then reaches out to grab the wolf's tail, preventing its flight. With that, the young man catches the creature and slams it forcefully against the cave wall. The wolf hits the ground with a heavy thud, and our hero prepares for his next move. The young man thinks that fighting a giant magical beast is highly entertaining, and it is surely worth a lot of points. Suddenly, he notices the creature has risen again and prepares for another confrontation. The wolf then curls into a ball of fur and hurtles toward the young man with full force. But our hero manages to dodge the attack, and the wolf crashes into the cave wall. The creature then turns and unleashes a massive blast of fire in an attempt to hit the young man. Our protagonist leaps to evade the attack, realizing the wolf is now using shadow fire. The creature then attacks him with shadow fire from one side and ice from the other in a combined assault. But the young man dodges and descends with a powerful punch, intending to end the battle once and for all. He then channels all his energy into a single punch, preparing for the final blow. With that, a massive explosion of golden light occurs, and the cave floor begins to tremble violently. The creature then bites down hard, and the young man wonders if this is truly his end. He decides he has no choice but to use his last resort to survive. Suddenly, the wolf attacks with its giant red paws, attempting to crush him in one fell swoop. Our protagonist's expression turns serious as he prepares to unleash one of his most powerful techniques. With that, the giant wolf charges toward him for the final clash between the two. The wolf then reveals two magic cores, one of fire and one of ice, to our protagonist. The young man wonders if that is a beast core and is awestruck by the sight. He recalls that some beasts are born with a core that houses all their magical power. The young man then realizes that if his blood touches the core, the creature will become his loyal servant. With a confident smile, the martial artist accepts the creature's offer, making it his subordinate. He thinks this is an unexpected windfall, noting that not even mages possess a level 6 beast. However, he remains suspicious of the wolf's behavior, as powerful beasts would never willingly submit to a human. With that, the young man cuts his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the two magic cores. The blood then spreads across the cores, and intense light begins to illuminate the cave. The wolf then swallows both cores and kneels before its new master in a display of respect. Next, the cores fuse with the creature's body, and it begins to transform. The protagonist then hears a voice in his mind, realizing it's the wolf addressing him as master. The young man is confused, unable to understand how he can hear the creature's thoughts. He realizes he can now comprehend what the creature is saying, and is taken aback. The martial artist then names it Ol, and the wolf joyfully accepts its new name. The young man wonders if the wolf's territory now belongs to him, and if there might be any hidden treasures. With an intelligent look, the creature seems to perceive its new master's thoughts. The wolf then nudges him with its snout, as if in agreement with his idea. It then beckons him to follow, indicating it will show him where its treasures are hidden. Ol then leads him through the dark cave toward its secret treasure stash. As Ol guides him through the cave, the young man notices a strange odor emanating from some bats on the ceiling. The protagonist then covers his nose to block out the full smell permeating the cave's air. They arrive at Ol's treasure hoard, which contains monkey bones and even some rare precious gems. At the sight of such a vast collection of treasures, the young man's jaw drops, thinking he's found paradise. But Ol informs him that this is not its true treasure and beckons him to see what truly matters. The wolf then reveals a collection of level 3 beast cores and even 2 level 6 ones. The creature explains that it consumed all the water and fire cores it could find to become stronger. The young man realizes that Ol has defeated 2 opponents as powerful as itself and is deeply impressed. To reward it, the martial artist offers it an elixir, which the wolf consumes with great delight. After eating the elixir, the creature is suffused with a golden energy and appears to feel much better. The young man explains that it is a healing potion and instructs Ul to recover and guard the treasure for him. With that, the creature accepts its first mission, proudly declaring to leave everything to it. The protagonist then prepares for his next move, with his new and powerful ally at his side. A confident smile on his face, the young man appears to be plotting something for his future at the academy. The scene then cuts to the academy's classroom building on the morning of the following day. The young man enters the classroom and takes his seat for the first lesson of the day. He yawns, mentioning he was up all night but isn't tired thanks to the sleep incense. The young man complains that Ul kept pestering him while he was trying to count his newfound treasures. A clock on the wall then begins to chime, signaling that the class is about to start. The classroom's blackboard is shown as the students await the professor's arrival. The students wonder where the professor is, as he should have been waiting for them in the room. Kai grows anxious, thinking the administration forgot to assign a professor to their class. Suddenly, they hear footsteps and a man stumbles in the room, swaying from side to side. The man then kicks a liquor bottle, complaining that he drank too much the previous night. He then slams his book onto the desk with force, startling all the students in the classroom. Our protagonist and his roommate are shocked by the new professor's dramatic entrance. The man introduces himself as Shugart, stating he's responsible for the martial arts department. The young man observes the professor intently, sensing he is no ordinary man. Shugart then writes his name on the blackboard with a piece of white chalk, his hand steady. With a yawn, he picks up his book, preparing to begin the first class of the day. Our hero's roommate is appalled by the professor's appearance and begins to sweat nervously. He cannot believe that this disheveled man is their martial arts professor. Suddenly, the professor shouts, and the sheer force of his voice sends the two young men flying backward. Kai rubs his head, wondering why the professor suddenly screamed, and our hero is just as clueless. But the protagonist recognizes the professor's swift movement as that of a highly skilled individual. He concludes that Shugart must be at least a level 5 or level 6 martial artist. The professor then instructs them not to speak without his permission and begins taking attendance. He calls for Tichy and the girl raises her hand, confirming she is present. Next, he calls for our protagonist, who also raises his hand and answers. The professor then calls for Collins, and our hero recalls having seen the girl before. Shugart announces he forgot the textbooks and appoints Tichy as the representative to go retrieve them. The girl is surprised by the appointment, wondering if he is being serious. The professor then confirms that he is indeed serious, looking at her with a determined expression. Kai stands up, arguing that the representative should be chosen fairly through competition. He then boasts about his family and skills, declaring himself the most qualified candidate for the role. But before he can finish, the professor strikes him in the forehead with a piece of chalk. His fingers glowing, Shugart reveals that he was the one who threw the chalk at the white-haired young man. He then reminds him not to speak without permission and forcefully snaps the chalk in his hand. The professor sends Tichy to fetch the books and instructs everyone else to study independently. The girl is pleased with the opportunity, thinking she must seize this chance to change her destiny. Kai complains about the pain, calling the professor a jerk, while our protagonist observes him. Our hero suspects the professor has suffered a severe injury, based on the way he moves. Shugart glares back at him, and the protagonist wonders just how strong he was before his injury. The young man then states that he didn't complain about anything, and Kai calls him a coward for not speaking up. The scene cuts to a few hours later, in front of the Magic Academy's dining hall. The two friends walk together, with Kai complaining that they only had self-study because of their professor. Suddenly, the protagonist's sister appears, calling out to him with an excited smile. The young man then affectionately pats his sister's head, asking how her first class went. She tells him her teacher, Linda, is incredibly nice and even encouraged her to become class representative. The girl then asks if her brother was chosen as the representative for his department. With a smile, our protagonist informs his sister that he was not the one chosen this time. The young man then invites everyone to lunch, and Julia gets very excited at the prospect of eating. At the academy, meals are purchased with points, and the exchange rate varies for each department. The dining hall table is laden with delicious food, including cakes and other sweets for everyone. Julia eats happily, offering some of her food to her brother, who smiles beside her. Meanwhile, Kai wears an expression of pure shock and despair, unable to believe what he is seeing. He cries, complaining that the elite class received 100 points for a single coin, while they only received 10. A staff member then yells at a student, telling him to leave if he has a problem with the rules. The woman states that students without talent must work hard, and Kai feels as though his rights have been stripped away. With a smile, Julia offers some of her food to Kai, trying to cheer him up. The young man weeps with emotion, telling her she is very kind, while Lucas finds him a bit overly dramatic. As the group eats, someone approaches from behind them with slow, silent footsteps. It's Maya, the white-haired girl they rescued, and she greets them with a smile. Julia invites her to eat, but she politely declines, saying she has already eaten, and offers them cookies as a thank you. The little girl is delighted by the cookies and thanks her new friend for the delicious gift. Our hero tries one of the cookies and compliments Maya, telling her she is an excellent baker. The white-haired girl becomes shy and blushes at the compliment from our protagonist. Kai then approaches, asking the young man for a cookie, which he shares with his new friend. He introduces himself, and the protagonist thinks he cannot let Kai discover she is his ex-fiancée. With that, the young woman bids them farewell and leaves, as Julia watches her go with a smile. The protagonist yawns, thinking the dining hall is a terrible place for running into acquaintances. Just then, Mina from the student council approaches, asking if they are enjoying their food. She then leans in and whispers the young man's name, sounding a bit awkward and shy. Suddenly, Theodore, the council president, floats by using fire magic, impressing everyone. The young man claps sarcastically, and our hero thinks he is a massive show-off for using magic indoors. Alone, Theodore drinks a potion, complaining that he nearly lost control of his level 6 magic. The protagonist eats a sweet, remembering he had overheard the president muttering after the ceremony. At that moment, Professor Shugart walks past their table, accidentally knocking over a bottle. Lucas notices the movement and pays close attention to what the man is doing in the dining hall. The master then exits the dining hall, still drinking, and the young man wonders where he is headed. With tears in his eyes, the professor continues to drink from his bottle, his expression one of deep sorrow. He then staggers toward a very tall and imposing clock tower. Stumbling, the man fumbles with a door, appearing to have great difficulty opening it. Two men observe him, and one asks if Shugart is the last to arrive at the meeting yet again. The other remarks that you can't blame him after what happened, and his companion laments the situation. Inside the meeting room, the professor stretches and yawns, looking utterly exhausted. A blonde woman glares at him with a serious, disapproving expression regarding his behavior. She then closes her eyes, appearing to sigh with exasperation at her colleague's attitude. An older man announces that everyone has arrived, and the meeting can finally commence. He then reveals that the day's agenda is the Academy's magical beast-taming tournament. The director explains that the ability to tame multiple beasts is crucial for survival in the Empire. Thus, the tournament is an annual tradition, and over 2,000 level 1 beasts have been prepared. A man in a green suit then suggests that the martial arts students be excluded from the tournament. Shugart slams his hand on the table, infuriated by the other professor's prejudiced suggestion. With a furious glare, the master of martial arts vehemently opposes the idea, defending his students. The blonde woman then agrees with Shugart, stating that all students must participate in the event. Other professors concur, asserting that all students should be treated with equality. The man in the green suit doesn't understand why everyone is siding with Shugart and Linda. He wonders if they still believe the martial arts professor is a level 8 powerhouse. Nevertheless, he relents, stating that the martial arts students can participate if they insist. The director then declares the matter settled. The martial arts department will participate. After the meeting, the man in the green suit exits the room, followed by other professors. One of them asks Linda if she is certain about her decision to support Master Shugart. They acknowledge that martial arts require combat, but feel the tournament is too demanding for them. With a confident smile, the blonde woman appears to have a plan in mind for the students. She then recalls something someone told her long ago and gazes out the window. Shugart's voice echoes, saying that a coward who cannot overcome adversity has no right to call himself a martial artist. Back in the classroom, the professor announces that the tournament for everyone will be held in 6 days. He then informs them that after class, they will have a practical combat training session outside. With a determined look, Shugart vows to ensure that every one of his students can defeat a beast. Kai complains that the tournament is only to select the representative and that their participation is unnecessary. One of the students tells him to be quiet, and our protagonist thinks he is always provoking the professor. The young man considers the combat training and decides he must be careful not to use excessive force. Outside, the martial arts students have already begun sparring with one another. One of the female students lands a powerful kick on a wooden pillar with great force and skill. With a determined expression, Tishi demonstrates that she is one of the strongest students in the department. Our protagonist thinks that they are all quite skilled and not bad at all. He realizes the professor has a keen eye, as Tishi is the strongest in the class, second only to him. The young man then joins the training, defeating his opponent with a swift and precise blow. After hours of training, Professor Shugart announces that the day's session has concluded. Kai collapses to the ground exhausted, celebrating that the training is finally over. His other roommates say they are heading to the dining hall and promise to bring back food for him. The white-haired young man explains that he made a deal with Collins to earn more points. One of the roommates gets annoyed for not being informed of the deal, and Kai apologizes. Our protagonist thinks that Collins is clever for making deals to earn extra money. Kai then gets up and brags about his intelligence to our hero outside. He tells the young man he should learn from him, offering the lesson free of charge. But the protagonist clamps a hand on his shoulder, his firm grip indicating he's not interested in the offer. With a smile, he declines the offer, leaving Kai feeling awkward at his friend's response. The white-haired young man then grumbles that the protagonist doesn't need points because of his sister. Night falls and a crescent moon shines in the sky over the magical Beast Mountain range. The protagonist thinks that Kai is mistaken, as he doesn't need his sister to provide for him. He then wipes the corner of his mouth, stating he has all the bounty of nature at his disposal. With his new ally Ol by his side, he prepares for another night of hunting and training. The young man then roasts a large piece of meat over a campfire for himself and his new companion. He laments having to take his sister home as he could use the time for more training. The young man recalls Mina's attempts to get close to his sister and decides he cannot let his guard down. With a determined look, he vows that if she has ill intentions, he will make her regret it. Ole then wags its tail, drawing its master's attention to the roasting food. The wolf drools at the smell of the meat, waiting anxiously for its meal. With a smile, our hero offers the food to his new friend, who eats it with great joy. The young man reflects that having a tame beast isn't so bad after all. He then tells Ole that after they eat, it will help him train, but promises not to hurt it. The night of training is intense, and Ole soon realizes that its master's promise was not kept. Meanwhile, at the Ryan family mansion, the night is calm and peaceful under the moonlight. Our protagonist's mother, Catherine, sits alone in the garden with a sorrowful expression. Her husband, Holt, then approaches from behind, comforting her with a gentle hand on her shoulder. He asks if she is thinking about the children, and she admits she can't hide anything from him. With a smile, the man says their classes must have already begun at Allen Academy. With tears in her eyes, the woman appears deeply worried about her children's well-being. Holt offers to take her to visit the children, and the woman thanks him with a smile. Tears of joy in her eyes, she is overjoyed at the prospect of reuniting with her children soon. The scene then cuts to the estate of Count Grindu, where a secret meeting is underway. A barefoot woman walks toward a group of hooded and masked individuals. The cult members observe her with malicious smiles and glowing red eyes. The green-haired woman then greets Jessica, expressing her pleasure that she could attend. She then invites her to take a seat and join the secret gathering of the mysterious cult. Cloaked and masked, Jessica, Jeremy's mother, appears to be involved with the malevolent group. The cult leader presents her latest creation, the Jade Dream, a highly potent potion. Jessica then takes a goblet of the beverage, preparing to sample the cult's new concoction. The leader then slices her own arm, allowing her red blood to drip into the goblets. The crimson liquid mixes with the drink, and the woman seems to derive pleasure from the pain. For the final touch, one of the cult members adds a mysterious ingredient to the drink. The woman then instructs everyone to enjoy the beverage, and the cult members begin to drink. The leader's bare feet touch the floor as she prepares to commence the day's game. She declares that the Jade Dream is a miracle of alchemy, and the game will now begin. Jessica then holds her goblet, observing the red liquid with a pensive expression. The liquid in the goblet shifts on its own, as if alive, and the woman prepares to drink. In the darkness, one of the women wonders how an 11-year-old girl managed to defeat the Black Wind group. The leader explains that Julia inherited the combined talents of the Catherine and Miranda families, hence her power. With a sinister smile, the cult leader remarks that a mere level 7 should not have been able to defeat them. She then bites Jessica's lip, questioning if her son's efforts will ultimately bear fruit. With a finger under her chin, the woman asks if she truly desires to eliminate Catherine and her daughter to become a baroness. Jessica agrees, asking what she must do to achieve her goal and attain power. With a satisfied smirk, the cult leader prepares to give her the necessary instructions. She then activates a spell with her fingers, and a purple magic circle materializes on the floor. With a sadistic gaze, the woman muses that the moment a young bud withers is truly beautiful. Back at the academy, Tishi comments that they have another combat training session that morning. Other students complain that their bodies are aching, calling Professor Shigard a monster. But Tishi encourages them, stating the pain is necessary to become stronger and they must persevere. Kai and our protagonist claim they feel no pain, as their bodies are more resilient. The white-haired young man then boasts that he is the strongest in the martial arts class. But our hero knows this is merely the effect of the sleep incense he used the previous night. Tishi observes the four of them, thinking they possess impressive stamina to endure the intense training. With that, Kai steps forward for combat training, preparing to spar against our protagonist. He attacks with a punch, but our hero easily evades it, blocking the blow with his hand. The white-haired young man is surprised by his friend's defense and readies his next attack. Our protagonist then counterattacks with an open hand strike, showcasing his skill. With a clenched fist, he prepares to show Kai the true strength of a martial artist. He then unleashes a flurry of swift and precise punches that land squarely on Kai. With a grin, Kai compliments him, admitting he's not bad at all in close quarters combat. Our protagonist replies that he's not so bad himself, returning the compliment. From a distance, someone is watching the martial arts students training with rapt attention. The young man then turns, sensing he is being observed by someone from across the courtyard. He feels a fixed gaze on him and wonders who is watching him so intently. Underneath a tree, an old man with long white hair meditates in silence. Our hero then wonders if it is the old man who is observing him during training. Kai seizes the moment of distraction, landing a solid punch on our protagonist's face. The young man then knocks him down with a kick, and our hero falls to the ground with a thud. Wounded, Kai gets back up, telling our protagonist not to look away, as the fight is not over. The young man then rises, agreeing to continue the fight until one of them emerges victorious. The old man chuckles and gets up to leave after observing the students' training. A woman addresses him as Director Otani, asking if he is heading to the academy's library. With a smile, the director says he is just going for a walk, remarking that the young man he saw is fascinating. He perceives that our protagonist is concealing his true strength from everyone at the academy. The director then states that he will remember the name Lucas, deeming him a promising young man. Hours later, the class finally concludes, and our protagonist walks through the academy's hallway. He recalls that during the afternoon session, Professor Sugart taught them massage techniques. The other students enjoyed the lesson, and its effects were so profound that everyone's muscle fatigue vanished. With that, the young man prepares to head to his secret training ground to continue his journey. Our protagonist decides to purchase the materials he needs for his training ground. He heads to the Academy's magic materials shop, which sells rare and exclusive items. The young man is impressed by the shop's size, comparing it to a shopping mall. In the shop, everything is paid for with points, and a high-quality training dummy costs 30 points. The young man thinks the selection is excellent, but the prices are exorbitant, and he will spend a great deal. He is unwilling to depend on his sister, as he would feel guilty if she lost her snack money. Therefore, he decides to buy only the magic potion and exchange his materials for points later. At the counter, a clerk is asleep, and our hero tries to get her attention. The woman awakens with an irritated expression, preparing to assist the new customer. The young man then presents his academy card, requesting to purchase the magic bath potion. The clerk states the price is 5 points and prepares to complete the transaction. Our hero's card glows with a purple light, and the number 5 appears on the magic sphere. The woman then realizes he is a martial arts student and judges him for spending his points. With a smile, the young man thanks her for the purchase, and the clerk hands him a bag of potions. She advises him not to waste his points, but he replies that this won't be enough. The clerk becomes annoyed, thinking he is a spoiled noble who doesn't understand the value of money. She then grumbles that she hates nobles, and our protagonist leaves the shop unfazed. Back in his hideout, the young man prepares to take his medicinal bath in the cave. He then steps into the tub of purple water, relaxing after a long day of training and classes. With a sigh of relief, the young man appears to be savoring this moment of rest. He thinks that while the medicinal effect doesn't diminish, it's a waste to simply discard the bathwater. Suddenly, he hears a noise and sees a pair of purple eyes watching him from the darkness. A giant mouth full of sharp teeth then appears, growling at our protagonist. After his bath, the young man decides to gather some materials to exchange for points at the academy. To avoid attracting attention, he decides to sell only common level 2 materials. Suddenly, he hears a noise and turns to see what is happening in the cave. He finds Al eagerly lapping up the water from his medicinal bath. The young man is shocked, demanding to know what his servant is doing with his bath water. Our hero and his servant stare at each other in silence for a moment, neither knowing what to say. The young man then says it's all right, concluding that the water will also strengthen the wolf's body. With that, the problem of waste is solved, and our hero prepares for his mission. He decides to exchange the materials gradually to avoid drawing the attention of others. At the materials shop, the clerk offers to carry his items with magic, but he declines. The protagonist thinks it's beneficial that the clerk assumes his family provided him with the materials. The following day, Professor Sugart becomes irritated with the students' lack of seriousness regarding the tournament. He yells that if they don't want to train, they can give up and go home immediately. The professor then begins correcting the students' posture with his usual strictness. He criticizes Kai's weak punch, and the young man defends himself, stating he has already defeated his classmates. With a simple flick, the professor knocks Kai to the ground, and our protagonist notes that he always aims for the eyes. The professor then asks the other 3 if they truly lost to someone so weak. With a sigh, the professor complains that spoiled nobles are always a headache. He then orders Tishy to fight Kai to teach the white-haired young man a lesson. The two take their positions on the training field, preparing for the impending confrontation. With an arrogant smirk, Kai declares he will prove who is superior through his skills. Tishy simply invites him to begin the fight, her expression calm and confident. The girl then lunges forward with a powerful kick that kicks up dust, demonstrating her strength. In the blink of an eye, she assails him with a sequence of swift and precise kicks. With a wicked smile, Kai prepares to counterattack and assert his superiority. But Tishy is faster, striking him on the chin with a powerful punch that throws him off balance. She follows up with an elbow to the face, showcasing her combat technique. The girl then utilizes a water ability, hitting him with a blast of pressurized water. Kai is stunned by the girl's ability, unable to believe she can use magic. Tishy seizes the opportunity, landing a powerful kick to his face with all her strength. The white-haired young man is dazed by the blow and lets out a nervous laugh. He then tells her not to underestimate him and prepares to use his own skills. But Tishy is quicker, striking him in the chest with a precise open palm blow. The strike is so forceful that the young man is sent flying, landing hard on the ground. Our protagonist then understands why the professor chose Tishy as the representative. The professor yells for everyone to take the training seriously as our hero observes the scene. Tishy then approaches Kai, who is still on the ground, and asks if he is alright after the fight. The professor notes that Kai seems irritated and warns him that tomorrow, everyone must tame a beast. He threatens to expel anyone who fails, and Kai is shocked by the sudden announcement. The next day, the professor instructs them to fight with all their might until nightfall as a final training exercise. Lying on the ground, Kai calls out to our protagonist with an expression of pure exhaustion and defeat. The young man advises him to correct his bad habits and focus on his opponent's weaknesses. But Kai says that's not it. He thinks he has fallen in love with Tishy after their fight. He reveals he's already thinking about names for their children, and our hero thinks he's a masochist. The following day, the tournament begins in a grand arena, and the students are called to enter. Kai is filled with dread at the thought of the monsters, and our protagonist sits beside him. Two students from the magic class mock them for being in the same tournament venue, but the professor orders them to be quiet and memorize the tournament rules immediately. Our hero is surprised to see the professor defending the martial arts students. With a thoughtful look, he realizes his master isn't as bad as he initially seemed. The young man then tells Kai to imagine the beasts are their professor to calm his nerves. Hearing this, Kai perks up, saying it's a brilliant idea to motivate himself for the coming battle. But the professor overhears their conversation and glares at them with pure fury and irritation. Our protagonist then reminds Kai that a beast cannot break his defense if he remains focused. A man appears on a holographic screen and begins to explain the tournament's rules. He states that anyone who tames 10 beasts will receive a perfect score, and the time limit is 10 minutes. Julia then announces the start of the tournament, calling the first group of competitors to the arena. The arena is then bathed in a pink light, and Julia is transported into a barrier-enclosed space. She realizes she is in a different location and wonders how so many beasts could fit inside. Next, the girl finds herself in a dark space filled with red eyes watching her. Several giant beavers with sharp teeth appear, growling angrily at the young girl. Her staff in hand, Julia prepares to confront the creatures with her powerful magic. She then casts a purple lightning spell, declaring she has captured the small magical beasts. The blast of lightning strikes the creatures, leaving them paralyzed on the dark arena floor. The man on the screen explains that when a beast submits, a purple smoke is emitted from its body. This allows the professors to monitor the students' progress and assign scores accordingly. One of the professors is shocked by little Julia's speed and efficiency in the tournament. The young girl then completes her task, and a professor congratulates her as the next pair prepares. Her teacher, Linda, praises her for finishing in just 3 minutes, and Julia happily thanks her. The girl then asks for the location of the martial arts department so she can watch her brother. The teacher informs her that they are scheduled last, and it will be some time before they compete. While waiting, a mysterious woman observes the activity in the arena with keen interest. She wonders if our protagonist will manage to repeat his feat from the entrance ceremony. 2 hours later, one of the students complains that he only managed 1 point and fears being demoted. Another student comforts him, pointing out that apart from the elite, all the mages only scored 1 point. Kai becomes desperate, wondering if they will be able to remain in the martial arts department. But our protagonist calms him, reassuring him that they are no weaker than the mage classes. The professor then cracks his knuckles, stating they are correct and should not underestimate themselves. He explains that no one was injured because level 1 beasts are incapable of harming humans. With that, the master asserts that in close-quarters combat, they are stronger than low-level mages. The students are surprised by this encouragement, and the professor grumbles, annoyed at the brat's reaction. The representative Tishi reports that she has checked and confirms that no one was indeed injured. She continues, stating that most of the mages are exhausted from expending all their mana in the test. Tishi also reveals that the arena is equipped with barriers to prevent students from being surrounded. She then advises them to flee if they cannot win and to manage their stamina wisely. The students express their gratitude and celebrate the tip, and the master thinks he made the right choice for representative. Suddenly, a man with a mocking smile says he overheard someone spying on his class. The newcomer takes a seat, remarking that without talent, they can only resort to cowardly tricks. Shigard addresses him as Greg, and the man states he came to inform them that their department is next. With a sinister smile, the man threatens to shut down the martial arts department for good. The martial arts professor remains silent, appearing deeply shaken by the threat. Greg continues, asserting that the department should never have been established in the first place. With that, he turns and leaves, laughing as Master Shigart watches him depart. Lucas is reminded of the bullies from his past life and glares at the man with hatred. The protagonist stands up, declaring that as the top student in his class, he will go first. The professor asks if he is nervous, offering to send someone else in his place. With a determined look, our hero refuses the offer, insisting he will go first himself. His eyes glowing, the protagonist declares he will enter the arena first, exactly as he had planned. He then vows to achieve a high score and silence those who look down on them. At this, his classmates are invigorated, shouting that they will show what their department is capable of. Professor Shigart observes their change in attitude, recalling how fearful they were just moments before. The young men remember Tishi's advice, and the master thinks to himself that they are a bunch of simpletons. 10 minutes later, our hero sprints through Arena 10, navigating a mist teeming with monsters. With a clenched fist, the young man prepares to use his abilities to deal with the creatures. He then notices the magical perception circles, planning to avoid them in order to fight undetected. At that, the young man releases a blue aura, preparing to unleash his true power without being seen. It is explained that a master can borrow the abilities of his beast after their souls have connected. Meanwhile, in the cave, the wolf all chews on a bone, appearing very bored with the situation. The creature then wonders why its master is using its power when he is already stronger. Back in the arena, giant spectral blue wolf paw materializes, showcasing the power he has borrowed. With this, the martial artist states that defeating the low-level magical beasts here is simple. Suddenly, a giant menacing owl appears, flying toward him with a fierce gaze. The other creatures in the arena sense the danger, screaming for everyone to flee from the high-level beast. The owl then gathers purple lightning in its talons, preparing for a powerful attack. With that, the creature soars at high speed through the arena, demonstrating its incredible agility. But our hero is unfazed, preparing to strike the owl with the spectral blue wolf paw. He thinks that to make things easier for the other students, he must first break this beast's will. The giant owl crashes to the ground, completely dazed after being struck down by the young man's blow. He reasons that the aura of a high-level beast will intimidate the weaker creatures in the arena. With that, the creature bows its head and a red aura of submission begins to emanate from its body. With a smile, he accepts its submission but states that he needs to tame every beast in the arena. Therefore, he says, he cannot allow the submission smoke to leak outside the barrier. The giant owl observes the young man, not quite understanding what he is planning to do. The protagonist then turns, announcing he is off to find the other beast to tame. Channeling Owl's aura, he departs, and the owl screeches that it never wants to see him again. Outside, the scoreboard continues to display our hero's name with 0 points in the tournament. Kai grows desperate as time runs out, but Julia tells him to remain calm, confident her brother will succeed. Professor Greg simply scoffs upon seeing the martial arts department's score. He then mocks them, stating that a score of 0 means they couldn't even defeat the weakest beast. His students concur, remarking that this shows the difference between a martial artist and a mage. Professor Shigart remains silent, merely glaring at the other master with intense anger. Julia becomes furious, shouting at him not to mock her brother, as he is incredible even without magic. Greg is irritated, thinking the elite class is as blind as Professor Linda for defending him. He then tells the girl that the results speak for themselves, leaving no room for discussion. Suddenly, the scoreboard shows that Lucas Ryan has earned his first point in the tournament. Kai and Tishi celebrate with relief, as this means he can remain in the department with them. A professor scoffs at their celebration, pointing out that the highest score in his class was 5. But to the man's astonishment, the score for our protagonist continues to climb without pause. Reaching 5 points, Professor Greg becomes annoyed as the young man's classmates cheer wildly. The man cannot believe the department of useless students has matched the score of his top pupil. Inside the arena, the young man has intimidated all the beasts, making it easy for his classmates to score. With that, he thinks that now he just needs to achieve his perfect score and leave. At that, the martial artist begins taming all the creatures with incredible speed. One after another, the beasts are subjugated by our protagonist's overwhelming power. Finally, he reaches the 10th creature, and the giant owl once again submits to him. Seeing the final result, Professor Greg is completely stunned and breaks into a cold sweat. The scoreboard then announces that Lucas Ryan has achieved 10 points, a perfect score in the tournament. His little sister is overjoyed, and with her eyes shining, she exclaims, "That's my brother." The other students are in disbelief that the martial arts department achieved the maximum possible score. The young man pats Julia's head, and the girl says she always knew he could accomplish it. Professor Greg then shouts that it's impossible for a martial arts freshman to tame 10 beasts. With that, he points at the young man, accusing him of using an imposter to take the test. Little Julia is angered by the accusation, but her brother remains calm in the face of the situation. Suddenly, an inspector grabs Greg by the face, stating that our protagonist has done nothing wrong. The man then asks if he is insinuating that an inspector would accept a bribe to permit cheating. Greg is terrified, having forgotten about the inspectors, and knows that confronting them would be a grave mistake. He apologizes, and the inspector announces he will investigate the barrier to get a definitive answer. Kai complains that they are making a mockery of the judging, but our hero tells him to calm down. With a confident smile, the young man states that he has nothing to hide from anyone at the academy. 10 minutes later, we see the giant owl inside the arena looking extremely frightened. The barrier then dissipates, and the creatures look toward the light with surprise and confusion. The owl realizes the powerful human has vanished, and they can finally see the outside world. With that, the creature screeches for everyone to escape, and the beasts make a break for it. But one of the inspectors raises his magic staff, preparing to intervene in their escape. He then casts a containment spell toward the fleeing creatures. The magic strikes the owl squarely, trapping it in the air with a rope of golden energy. The inspector notes that the beasts are agitated, but not weak enough to warrant being replaced. One of the men then asks his colleague if he believed the students scored fairly. The head inspector replies that he found no evidence of wrongdoing, but something strange has happened to the creatures. They then decide to send the 10 beasts for a full inspection and resume the tournament. An announcement is made stating that no problems were found and the next competitors should prepare. The protagonist finds it interesting that even without proof, they still refuse to believe in his abilities. But with a confident look, he appears to be one step ahead of everyone at the academy. He glances at Tishi and his master, thinking that the real surprise is yet to come. The scene then cuts to Tishi, who runs into the arena for her own test. With a determined look, the girl tells herself that she cannot lose to Lucas. Inside the barrier, the young woman confronts a gray wolf and prepares for battle. The girl lunges, delivering a swift sequence of powerful blows to the gray wolf with great agility. She thinks that if she can't defeat it in 30 seconds, she will change tactics and head for the gate. She then leaps onto the creature's back to continue her assault and attempt to finish it. The wolf then catches our hero's scent and wonders if he is still somewhere in the arena. The representative prepares another strike with her clenched fist, aiming to end the battle. But the creature submits instantly, and the girl is greatly surprised by the wolf's reaction. She wonders how a level 3 shadow wolf could have submitted so easily and quickly. The young woman becomes pensive, questioning if it was a mere coincidence or something more. With a confident smile, she realizes that perhaps her department is not so weak after all. With that, she moves on to the next creature, attacking it with a powerful punch to the face. Her score then rises rapidly as she defeats a giant boar with ease. Kai cheers for her excitedly as her score continues to climb relentlessly on the board. The girl shouts with determination, successfully taming her 6th creature in the Academy tournament. A saber-toothed tiger is startled, and she quickly reaches 9 points in the arena. The final creature is defeated, and the young woman achieves the maximum score of 10 in the tournament. The scoreboard then announces that Tishi Himaru has also achieved a perfect score of 10 points. Kai is stunned, commenting that she was even faster than our protagonist in the test. The girl then requests that these beasts also be sent for a detailed inspection. She thinks that the beasts are not so frightening, and that martial artists are not inherently weaker. With that, match 3 begins, and we see another student defeating a purple bat creature. The young man defeats the creature with a beam of golden energy, celebrating his victory. With a smile, he boasts about achieving the perfect score of 10 in the tournament. In match 4, a young man with green hair strikes a giant gorilla with a powerful kick. A confident smile on his face, he also celebrates his perfect score of 10 points. Next, Kai attacks a saber-toothed tiger with a potent and accurate punch to the face. The creature submits, and the white-haired young man joyfully celebrates his victory. He then gives a thumbs up, showing that he too achieved the maximum score. The scoreboard then reveals that every single martial arts student has achieved a perfect score. With this, they soar directly to the top of the rankings, tying with the elite class. Professor Shigart then allows himself a subtle smile, appearing very proud of his students. He then takes his flask and has a drink, seeming more relaxed and satisfied. The inspection reveals no issues with either the beasts or the tournament's barrier. Director Otani wonders why the scores for the martial arts department are so uniformly high. One of the inspectors theorizes that the beasts were frightened by the mage's attacks. The director then counters that the martial artists seem to frighten the creatures even more. With that, he decides that in the following year, the martial arts department will compete first in the tournament. Professor Greg is shocked, as this means they will tie with the elite for first place. Professor Shigart simply glares at him with a look of superiority, following the director's decision. Calmly, the director asks if he has any objection to the decision he has just made. Greg then questions the fairness of the decision, believing they won through sheer luck. The director replies that luck is also a component of skill, leaving Greg stunned by the response. Another man concurs, stating they cannot discard the scores as the students are not at fault. With that, the director orders the results to be announced, and Greg agrees with immense anger and frustration. The professor then watches Shigart and Linda depart, vowing to keep a close eye on both of them. With a furious expression, he appears to be plotting something against the rival department. After Greg's departure, the director and another man discuss the tournament's outcome. The man states that the matter affects the department's very existence, and that the director must know something. Director Otani says he cannot share the details of what he knows about the situation, but he promises it is nothing detrimental to the school and that he will feign ignorance for now. The scene then cuts to the martial arts students' dormitory building at the academy. Kai celebrates his perfect score, exclaiming that he must tell his father immediately. His roommates celebrate as well, remarking on how much stronger they've become since the entrance exam. Our protagonist thinks to himself that no one suspects him, and his plan has worked perfectly. Kai then asks how they will spend the 20 bonus points they received for placing first. One of the young men says he will save his, adding that he still owes our hero a meal. Kai then states the obvious answer is to buy materials for the following month's combat training. Our protagonist's interest is piqued, and he asks about the combat training. They then explain that the training takes place in Allen Tower, the Academy's official proving ground. Within it lies an illusory world populated with various races and beasts for the students to confront. However, only 100 freshmen are allowed entry, and the 12 from the elite class have their spots guaranteed. Kai becomes excited, stating that since they all scored a 10, they are certain to get into the tower training. At that, his other classmates ask where he is going, and the young man says he is off to buy equipment. With that, the two of them dash off, and our hero muses that every martial artist yearns to become stronger. Sipping his tea, the young man reflects that ensuring everyone scored in the tournament was the right decision. Kai then invites him to the materials shop, but our protagonist declines the offer. Suddenly, his roommate becomes hypnotized by a strange pendant dangling before him. Our hero reveals that Professor Shigart gave him the pendant, and that he wishes to examine it. Looking at the pendant he won, the protagonist wonders if it's the prize for a perfect score. Kai grows annoyed as the prize was meant for Tishi, but Shuichi just claims his only strength is luck. Hearing this, his white-haired friend sighs in defeat, seeming to accept the situation reluctantly. He then says his goodbyes, mentioning he's off to the supply store to find the others before leaving. Moments later, a large screen announces that everyone from the martial arts department achieved perfect scores. This news shocks the crowd, as the martial arts department has just secured the tournament's maximum score. Seeing this unexpected outcome, students from the other classes are left completely stunned and speechless. At that instant, a girl stomps her foot hard on the ground, showing all her pent-up anger and frustration. This is Leela, and she furiously complains that they were supposed to be the top class after the elites. With a furious glare, she speaks of the effort her father invested for over 10 years. Filled with rage, the young woman hurls a dagger of magical energy toward the results board. She complains that because of this, the martial arts group claimed 20 spots for Allen Tower. One of her companions agrees, stating angrily that those spots should have gone to the mages. However, another student recalls the base's teachers confirming they hadn't cheated on the test. Unexpectedly, a pink magic dagger flies at high speed right for the tournament scoreboard. A young man catches it mid-air, accusing the martial arts department of bribing the masters. Another young man suggests that the son of the wealthy Toroi family could have easily paid the bribe. The same young man with glasses adds that he saw two of the Toroi heir's lackeys earlier. Andrew, one of Greg's students, reveals the pair bought all the remaining training equipment in the store. He warns that with the bonus, their precious materials will all be taken by the other department. Leela grips her staff, remarking that a martial artist's meridians are as fragile as glass. A wicked smile crosses her face as she suggests they correct the other student's growth rate. Suddenly, a dagger is thrown forcefully through the air, heading towards some trees. It strikes the ground near 3 students, one of whom questions the reason for the sudden attack. Then, one of the blonde young men collapses injured with a strange red symbol on his back. His friend realizes it's poison and insists they need treatment immediately. The green-haired boy kneels down, sarcastically offering his points to the injured students. Seeing this mockery, Leela mercilessly unleashes a powerful green magic spell on the two. The attack strikes one of the youths head-on, who screams in pain as the magic pierces him. The other young man also agonizes with a purple mark on his face as ice spikes run him through. As she and her group approach, she says with contempt that she has no need for their points. Badly injured, the blonde student asks why she attacked if she didn't want his points. Stepping on the young man with her heel, she says her demand to spare them is actually quite simple. Holding up a potion, she demands they crawl back to the martial arts department. With a sadistic look, she tells them to inform everyone their lives are worth less than insects. As the sun sets, a scream of pure despair echoes through the forest, startling everyone nearby. Hours later, the protagonist and Kai are searching for their roommates, calling out their names. His white-haired friend asks why he's so panicked, since they're always late anyway. With a serious expression, the hero replies that today's situation is entirely different. He stops before a tree stained with red, saying he's never smelled something so strong there. As the scent of blood hangs in the air, the protagonist's expression turns grim, and a red aura surrounds him. Completely confused, Kai asks what's happening as he watches his friend dash into the forest. The white-haired young man sprints after him, demanding to know why he took off like that. They soon find their roommates collapsed on the ground, covered in red stains. The two young men lie completely motionless and gravely injured, appearing to be on the brink. Seeing the horrific scene, Kai grows furious, wondering who in the world could have done this. The protagonist kneels beside one of them to check for vital signs. With his last ounce of strength, the young man reveals it was Leela from Professor Greg's class. He manages to explain that she and her group severed their meridians before leaving. Hearing this, the hero's face darkens and a sinister blue aura begins to emanate from his body. In despair, the white-haired friend shouts his colleague Dizio's name, fearing the worst. But after checking his pulse, he realizes the young man is still alive, merely unconscious from the attack. Shuichi tells Kai to find medicine, while he tries to stop the bleeding for both of them. The young man agrees instantly and dashes off at high speed to get help for his friends. Analyzing the wounds, the hero realizes they were cursed to have every bone in their bodies broken. He recognizes the cruel technique of assassins and vows to destroy whoever is responsible. With his face shadowed, he concludes this wasn't just bullying, but a clear attempt to end them. One of the injured young men begins to hallucinate, calling for his parents and crying out in pain. The protagonist grits his teeth in rage, appearing to make a very serious decision. Kneeling beside his friend, he promises with a cold gaze that he will certainly avenge him. At that moment, Kai and Tishi arrive at a run, calling out to the protagonist as he tends to the injured. Shocked, they ask if their friends were attacked, and Kai explains he ran into Tishi on the way. Shuichi stands, explaining they aren't in mortal danger but will need to rest for several days. Relieved but still furious, his white-haired friend vows he will never forgive those responsible. Kai announces he's going to the student council, but Tishi warns they won't be taken seriously there. With a cold smile, the hero states that he couldn't care less about the student council's opinion. The class representative is taken aback by her classmate's dark and unfamiliar expression. Enveloped in a blue aura, he looks like a completely different person from his usual gentle self. With eyes full of hatred, the young martial artist vows to see this vengeance through himself. The next day, the group makes its way to the student council room to file a formal complaint. Council President Theodore listens intently to their story and says he understands. Seated at his desk, he asks if they truly wish to duel Professor Greg's students. Shuichi confirms, adding that if they lose, they will forfeit their S-rank bonus to the other class. The president scoffs, remarking there's no proof and asking if the bonus is the pendant in his hand. He then dangles the wolf's fang pendant before them all with an air of superiority. The tournament prize swings back and forth in front of the protagonist and his friend. Suddenly, the president drops the pendant, claiming his hand slipped by accident. With an arrogant look, he asks if they don't find it inappropriate to wager something so cheap in a duel. The pendant lies on the floor near Shuichi's boot as he clenches his fist in silent rage. A golden light flashes in Kai's eye, showing his patience has finally snapped. Furious with the president, Kai moves to act, but the protagonist stops him from doing anything rash. Shuichi then calmly asks what would be considered an appropriate wager for their duel. The council president considers this for a moment, casually running a hand through his hair. The protagonist suggests that something unique to the school would be a fitting bet for the showdown. At this, an idea seems to strike Theodore and a malicious smile forms as he begins to speak. His eyes gleam as he suggests betting their entry qualifications for the Allen Tower. The proposal is that the losing side will permanently forfeit their right to enter the tower. Without a moment's hesitation, the protagonist accepts the wager with a serious, determined look. The duel is scheduled for 2 days later, and many disgruntled students cheer for Greg's class. Professor Greg, without any remorse, even praises the 3 students who attacked Shuichi's classmates. Meanwhile, Master Shigart quietly intensifies their combat training sessions. The martial arts professor observes his students training with a focused and very serious gaze. When the day of the duel arrives, a grand arena has been set up for the confrontation before a massive crowd. Some students murmur that it will be interesting and that they plan to support the martial arts department. Leela then taunts Shuichi, offering that if he apologizes now, she might just forgive him. But the hero calmly retorts that none of them know how this match will end yet. Kai brandishes his dagger, declaring he wants to get this over with as quickly as possible. Across the arena, Andrew adjusts his glasses and staff in hand invites them to begin. As the starting signal sounds, the white-haired friend rushes swiftly toward his opponent. Andrew immediately casts a spell and several blue magic circles materialize, creating spikes of ice. Skillfully spinning his dagger, Kai manages to evade every single one of the opponent's ice spikes. Andrew is completely stunned to see Shuichi's friend successfully defend against his attack. With a confident smirk, the white-haired young man taunts the mage, asking, "Is that all you've got?" He then hurls his dagger toward the ice spikes that now cover the arena floor. The martial artist points his weapon at his adversary, challenging him to make the next move. Andrew adjusts his glasses, his thoughtful expression suggesting he's analyzing the duel. He then smirks, thinking to himself that his opponent has no idea he's walked right into a well-laid trap. A serious expression comes over Kai as he notices a blue aura forming around his body. Suddenly, the ground beneath him freezes solid, trapping him in a prison of magical ice. The ice crystals creep up his legs, leaving him completely immobilized in the center of the arena. With a triumphant grin, Andrew declares that his opponent now has no way to escape. Surrounded by a blue aura, he prepares for the final blow, bidding farewell to the spoiled noble. Even trapped, the protagonist's friend refuses to give up, bracing for his opponent's attack. The mage slams his staff into the ground, unleashing a massive wave of ice across the arena. After the attack, a single drop of red liquid falls onto the frozen ground, signaling an injury. Andrew smiles with satisfaction, asking if the young martial artist finally understands his place. We next see Kai struck by the ice as his opponent says this is for provoking a mage. The young man hangs his head, covered in ice, looking utterly defeated. His opponent approaches and mocks him, telling him to speak up if he's surrendering. Lila smirks with disdain, remarking that as expected, trash will always be trash. With a derisive smile, Lila offers to spare his life if he admits defeat right now. A flash of anger in Tishi's eyes shows her fury at the blue-haired mage's taunt. Shuichi then asks how long they plan to keep spouting nonsense before they're satisfied. In response, Kai challenges the ice magic with a fairy aura, a lava orb forming in his hand. "You idiot!" Lila exclaims, her face a mask of panic and surprise at his reckless move. Andrew senses the imminent danger and yells for his teammate to flee the arena immediately. The lava orb then detonates, creating a massive, fiery explosion that engulfs the arena. The force of the blast hurls Andrew backward, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. In shock, the mage realizes it was lava jelly and questions his opponent's sanity. Seizing the opportunity, Kai charges at high speed toward the stunned mage. He lands a devastating punch, shattering his opponent's magical defense circle. Andrew spits a red liquid, gritting his teeth in pain from the staggering blow. The audience gasps in shock to see a martial artist gravely injure a mage. A student in the crowd screams that the young man's legs are completely charred. To escape the ice, he had sacrificed his own legs, a display of incredible determination. He then explains he waited for the opening that appeared when the mage's magic was broken. Andrew is enraged, unable to believe he was wounded by a mere martial artist in front of everyone. He screams that with injured legs, his opponent can no longer dodge his attacks. However, the young martial artist reveals he still has another lava orb in his hands. The orb erupts in a blinding flash of light, enveloping Kai in another huge explosion. Sporting a victorious smile on his bruised face, Kai shows he won't give up so easily. Andrew is shocked by the insanity of the young man, who charges forward even after the blast. However, the mage manages to freeze Kai's hand just before he can land the final blow. In the next moment, the white-haired young man's other hand is also frozen by the opponent's ice magic. The young man grumbles that he hates ice users because they always slip up at the last second. Wounded, Andrew yells desperately for the martial artist to stay away from him. Ignoring the warning, Kai shatters the ice with a powerful headbutt, striking the mage directly. From the force of the impact, Andrew spits more red liquid as his glasses shatter into pieces. He is then thrown violently against the arena wall, utterly defeated. Collapsed on the ground, the mage can't believe his ice shield was broken by sheer brute force. With a triumphant smile, Kai raises his dagger and is declared the winner of the first match. He remarks that he was feeling great, but Shuichi reveals he slipped a drug into his breakfast. The white-haired young man expresses his concern for Tishi's upcoming fight against the girl, but the protagonist reassures him, saying that if it's Tishi, she will undoubtedly be fine. In the crowd, someone comments that Andrew only lost because he went easy on Kai for being from a wealthy family. Tishi becomes irritated, knowing he won through his own skill, which they refuse to admit. As the match begins, the girl advances with incredible speed toward her opponent. Leela summons spikes from the ground, attempting to defend against the martial artist's swift attack. The protagonist watches as Leela remarks that martial artists are obsessed with honor. With a wicked grin, she declares that for mages, the only thing that matters is the final result. However, Tishi is far quicker, effortlessly dodging the spikes. The girl then whispers something in Leela's ear, leaving the mage completely shocked. With a powerful punch, she strikes the mage head on, instantly shattering her spike defense. Leela coughs up a red liquid, wondering how a level 1 girl could possibly be so fast. The mage's eyes glow with a blue light as she appears to prepare for a counter-attack. Teishi then unsheathes her sword, stating she will explain the reason for her speed. Grabbing Leela by the arm, she says there is a core teaching in the martial artist's code. Her eyes glowing within a fiery aura, she proclaims they must protect human life. Shocked, the mage uses her plant magic to try and break free from her opponent's grasp. The martial artist then strikes Leela's mana meridians with a series of lightning-fast blows. Witnessing the precision of the strikes, Kai and the protagonist are impressed by Teishi's skill. The hero smiles, thinking that as expected his classmate has remarkably sharp eyes. The young woman then states that she shouldn't have trampled on a martial artist's pride so carelessly. With one last strike, she defeats Leela, securing the second match for the martial arts department. After the fight, several poison needles fall from Leela's sleeve, revealing her hidden weapon. In another room, a woman questions Theodore for allowing something so dangerous in the students' duel. But the council president dismisses her concerns, saying she's overthinking it and no one was harmed. Professor Greg is furious, stating there was a reason Shigart chose Tishi for the match. He complains that their goal was to crush the other's spirit and claim the tower spots. Andrew interjects that they still have a chance and he will use that technique again. The protagonist prepares for the third and final match of the duel with a serious expression. His opponent, Andrew, enters the arena holding a pink magic dagger and takes his fighting stance. A magical barrier forms around the arena, and the third confrontation finally commences. Without wasting a second, the mage launches a swift attack with his blade toward the martial artist. Yet the hero observes the attack with a focused gaze, seemingly unfazed by the magic. Andrew then moves at high speed, creating multiple clones to disorient the protagonist. He boasts that some mages like himself also train in physical techniques. Taishi notes that he's defending from a distance and wonders how Shuichi will respond. The protagonist thinks to himself that he doesn't need to reveal his full strength, but decides to test his opponent. With that, he lunges forward and hits one of the clones with a potent punch to gauge its abilities. Andrew is shocked, not having expected the young man to locate him so easily among the clones. The hero continues his assault with astonishing speed, completely surprising the mage. Andrew wonders if his eyes deceived him, questioning if he imagined the hit. The mage then counter-attacks with his magic sword, attempting to strike the martial artist. He then realizes that for a fleeting moment, the young man exuded a completely terrifying presence. With a smirk, he says what a shame and prepares a spell with his magic staff. Shuichi sees the attack coming, his eyes narrowing in pure concentration for what's to come. The magic sword strikes him in the shoulder, and a red liquid begins to flow from the wound. Even injured, the hero faces his opponent with a calm expression, betraying no pain. Andrew prepares to use his bone-shattering art, declaring that his opponent won't withstand this blow. "I will crush every bone in your body," Andrew screams, channeling his special technique. With a look full of hatred, he seems certain his technique will work perfectly. But to his utter astonishment, the bone-shattering art has no effect on the martial artist at all. Kai is dumbfounded, wondering what his friend did to completely negate the mage's attack. The mage accuses the hero of bluffing, claiming he has no secret move. The protagonist then seizes Andrew's arm with a powerful grip, preparing for the final blow. Andrew struggles to break free, but the hero holds him fast, stating, "That's enough." With a calm gaze, the martial artist announces that it is now his turn to attack. He stomps forcefully on the arena floor, preparing one of his most powerful moves. The stomp creates an immense shockwave, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and debris. The mage is shocked that a level 1 martial artist could create such a wave with a single leg. The hero states that now no one can see them and asks if his opponent is ready for the end. Andrew screams in terror as the protagonist attacks with a sword of purple magical energy. With a swift and precise blow, the hero strikes the mage, sending him crashing to the arena floor. The energy sword hits him squarely and a red liquid begins to stream from the wound. Lying on the ground with no strength left to fight, the mage finally admits defeat. The protagonist observes his defeated opponent with a serious expression, not uttering a word. In the audience, Professor Greg furiously shouts that with his skill, he could have won easily. Master Shigart observes that the other professor doesn't even realize how badly his student is hurt. With a concerned look, he thinks that this whole situation could still escalate into a major problem. Kai celebrates that the martial arts department has swept all matches in the duel. The other students from the class also cheer for their unexpected victory against the mages. Teishi senses a new danger and shouts for the protagonist to watch out for an incoming attack. Andrew lunges forward in a rage, his magic sword ready to strike Shuichi from behind. In the crowd, a black-haired girl is shocked, whispering that what just happened is impossible. She recognizes the move as the advanced meridian, burning technique from the ancient texts. Her eyes turn red as she notes that no martial artist has been capable of using that for 100 years. She then wonders who the protagonist truly is, observing him from a distance with great curiosity. The other students celebrate the win, calling the mages cowards for using surprise attacks. One female student gets carried away, declaring that from now on, she'll challenge any mage who looks at her the wrong way. Teishi tries to calm everyone down, saying she just had a better than average performance. With a smile, she gives her friend a hearty slap on the back, making him cringe from the force. Professor Shigart appears and scolds his students for getting so easily carried away by victory. One of the female students becomes angry, vowing to get stronger and make them regret it. The hero reflects that the master is right, they need to have confidence, not arrogance. A blonde woman approaches the professor, commenting that he's starting to sound like a true master. The master replies he just doesn't want his students to end up like him, and asks what she wants. The woman hands him an envelope, speaking of the ancient, forbidden art of the Meridian Smasher. Shigart's hand begins to tremble, revealing the dark veins that indicate his poor health. In the infirmary, Andrew lies in a bed, apparently recovering from his injuries. A carriage pulls up to the academy, and a man with a very serious expression steps out. He clenches his fist tightly, a clear display of his anger and frustration with the situation. Professor Greg wonders how a simple freshman duel escalated into such a huge mess. A white-haired man laments that his son's magical meridians have been destroyed. Greg then demands a severe punishment and the immediate disbandment of the martial arts department. At that moment, Master Shigart angrily smashes a bottle on the floor upon hearing the accusations. He agrees that the culprit deserves a severe punishment, then glares at the other professor. The master proceeds to accuse the trio of mages of having gravely injured two of his own students. With a furious look, he asks the director to punish Greg and the others according to the rules. Professor Greg wonders if the other side was planning to eliminate them during the duel all along. He doesn't understand why the martial arts master is only bringing this up now. The man shouts at them not to change the subject and to focus on the forbidden technique used. However, Master Shigart points out that this technique is not something a novice martial artist could use. The other professor agrees, saying the incompetent son of the Ryan family wouldn't be capable. The master then snaps his fingers, retorting that an advanced martial artist could use the technique. Professor Greg realizes the only advanced martial artist present was the master himself. A smirk forms on his face as he asks if Master Shigart might be the real culprit. With a look of pure contempt, he points a finger directly at the other master, making a direct accusation. But the martial arts master calmly replies that if he could use it, he would have used it on him long ago. The director then asks how he explains his student's current condition if the technique wasn't used. Master Shigart ironically suggests that perhaps it's all just karma coming back around. He explains that he asked the protagonist, who denied using any forbidden techniques in the fight. The hero theorized that Andrew paid black market assassins to learn how to torture people. The young martial artist also suggested he was worried about this information getting out. Therefore, the master concludes, someone powerful from the underworld used the duel as an opportunity to act. The academy's director listens to the theory with a thoughtful expression, stroking his chin. Furious, Professor Greg shouts that they can't dismiss the issue with baseless rumors. Another professor agrees, stating it's all just speculation with no evidence. But Shigart argues his hypothesis is far more credible than a novice using an ancient technique. The master then warns that if they earn this person's resentment, things will become very serious. Night falls over the academy as the crescent moon illuminates the sky with its soft glow. The director makes his way to the academy library, holding a lantern to light his path. He searches the shelves for a specific book, finally locating it in a dusty corner. Holding the book, he notices the dust has been wiped clean, proof that someone recently handled it. The man opens the book and begins to carefully flip through its pages. He studies an illustration that shows the correct hand form for using the forbidden technique. With a satisfied smile, the director seems to have discovered something important about the case. He continues to read the ancient tome by lantern light in the middle of the dark library. The scene then shifts to a hot spring located in the region's magical beast mountain range. The protagonist is preparing a glowing potion for the final treatment of his injured friends. The two injured young men step into the water, and a blue energy immediately begins to heal their wounds. The hot spring's water glows intensely as the healing process continues within the cave. One of the young men grits his teeth in pain as he feels the healing energy course through his body. The blue aura envelops the young man's bandaged arms, regenerating his tissues and bones. The healing energy also flows through the other young man's legs, restoring his strength and vitality. The second young man also feels the pain of the process, groaning as his injuries are mended. The blue aura concentrates on his back, healing the wound and removing the mage's curse. The protagonist watches, telling them to endure the pain just a little longer to be fully healed. He then reveals that martial artists like mages can also use healing techniques. Several days later, in the city of Dak, Shuichi's parents arrive to visit their children. Their carriage stops, and they alight, eager to see their children after so much time has passed. The mother remarks that it's been a long time, and the father agrees they will see them soon. She observes the city, commenting that nothing has changed since her last visit. The father then calls her name, seeming to notice a hint of sadness in her distant gaze. The mother smiles, telling him not to worry and that she was merely lost in memories of the past. The carriage then continues on its way through the city streets, heading toward the youth's academy. With tears welling in her eyes, the mother appears both moved and surprised by something she sees in the distance. A man on horseback approaches them, holding the reins with a calm expression. This is Saint Miranda, Catherine's younger brother and Awa's father, who comes to greet them. 10 years ago, Beastman tribes launched a massive assault on the Empire's borders. The monstrous creatures attacked with ferocity, baring their sharp teeth and claws. People banded together to resist the Beastman armies in a bloody, hard-fought battle. During this war, the young mage Catherine Miranda fought bravely against the creatures. She used her powerful magic to vanquish the monsters and protect her comrades. It was there she met the young commander Holt Ryan, and the two fought side by side. With a confident smile, the knight fearlessly faced the monsters on the battlefield. The young mage watched him with admiration as they battled the enemy forces together. After facing death together, the two promised to spend the rest of their lives as one. However, her father, Duke Miranda, fiercely opposed the marriage of the two young lovers. The man muses on the irony of their children now meeting at the magic school. With a smile, he reflects that time passes so quickly, and things are always changing. He then compliments her children, mentioning that his father thinks Julia resembles a younger version of her. Shuichi's mother is surprised, asking if their father truly acknowledges Julia's existence. With a warm smile, he invites her to return home, saying their father has always wanted to see her. He sighs, seemingly hiding something from his sister, who watches him with suspicion. The man then reveals that their father wishes to see only her, not the rest of her family. With tears in her eyes, the woman realizes her father still refuses to accept her husband, Holt. The protagonist's father tells her to go, stating he needs to head to the front lines anyway. Shuichi's mother worries about his departure, but he reassures her with a gentle smile. Holt then says his farewell, promising to come for her as soon as the military campaign concludes. Her brother reveals that Holt swallowed his pride and asked for help to reconcile with their father. He then expresses a wish that one day, someone will come along to end the prejudice against martial artists. The protagonist sneezes, wondering if he's caught a cold despite his recent intense training. His sister Julia comments that it's rare for Kai to buy food for anyone else, looking curious. Kai tells them to leave him alone, adding that he'll treat his friends to lunch once they've recovered. The hero replies that he thinks it's alright, and that they don't need to worry about it. Nearby students gossip about the martial arts department's luck and the rumors from the duel. A blonde girl overhears their conversation, appearing interested in the circulating rumors. One of the young men becomes irritated by the gossip, and a dark aura of pure rage surrounds him. The protagonist apologizes and asks his friends to head to the cafeteria with Julia first. As Julia eats cheerfully, the hero notices she is wearing a new hair clip. She explains it was a gift from Owa and the Miranda family, which surprises the protagonist. He reflects that it's no surprise they would want to get close to a genius like Julia. The young martial artist then asks his sister to get along with Owa for their mother's sake. The girl agrees, adding she needs to write a letter to their mother about becoming a representative. At that moment, a purple-haired woman approaches and congratulates her on the achievement. The woman praises the girl, saying she will become a pillar of the school in the near future. The protagonist observes the woman, noticing her gaze is fixed on his sister's legs. A young man nearby gets annoyed by the woman's behavior and scolds her for staring at the girl. The black-haired woman who watched the protagonist during the duel silently observes the scene. A little earlier, a blonde teacher had stated that Julia surpasses the other student in every aspect. For that reason, she concluded the protagonist's sister was more suitable to be class representative. She then asked the black-haired girl to please understand her decision regarding the position. But the young woman declared she would prove with her skills that the teacher was only showing favoritism to Julia. Shuichi's sister sees the girl leaving the room, confused and unsure of what just transpired. She comments that the other student seemed very upset and really stormed out of there. Worried, she decides to buy lunch and take it to Owa, since she hasn't seemed to be eating. The purple-haired woman then asks if Julia is close with the other girl in their class. The protagonist's sister confirms this and praises Owa's mental magic, calling it incredible. The woman agrees that mental magic is rare, but seems to be withholding some information. She touches the table, and a blue magic circle forms around the group of students. The magical barrier prevents any sound from leaking out, ensuring no one can overhear them. The hero wonders if it's a silencing magic circle designed to contain sound. With a finger to her lips, the woman remarks that when people are too intelligent, they can be difficult to handle. She then offers the rest of her food to the girl, who thanks the woman for the kind gesture. The woman introduces herself as Mina, and the protagonist wonders what they could be talking about. Shuichi takes a piece of her food, then asks what she truly wants from them. The woman notes that the brother is on guard but seems unconcerned by his interference. Getting straight to the point, she commends the young martial artist's perceptiveness at the academy. Mina asks if they know of the dangerous place behind the school, mentioning an anomaly there. Mina reveals that the number of lower-level beasts in the region has decreased drastically. The hero recalls his wolf roost scaring away the leopard cubs and understands the situation. The woman continues, stating that 3 days ago, an investigation team discovered a lair. Hearing this, Julia's spoon clatters to the floor as she turns pale with worry and fear. She wonders if the discovered lair could be the one belonging to her wolf friend, Eru, in the forest. The protagonist coughs to cover his nervousness and quickly tries to change the subject. Shuichi's sister brings a hand to her mouth, shocked and worried about what might have happened. The young martial artist then asks if they are being asked to undertake a field mission there. Mina confirms this, adding that the reward for the mission will be 100 points for each of them. Both siblings are shocked by the high reward and appear interested in the mission. The hero thinks that with his and his sister's strength, they can handle the mission with ease. At the Miranda family estate, a butler serves glasses of wine to the assembled guests. Duke Miranda, the head of the family, dines calmly at his luxurious table. The family is gathered for dinner, but the atmosphere is tense and eerily silent. Shuichi's mother's brother complains that their father made his sister stay in the guest quarters. He glances at his sister with a worried expression, seemingly lost in serious thought. The young man notices his sister hasn't touched her food and that the mood feels like a funeral. Duke Miranda then calls his daughter's name, Catherine, who looks at him with a sorrowful expression. He announces his willingness to acknowledge Julia as his granddaughter, given her archmage qualities. Shuichi's mother expresses her gratitude, adding that he is also an excellent martial artist who earned a perfect score. A wave of sadness washes over Shuichi's mother as she thinks that what the Miranda family seeks is talent. Duke Miranda then states that they only accept those with the talent to become archmages. The woman thinks that her father's prejudice against martial artists is not likely to change. A man then arrives, delivering an envelope with new information from the investigation team. Surprised, Shuichi's mother asks the reason for the sudden investigation on the mountain. The Duke reads the report, which states a new area has been discovered with an unknown danger level. Her brother expresses concern about a potential danger to the children at the Allen Magic School. But the Duke reassures him there's no danger, as the school has teachers and his own subordinates on site. He then asks his daughter to wait until the matter is resolved before going to see the children. The woman agrees with her father, thinking that her children will just have to wait a little longer. Mina reveals that to accept the mission, they need 5 people, including 1 member of the council. One of the students is shocked, exclaiming that there was no member limit when he last checked. Mina explains the president changed the rules due to the anomaly discovered in the cave. She realizes he deliberately changed the conditions, betting she couldn't assemble the required group. The hero then concludes that this is why she has been getting close to Julia since the entrance exam. Mina apologizes, saying it seems they will have to abandon the mission for now. But the protagonist and his sister offer to help recruit the necessary people for the mission. With tears in her eyes, Mina thanks them for their help, privately feeling guilty for using them as pawns. A determined look on her face suggests she is formulating a plan to get what she wants. Suddenly, a knight in shining armor appears, sword in hand, and calls out to her. The knight announces that since his best friend is going on a field mission, he will lend his aid. With a confident smile, Kai says he will use the advanced equipment his parents bought for him. A white-haired girl joins them, introducing herself as a specialist in healing magic. Mina then thinks to herself that she takes back what she said. These freshmen will be nothing but a burden. Julia asks her brother why he invited Maya instead of Oa for the mission in the forest. Mina puts a hand to her face, thinking they are only here to fill the mission's quota. She then uses her acceleration magic to swiftly guide the group to the beast's lair. Several hours later, they are speeding through the forest thanks to Mina's magic. The group arrives at the cave entrance, and Mina announces they have finally reached their destination. Kai recognizes the flag bearing the Miranda family crest, confirming the Empire's investigation. He also notes signs of a recent battle, while Mina examines some leaves on the forest floor. The hero and his sister are relieved to see that their wolf's den has not been discovered. Suddenly, the protagonist senses imminent danger, and his eyes widen in alarm. A winged creature dives from above, and the young man shouts for his friends to prepare for a fight. Mina casts a wind spell, crying out, "Storm, become a blade." The attack strikes the creature head-on, causing it to spit a red liquid as it crashes to the forest floor. The hero easily dodges as several creatures swarm him with their sharp claws. He then notices another creature about to ambush Mina from behind, unseen by her. With a focused expression, the woman appears unfazed by the approaching danger. Kai quickly deploys his magic shield, protecting Mina from the winged creature's attack. With a confident grin, Kai tells them to leave the close quarters combat to them. He uses his shield to fend off the sharp claws of another one of the winged creatures. The hero takes down a monster with a powerful punch, earning an impressed call from his friend. Kai playfully challenges him to keep up with his speed during the battle. Mia creates a barrier of water spirit, telling the group to leave the support to her. The creatures continue their assault from above, attacking with sharp and dangerous claws and beaks. Mina thinks to herself that it's been a while since she felt everyone coordinating so perfectly together. She explains that the beast dislikes wind and lightning magic, then instructs Julia to attack. A glint in Mina's eyes suggests she is plotting something for the battle's outcome. Shuichi's sister then unleashes a powerful spell from her bright pink magic staff. Her eyes glowing with power, she uses her barrier magic to ensnare the creatures. A dome of purple energy materializes, trapping the monsters and leaving them vulnerable. The barrier electrocutes the creatures with powerful lightning, leaving them completely paralyzed. The girl's staff continues to crackle with purple energy, a testament to her immense magical power. The protagonist comments that his sister's lightning magic possesses incredible power. Julia calls out to Mina, but the woman seems distracted and doesn't respond. The girl then asks if she said something, but Mina pretends she didn't hear anything. She says it was nothing, and the two continue walking through the forest after the battle. Mina thinks to herself that she underestimated the capabilities of these pawns, and smiles at the thought. The white-haired girl uses her healing magic to treat one of Mina's minor injuries. Kai praises the girl's instant healing, saying she's like a goddess with her magic. Shyly, the girl dismisses it as an exaggeration, but then imagines the protagonist calling her a goddess. At the thought, a pink explosion goes off in her head, leaving her completely embarrassed. The hero watches her confused as she wonders why she is thinking such things. The group then proceeds into the cave, with Mina remarking on how enormous it is inside. Her magic staff illuminates the path, revealing the vastness of the dark cavern. Julia is impressed, noting that there is an even larger chamber deeper inside. The two girls lead the way, Mina's light guiding the group through the oppressive darkness. Kai is also surprised, pointing out another passage wide enough for an entire army. The protagonist concludes that the cave has been artificially excavated and may hide underground monsters. He warns the group to stay alert, as the deeper they venture, the more dangerous it will become. Without warning, several goblins leap from the shadows, attacking the group with sharp axes. Julia immediately launches a sphere of purple energy, electrocuting the creatures with powerful lightning. The goblins shriek in pain as they are struck by the girl's magic and collapse to the ground. Mina explains they are blind and rely on hearing, but the attack has secured their safety for now. However, she warns if they fight every monster they encounter, their journey will be endless. With a confident smile, Kai declares that he has an excellent plan to deal with them. A short while later, the creatures' bodies lie strewn across the dark cave floor. Kai is seen running ahead, drawing the attention of every goblin in the cavern. Julia readies her cat-eared staff, preparing to unleash a powerful spell. Mina also prepares her staff, creating a circle of blue energy on the ground. Kai is horrified to realize the two girls plan to attack, while he's in the middle of the monster horde. The two then launch their combined spells toward the swarm of creatures in the cave. Their magic strikes the goblins head-on, creating a powerful explosion of light and purple energy. The girls' combined explosion generates an immense shockwave that devastates everything in its path. The protagonist and Maya observe the scene, with him commenting on the plan's efficiency. Kai then boasts about his brilliant strategy of luring the enemies into a single location. He claims that only someone with his top-of-the-line equipment could pull off such a feat. Thanks to Kai's idea, the group successfully eliminates the monsters in a quick and efficient manner. The white-haired girl then uses her magic to heal Kai's injuries sustained during the battle. Pressing forward, they discover a vast treasure trove of gold coins, swords, and vases. The protagonist sighs, noticing the girl's fatigue, and suggests they need a break. However, Kai challenges more monsters, and the hero wonders if he's pretending not to hear. He stumps his foot on the cave floor, attracting the attention of more creatures from the darkness. With a grin, he announces that he's brought the monsters and the fight is now up to them. Turning around, he realizes the rest of the group has vanished, leaving him alone with the creatures. The protagonist says he dislikes the idea of sacrificing a teammate, but they have no other choice. Maya then promises that if he survives, she will certainly return to save him from the monster horde. Suddenly, the cave trembles and the white-haired girl looks up, startled by the noise. She asks if the sound came from Kai, but the hero clarifies that it came from the center of the monster nest. Mina asks if they should investigate the area, and the group seems to agree. The hero comments that the smell of blood is overwhelmingly strong, and a red aura emanates from the location. The woman then offers Julia a healing potion to drink before they proceed. She states they probably won't need to intervene, but it's better to check as a precaution. Upon reaching the site, they discover the bodies of several knights scattered across the cave floor. The girls are horrified, and Mina wonders if the entire investigation team has been wiped out. The protagonist senses something is terribly wrong as a tremor begins to shake the entire cavern. The cave walls start to crumble, and rocks rain down violently from the ceiling. Suddenly, the body of one of the knights is hurled forcefully in the group's direction. Mina watches the scene in horror, realizing they are in grave danger. A giant Minotaur emerges from the shadows, wielding an enormous axe, its eyes glowing menacingly. The creature bares its sharp teeth and lets out a ferocious roar at the group of students. Mina wonders why a calamity-class monster would be found in a place like this. The young woman panics, unable to comprehend what is happening on this academy mission. The protagonist senses a familiar presence, realizing he has encountered it somewhere before. He shouts for everyone to be careful and shoves them out of the way of the monster's attack. The Minotaur swings its giant axe, and the hero braces himself to block the blow. His fist enveloped in a golden aura, he prepares for the impact of the massive axe. The axe smashes into an ice shield, which shatters into pieces from the force of the attack. Julia runs over, asking if they are alright, and the hero asks Mina if she created the shield. The protagonist says she didn't, and his eyes fill with surprise and concern at what he sees. He explains that the person in the Minotaur's grasp was the one who created the ice shield for them. The monster then crushes the man in its hand, questioning him for interfering in its fight. The hero remembers that the knight had helped them, despite being gravely injured himself. The man screams for them to contact the Imperial Army and call for reinforcements. He yells that the ancient seal has been broken as the creature glares down at him with its glowing eyes. The Minotaur then strikes the knight with a powerful punch, shattering his armor. With a wicked grin, the monster declares it will devour them all, one by one. The girls scream at Mina, demanding to know why she is just standing frozen in the middle of the fight. Mina drops her healing potion, appearing to be in shock from the monster's sudden appearance. Julia realizes something is wrong and looks at Mina with an expression of pure confusion. The Minotaur then turns, fixing its furious gaze upon the white-haired girl. She launches an ice spell at the monster, retorting that it's the one talking nonsense. A massive explosion of ice engulfs the Minotaur, creating a thick cloud of steam. The white-haired girl urges them to go quickly and report what is happening here. Mina and Julia agree, preparing to flee the cave and seek help for the battle. The protagonist apologizes for being unable to save him and promises to return for vengeance. The man screams at them to escape the cave as fast as they can to save themselves. With a sad smile, he freezes himself along with the Minotaur to buy them time to escape. He thinks to himself that he has done all he can, sacrificing himself to save the students. The knight encases both the Minotaur and himself in ice in a final act of sacrifice. But the monster shatters the ice with ease, roaring furiously at the man's treacherous attack. The Minotaur opens its giant maw, preparing to devour the sacrificed knight. Suddenly, purple lightning strikes the creature, stopping it from consuming the man. The monster screams in agony from the lightning attack, and the knight falls from its mouth to the ground. Julia shouts that he is not an insect, but a great warrior who fought bravely. Manga casts a water spell to cushion the knight's fall, saving him from certain doom. Mina then conjures a powerful wind bomb and hurls it at the giant monster. She yells at the protagonist, demanding to know why he is running toward the fight. With a determined look, the hero declares he will hold the creature off and tells Mina to run. The woman scolds him, insisting he can't possibly stop a Calamity-class monster alone. But the protagonist meets her gaze, saying he knows it won't be easy, but he has to try. The Minotaur then attacks, hurling a giant boulder toward the group of students. With a hateful glare, the creature bellows that they will all perish in this dark cave. The hero tells her to leave with the others and to leave the monster to him. Mina then declares that as vice president, it is her responsibility to protect everyone here. The protagonist thinks to himself that she has more courage than he expected, surprised by her resolve. The woman reveals she used magic to contact Kai and request rescue at the cave's entrance. The Minotaur lets out a ferocious roar, preparing to attack the group with its full strength. The group braces for a combined attack but realizes they cannot win against such a monster. The protagonist tells Mina to believe in everyone as he prepares for battle with the Minotaur. He then unleashes a beam of golden energy from his fist toward the giant monster. With a determined shout, he declares that they will not lose to a monster like this. The Minotaur's axe is stained with red liquid, a testament to its ferocity in battle. The creature then attacks with its spinning axe, creating a powerful shockwave. The monster's eye glows with an intense blue light as it readies its attack. The hero stands before the creature, his fist glowing with a golden aura. He then delivers a powerful punch to the monster, concentrating all his strength into the blow. The Minotaur glares at him with its glowing eyes, seemingly unfazed by the young man's attack. Mina tells the protagonist to maintain the suppression while she prepares her next attack. The monster calls him a useless insect and strikes with a powerful punch, using all its might. The hero braces for the impact as the Minotaur glares at him with a look of pure hatred. The young martial artist smirks, remarking that it seems his sister is finally ready to attack. Julia shouts for the monster not to bully her brother and unleashes her most powerful spell. A shower of purple lightning rains down on the Minotaur, electrocuting it with great intensity. The protagonist seizes the opportunity, attacking the monster with a series of rapid blows. He strikes the creature's pressure points with precision, leaving it momentarily paralyzed. The Minotaur screams in pain from the group's combined attacks, now vulnerable in the battle. The hero then shouts for his sister to attack now that he has managed to halt the monster's movements. Julia unleashes a powerful thunder arrow at the paralyzed Minotaur. Mina then casts a Wangcutter spell, a sphere of blue energy forming in her hands. The two girls shout in unison as they launch their combined attacks at the Minotaur. The lightning and wind spells merge, create an even more powerful and devastating attack. The attack strikes the monster head-on, but it manages to block with its giant axe. The creature curses its luck and spits a red liquid, appearing heavily wounded. With a hateful glare, it swears to finish them all as soon as its legs have healed. But Mia declares she won't let that happen and prepares for another magic attack. She creates a giant sphere of water and hurls it at the injured Minotaur. A cascade of water crashes down on the creature, drenching it completely. The white-haired girl pants, having used a great deal of energy for the spell. The Minotaur rises, announcing that its legs have already healed thanks to the magic water. It snarls that a little water won't hurt it, gritting its teeth in pure rage. The creature then charges, screaming that it will devour them all alive in this dark cave. Julia then asks what happens when someone soaked in water is electrocuted. With a cry of rage, she declares it will pay with its life for what it did to the soldiers. A massive explosion of purple lightning and water engulfs the Minotaur. The monster shrieks in agony as it is electrocuted by the combination of the two girls' magic. The protagonist observes, understanding that the water was used to amplify the lightning's power. The Minotaur continues to be electrocuted as smoke begins to pour from its body. Finally, the creature collapses, defeated by the combined attack of the student group. The protagonist praises the girls' strategy, calling them truly top-tier students. His hand glowing gold, he prepares to deliver the final blow to the defeated monster. He climbs on the Minotaur's body, announcing he will stab it to ensure their victory. Mina is confused, not understanding what he means after the long battle. Suddenly, a dark and ominous red aura erupts from the Manhua's body with great intensity. The hero is shocked, wondering what is happening to the defeated creature. He feels a strange pressure as the red aura hits him with the force of an explosion. A dragon-like form materializes, attacking the protagonist with powerful red energy. He is thrown backward by the attack's impact, landing hard on the cave floor. A shadowy creature with glowing red eyes emerges from the body of the defeated Minotaur. Kai, waiting outside the cave, feels the tremor and becomes frightened by the situation. He wonders if it's an earthquake, realizing something incredibly dangerous must be happening. The young man decides to call for reinforcements immediately, telling everyone to hang in there. The shadowy creature roars furiously as an evil red aura emanates from its body. With that, the protagonist is thrown backward by the wave of energy released by the monster. The impact is so strong that it creates a massive shockwave in the cave. The creature then rises menacingly over the group of students lying on the ground. The young man realizes he was hurt just by the sound waves of the monster's voice. Then he turns around, concerned, and asks if all his companions are okay. Mina tries to fight back and creates a magic circle of silence to cancel out the creature's power. But she is quickly defeated, and her staff falls limply from her hand. Right after, we see that May is also on the ground, completely unconscious. Even the powerful Julia is down and injured, unable to move. With a look full of anger, the protagonist reveals himself as the only one still standing. He then releases a powerful golden energy, getting ready for combat. The creature roars back at the martial artist, ready for the upcoming clash. At that moment, a beam of golden energy is fired toward the monster. The attack hits the creature right in the face, but it doesn't seem to cause much damage. Without stopping, the hero charges forward with a powerful punch wrapped in his golden aura. His eyes glow brightly as he vows to take that creature down. The monster looks even more furious at the young martial artist's attack. The protagonist then launches a massive energy beam that pierces through the beast's body. Wasting no time, he prepares another golden energy punch to keep up the attack. The punch lands squarely on the creature's face with a devastating impact. A close-up of the hero's determined face shows all his conviction in the battle. The monster is then struck by another powerful blow from the martial artist. He wonders how the creature seems to feel no pain at all from his strikes. With a serious look, our hero gets ready to continue the intense fight. Parts of the monster begin to regenerate with a dark and frightening energy. Shuichi is shocked to see the creature's arm completely regenerate. The creature then swings its newly formed arm with incredible force. It attacks with its axe, now covered in a sinister red aura. The strike creates a huge explosion, and our hero tries to dodge the fatal attack. The young man caws from the heavy impact and realizes he underestimated the damage from the previous roar. With that, the creature says that the power of the strong makes its heart race. Right after, it attacks with full force, creating a massive explosion on the ground. The collision between the two is so intense that it cracks the entire cave's walls. Next, the monster lunges forward with its glowing red eyes. The creature's arm then turns into a blade covered in dark energy. The beast takes on an even more shadowy form, unleashing overwhelming power. With its new strength, the cave floor begins to shake and crack everywhere. It smashes the ground with a punch, causing rocks to fall from the ceiling. Shuichi realizes the debris is heading straight for his fallen friends. Without thinking twice, the hero runs to try and protect his companions. A giant rock is about to hit one of the unconscious girls, but the rock is completely shattered by a golden energy attack. The protagonist then uses his fist to destroy the rest of the rocks. After saving everyone, he turns around to check if his friends are safe. In the background, the shadowy monster just watches with its evil aura. Then the creature opens its mouth and gathers a massive amount of energy. It unleashes a powerful roar that creates rings of sonic energy in the air. The martial artist takes the powerful shockwave head-on. He realizes that the roar echoes off the cave walls, becoming even stronger. With great difficulty, the young man tries to protect his friends from the sonic attack. The pressure is so intense that he sustains heavy damage all over his body. The beast seizes the chance and lunges for a final strike, yelling, "Pirage!" Suddenly, the creature stops its attack with a look of pure surprise. A blonde warrior with a golden aura appears and blocks the monster's blow. He seems to be wondering why he is helping those people. The scene focuses on the creature's mouth, which appears to have been hit by something. The blonde warrior is then surrounded by his golden energy, resisting the power. With great ease, he manages to defend against the shadowy creature's attacks. Shuichi stands up and tells the monster to say that only after beating him. The hero then lands a powerful punch right in the shadowy creature's face. Next, he grabs the monster's axe and uses it to counterattack. With a determined look, he vows not to let the beast touch Julia. The creature gets even more furious at the young martial artist's boldness. Without hesitating, the protagonist swings the heavy weapon and attacks his enemy again. The strike hits cleanly, and the creature stumbles back a few steps from the impact. But the beast recovers and grabs the hero's arm with its dark hand. Shuichi then unleashes a burst of golden energy to break free. With that, the monster lets out a grunt of pain as it's hit by the aura. Right after, a dark hook-shaped weapon appears in the creature's hand. The protagonist's eyes glowing agilely dodges the beast's attack. His eye shines with an intense golden light as he gets ready to fight. A rapid exchange of blows begins between the two opponents in the cave. The creature seems surprised by the young fighter's skill and strength. With a swift move, he creates an energy stake and pierces the monster. The beast roars in fury and prepares a devastating counterattack with its aura. It punches the ground with all its might, creating an energy shockwave. The red energy wave rushes forward, hitting the hero squarely in the process. At this, the monster gives an evil smile, thinking it has finally won. But Shuichi stands up shirtless, with red marks showing all over his body. The creature is unfazed and creates a giant hand of dark energy to attack. With its eyes glowing red, the beast prepares to crush the hero. The dark hand descends at full speed toward the protagonist on the ground. However, the young man manages to stop the massive strike with just one arm. A huge clash of power occurs, and he begins to push the hand back. The creature is shocked and doesn't understand where all this new strength came from. The monster then furiously shouts that it will end the opponent's journey. The dark hand opens up, revealing a mouth full of teeth to consume him. Next, the beast fires a powerful red energy beam from its mouth. But the creature is left in utter disbelief at what happens next. The hero fires a massive red energy beam from his mouth at his enemy. As he does, his face twists in fury while the dark energy takes over him. The blast of power cuts right through the monster's attack and hits it directly. Then, the explosion is so powerful that the beam blasts through the cave ceiling. Rain begins to fall, and a drop of water wakes Julia, who had passed out. She then asks if everyone is all right and where her brother is at that moment. Looking ahead, her eye widens in pure shock at the scene. She sees the protagonist from behind, covered in a dark red energy. Half of his face is covered in shadows and his eyes glow red. Worried, the girl calls out for her brother with a voice full of fear. At that moment, an evil aura manifests even stronger around his body. He then cries out in pain as the dark power seems to consume his mind. A shadowy symbol glows brightly on his back with a sinister light. The scene takes us to an underworld realm called the Hall of Wrath, filled with chains. In this place, a powerful dark fiend seems to be waking up from its slumber. A giant hand made of fire emerges from the flames with incredible power. Within the fire, a wind fiend symbol appears, glowing brightly. A giant fiend roars, saying it has finally returned to this filthy world. It seems to be talking to a figure it calls the martial deity. This is Valsaba, the fiend lord of wrath, who vows to destroy his opponent. A woman sitting on a chain replies that she finds this very amusing. She is Jalsida, and she says he woke up because of the chosen key's rage. Angrily, Valsaba smashes the ground as another fiend appears in the background. The new being asks if the key they chose has enough potential. Jalsida just gives a very confident smile in response to that question. She tells him to look, because at that moment he is breaking free from the chains. Back in the cave, the fiendish-looking young man shouts that he is going to take him down. He then unleashes a massive red energy explosion from his body. Now the young man is in a new, dark form with claws and marks on his body. His sister runs to hug him and begs him to please stop and wake up. Mina then uses a calming spell while a spiritual version of the hero appears. She seems to be sweating and struggling a lot to keep the spell active. But the possessed protagonist readies a punch, and Mina yells for Julia to get out of there. With his eyes glowing red, he is about to attack with full force. His sister then hugs him tightly and begins to cry, calling out for him. With that, a tear falls from the young man's eye, reflecting his sister's face. In his mind, he sees Julia crying and manages to remember her again. With his eyes returning to normal, he wakes up upon hearing his sister's voice. Back in reality, his punch hits the ground right next to her, opening a crater. Julia and Mina look at the dust that rose from the impact of the powerful blow. The girl then asks if it's really him while noticing the symbol on his back. The dark power begins to retreat from his body in a very painful process. She then approaches carefully and calls for her brother, a little scared. He says he's back to his senses and asks her to step back, and Julia agrees. A golden aura then begins to emerge, purifying the evil energy. The golden power grows more and more, taking over his body. His eyes now shine with an intense golden light full of power. With that, a pillar of golden light comes down and hits the cave floor. The dark mark on his back begins to burn away from the sacred energy. His friends ask if he's okay, and the young man replies that he is. Then he hugs his sister and apologizes, saying he won't do it again. A message from Kai arrives, letting them know he brought backup to help. In the underworld, the fiend Jalsida says there's no need to rush now. She mentions that the key still needs to go through more tests and trials, such as losing his entire family in order to awaken his true power. Her snake's tongue then approaches a vision of the young Julia. In a dark place, a voice begins calling for Lucas, asking him to wake up. He then sees his parents and sister smiling at him, saying, "That's great." The young man wonders where he is and sees his sister sitting in front of him. His eyes fill with strain and he grits his teeth very hard. He wonders what that is while his fist gets covered in dark energy. With that, he realizes his body moved on its own again without his permission. In this state, he can only call out for his family amidst the darkness. Then the young man wakes up in the infirmary, throwing a punch in the air and startling his friend. In the academy's infirmary, Kai is holding his nose, which got hit. Kai complains that he would hit him back if he weren't injured, and the young man apologizes. The friend then steps back, grumbling in pain from the unexpected punch. Shuichi wonders why he had that dream, and if it's the cave's power acting up. He remembers the feeling of losing his mind, which is just like the monster outlaws. But he thinks that back then he hadn't completely lost control. This time, it feels like his consciousness was consumed while fighting the Minotaur. The martial artist only remembers feeling an uncontrollable rage. He then questions whether it was the anger that made him lose his mind. The young man wonders if it's possible to suppress anger during an intense battle. Then he wonders if he should have someone nearby to stop him in fights. The young man gets thoughtful, trying to find a solution to this problem. But he soon grows desperate thinking about the consequences of his idea. It's too dangerous to ask other students to stop him in his berserker mode. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm down and think of another alternative. Then the hero decides that he needs to learn to control himself on his own. Meanwhile, a man in a black trench coat walks down the infirmary hallway. A nun says he is out of danger but questions his injuries. The mysterious man then takes a sip from a bottle he carries with him. Another nun comments that she heard he protected the younger students. The man thinks it's no surprise he got hurt carrying 2 dead weights. Suddenly, a powerful golden aura begins to emanate from the man's body. He turns around surprised and recognizes the aura of a high-level martial artist. The nuns get startled by a strong wind that appears even with everything closed. The man's bottle drops to the floor and the golden aura mysteriously vanishes. At the door of the room, the protagonist appears with a golden flame in his hand. With a smile on his face, he gives a peace sign and says everything is fine. Shortly after, he reveals that he successfully managed to use his cloning technique. One of the clones then starts analyzing the situation with a thoughtful look. He remembers that clones have half the strength, and with 3 each has a 6. At this, he realizes this strength is way too weak to stop him in berserker mode. But he believes that at least it might buy enough time to escape. Suddenly, his ear twitches, as he seems to have heard something. The young man then turns around and sees Mr. Sigart's reflection standing at the door. The man calls him by his name and says strange things always happen around him. Then he says he'll be direct while the water in a glass starts to boil. With an intimidating look, he asks who the young man is and what he's doing at the school. The protagonist is left speechless and seems quite stressed by that question. He then says he doesn't know what this is about and just wants to master weapons and get strong. At that moment, an intense golden glow suddenly appears in the room. The teacher grabs the student's shoulder and presses down with all his strength. He then asks the young man to show his true skill before anything else. Right after, he covers the young man's mouth, who wonders what he means. The young man thinks Sigart is smart and that earning his respect would be good for him. Then, a woman appears at the door and asks, "Excuse me, who are you?" The teacher then clicks his tongue, realizing he completely forgot about that. The protagonist's mother appears with Julia and asks the man to step away. The young man explains that this is Professor Sigart and he was just helping him. The teacher thinks the boy noticed his mother's arrival a long time ago. His mother then asks if that's really true, but says he should be resting. Next, she asks the same of the teacher, who gets the hint to leave. The master thinks he hasn't caused any trouble and won't let that happen. So the man says goodbye and leaves while the young man politely says farewell. The mother tells him not to be selfish and annoy his teacher while holding a box. She says she stayed at the Miranda mansion and her son is shocked she's so close by. With tears in her eyes, Julia says she wished she could have seen her mom much sooner. The mother then asks her son for help, but he turns his face and tells her not to look at him. The young man then asks if their father isn't visiting along with her. With that, she explains that the situation in the war isn't good, and he had to leave. At this, the protagonist thinks the Miranda family is stubborn for not accepting his dad. The mother reveals she has a gift from his father to celebrate his first-place finish. With his eyes sparkling with curiosity, the young man wonders what it could be. It's the Ryan family's treasure sword, which is damaged beyond repair. His mom says his dad has big expectations for his future. With a smile, he takes the sword and swears he won't let his father down. Jealous, his sister says he is very lucky to get a gift like that. The protagonist's mother and sister then start laughing at the whole situation. She covers her mouth to hold back her laughter at her son's reaction. He gets embarrassed and asks why they are both laughing like that. With a smile, he affectionately rubs Julia's head and says she's the favorite. The mother then hands a box with beast pills as a gift for the girl. She also reveals she bakes sweets especially for her daughter Julia. The girl jumps with joy and shouts that she loves her mom so much for the gifts. With a smile on her face, the young girl starts enjoying the sweets. The mother asks her to deliver a gift to Jeremy later. She explains that their dad also prepared pills for him, but Jessica didn't come. The girl says she doesn't like him but agrees to deliver the gift anyway. After the visit, the mother says goodbye with a smile and Julia happily replies. Later, in the boys' dorm, someone yells that Jeremy has a visitor. A student recognizes Julia and wonders what the top elite student wants there. Others are surprised to learn that the academy's genius is that guy's sister. A classmate then tells Jeremy to call his sister on their next mission. Angrily, Jeremy turns his nails into claws and prepares to attack. But suddenly, he is restrained by green vines springing from the floor. His classmate is startled and wonders what got into him to react like that. Alone, Jeremy laments that his parents didn't even visit him once. With the gift in his hand, he gets angry that they gave the family sword to Lucas. He then calls his brother trash and swears he will steal everything back. After that, their mother returns to the Miranda mansion, and they say their goodbyes. But they are happy because she'll be staying in the city nearby for a while. To help Mina, who got hurt, the hero decides to make a new elixir. Julia delivers the potion, and her friend is amazed by the power of the magic. 1.5 months pass, and we see Alan's tower with fireworks. Kai and his friends are impressed, and he says the tower shines just like him. The protagonist finds it amusing, and their classmates laugh at their friend's attitude. Suddenly, a girl from their class clenches her fist tightly and nervously. She and the others are startled to see Professor Sigurd approaching. The master then tells everyone to quiet down as the field trip is part of the class. He orders everyone to sit in their seats, and the students obey. 2 students from another class complain about the martial arts department's arrival. Another boy says they dream too big and few there actually have skill. Kai gets annoyed and says they are looking down on their class again. Lucas then puts a hand on his shoulder and asks him to calm down a bit. As expected, the magic teachers complained about the 20 spots reserved for them. They even demanded that the martial artist spots be given to them. With a serious look, the protagonist thinks they are truly shameless. But he finds it strange that Professor Sigurd didn't seem worried at all. The master explains that the third-year students go in first to set an example. The seniors then get ready to enter Alan's tower in front of everyone. One of them holds his sword and reflects on his 3 years at the magic school. With an evil smile, Jeremy says he'll finally be able to enter the tower. He laughs strangely, and his classmates mention he never made the top 100. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls Jeremy's name from the crowd. He turns around, and his friend points out that the genius's sister is right there. Julia then waves with a smile and yells for him to do his best in there. His friend says his little sister is cheering for him, so he shouldn't let her down. She thinks he didn't react and that she's only cheering because their mom asked her to. Anyway, she says she did what she was told while a classmate watches him. With a furious look, the young man swears he will surpass the protagonist in the tower. Then, the 3 third-year students enter the tower's glowing portal. A mysterious voice tells everyone to hold their staffs forward and close their eyes. The young man turns around and tries to remember where he's heard that voice before. In a room, an old man with white hair watches everything through a magic screen. With a smile on his face, the man says the event is finally about to start. He then uses his power on a golden object floating in front of him. His eye glows with an intense golden energy as he activates the tower. With that, a massive wave of golden power spreads throughout the room. The energy concentrates into a sphere of light that shines brightly. Rings of golden power expand and spread outward from the sphere of light. Outside, Alan's tower is covered by a powerful golden aura. Lucas feels the fighting spirit and wonders if there's anyone stronger than Sigurd. He then realizes that this was why the professor was so confident. The person opening the tower doors is the strongest martial artist of all. A scene from the past shows the old man and a woman talking in a garden. She says more people are demanding they take away the martial artist's spots. The man replies that there's been no anomaly causing losses for the school. He then states that if everything continues as it is, the tower will be opened. The woman understands that if they don't give anyone a chance, the tower won't open. With a teacup in her hand, she thinks Otani gave her a very difficult problem. Inside the tower, we see a landscape of mountains and dense forests. Jeremy realizes that only his consciousness entered, but the place feels very real. A classmate explains that the amazing thing about the tower is its realism and tells him to walk. The young man gets annoyed with his teammates' bossy attitude. Observing from the outside, the protagonist finds it interesting to be able to feel the mental waves. He smiles and thinks it's a shame Jeremy has been hated from the start. Professor Sigurd says that anyone with skill can feel the energy. The teacher explains that in the test, everyone will be teleported to a random place. He goes on to say that teams can have a maximum of 3 people, and that it's better to work in a group. At this, a very excited Kai invites Lucas to form a team, but he declines. A classmate explains that based on the rankings, they should be in different groups, and Kai complains. The professor notices Lucas' expression and remembers something Linda said. Sigurd looks serious and suspicious as he watches the protagonist. Suddenly, Kai points in shock and says someone is already coming out of the tower. 3 third-year students come out, and the hero's friend thinks that was really fast. Lucas explains that the enemies adapt, and that he's going to see how Jeremy does. The scene then shows us the towering central structure amidst the landscape. Inside, Jeremy finds his classmates, and they head to the 2nd floor. Watching everything from outside, the protagonist thinks his rival is a lucky guy. On the 2nd floor of the tower, the group comes across a crystal cave. Shortly after, 2 dark monsters with red eyes appear to attack. Without hesitating, Jeremy uses his plant magic against the blue creatures. The green vines then trap the monsters while another mage prepares his attack. The teammate launches a powerful earth wave toward the enemies. The combined earth and plant attack hits the monsters squarely. With that, they defeat 2 elite skeleton warriors and earn points. The group comments that it was a close call and decides to move forward while they still have magic. In the central area of the second floor, a student fights with an energy slash. Jeremy easily defeats a beast man scout and earns 5 points. Meanwhile, another teammate defeats several skeletons with his magic. A giant skeleton then appears and attacks one of the students with its club. But the strike is blocked by an energy barrier from another teammate. A message says they reach the 3rd floor, and they defeat the final monster. Outside, Kai celebrates that at least they won't be the last ones out. A student notes that Jeremy has been quiet the whole time, just observing everything. He then turns and asks his rival if he isn't happy with the result. With a confident smile, Jeremy replies that of course he's very happy. He thinks his father fights enemies like these and feels closer to him. Several hours pass and Alan's tower continues to shine in the sky. The hero manages to grasp the situation up to the 3rd floor using his energy. He realizes that the enemies change and get stronger on each floor. If they are based on real beings, he wonders what the martial artist's experiences are like. The young man believes that powerful man also noticed his skills. He wonders if the silence from the others is a sign of goodwill. A voice then announces for the final group to gather at the tower entrance. A man celebrates that they finally arrived for the tower test. The leading group is already on the 4th floor, and Mina will definitely catch up to them. Julia shows up cheering from afar and yells for her friend to do her best. Mina then turns around with a smile and thanks Julia for the support. A student approaches and asks if she is fully healed, and she confirms. Other students comment on how amazing it is that she's friends with the class genius. Mina thinks they are badmouthing her again and swears she'll make it to the 6th floor. On the 3rd floor, Mina's group faces an environment of fire and lava. Shortly after, pink-skinned monsters with clubs appear to attack the group. The girl with glasses then uses her magic to fight the creatures. She says to avoid fights and use acceleration magic to reach the 4th floor. The group then quickly ascends the tower using their wind magic. Outside, Kai is impressed with the 3rd-year group's speed. Mina turns around and starts getting ready for the battle ahead. On the 4th floor, they encounter 3 massive, very strong ogres. A girl in the group gets scared and says she now understands why everyone loses there. One of the guys uses his wind magic and attacks one of the ogres with force. With that, the monster is defeated, and the team earns 80 points for the victory. The teammate praises her speed, and Mina says her skills have improved. She thinks that to save time, she needs to take them down with a single strike. Mina then says she'll look for the passage, and the others can handle the cleanup. Using her magic, she easily defeats 2 beast man scouts and earns more points. His attack squarely hits another beast man scout, and the team gains more points. One of the girls on the team also easily defeats an elite beast man. With this, Mina's group manages to clear the floor and approaches the exit. Seeing her exhausted companions, she says they finally managed to get through. She and her team then arrive at the entrance to the 5th floor of the Grand Tower. Outside, a holographic map shows the position of all the students. Professor Sigart comments that 3 people have reached the 5th floor this year. At this, Kai feels discouraged and wonders when he'll be able to get there too. The master tells him not to rush, as the 3rd floor is already enough. If he keeps improving, the enemies on the 5th floor won't be a problem. The protagonist then realizes his teacher must have entered the tower before. The two then exchange a serious look, full of determination on their faces. It seems the test time has run out, and Mina's group exits the tower. Outside, one of the students asks the girl how the test went. The hero thinks that, by the looks of it, she didn't manage to achieve her goal. Mina appears with a sad expression and tears of disappointment in her eyes. In a room, we see some papers, and Mina's name is mentioned in a speech bubble. A red-haired man relaxes with a blue sphere in his hand and asks if she understood. He says with a smile that surpassing a true genius is no easy task. At a party, Julia and Lucas congratulate Mina for getting 1st place in the test. She thanks them but regrets not being able to break Theodore's record. Her friend tries to cheer her up by saying the president also stopped on the 5th floor, but she explains she couldn't even stand up when she saw the stairs. Theodore actually almost managed to open the door to the 6th floor of the tower. The girl realizes she is inferior to him in tactics and magic control. She then changes the subject and asks if they've already found their teams. Julia says she'll team up with Awa, but the girl doesn't seem to like that. The young man thinks the news about Julia has reached the Miranda family's ears. She asks about Kai, and the protagonist explains they are in different groups. Suddenly, Kai appears on the floor, clinging to his friend's leg, and calls him a traitor. Clinging to his friend, Kai wonders who he should form a team with now. Suddenly, 2 girls approach and invite him to join them in the tower. One explains they were looking for a strong frontline fighter like him. The protagonist watches from afar while his friend seems quite embarrassed by the invitation. Kai accepts on the spot, and Shuchi notes how quickly he changes his mind as always. On the training field, Professor Sigurd observes that everyone has found their partners. A close-up of his face reveals an intense look full of determination for the test. He then tells everyone to cheer up, because they know what's said about them behind their backs. The master asks if they want the insults calling them trash to come true. With a serious look, the professor continues his motivational speech to the class. A student yells that they will train hard and prove they earned their spots. At this, all the other students get hyped and shout that they will take first place. Shuichi thinks Sigurd used the gossip to boost the entire class's morale. With a smile, the young man realizes his teacher's plan worked perfectly. He remembers that the enemies in the tower are varied and very intelligent, which is why they trained. We then see golden energy moving during the young students' intense training. To improve their teamwork, they focused on training together every single day. During breaks, the master taught them about the strengths of the tower's races. The professor would sometimes even act as an enemy and fight the students. Every day was brutally hard, but they stayed committed to their goal. A giant monster then appears, and the students prepare for combat and training. Despite the difficulty, no one complained, and everyone wanted to reach the top of the tower. Then, the day of the freshman's trial finally arrives for all of them. A step forward is taken, showing the students are ready for the challenge. The martial arts group then faces off against the other students at the academy. They all walk together toward Alan's imposing and glowing tower. Sigurd says if they can't run away, they must fight and take an enemy down with them. Two students from another class mock that not even their teacher trusts the team's strength. They can't wait to see what happens when they face magic beasts. One of them bets the martial arts department will be eliminated in 3 minutes. With a smile, Kai calls the others losers and Shuichi notices he has grown up a bit. A man then approaches and tells the top 12 to follow him to the tower. With that, the protagonist and his friends walk with determination toward the great challenge. In a room, the strongest old martial artist watches everything on a magic screen. He then notes that it's been years since so many martial artists entered the tower. With this, the legacy of the god of war can finally fulfill its purpose at the academy. With a serious look, the hero prepares to face the first major test of his life. Inside the tower, the students run through a forest surrounded by a golden aura. Golden energy then slices through the air, showing the students incredible speed. The young man notes that everyone is following orders and heading to the central stairs. He thinks the first floor is goblin territory, and they use magic to fight. A magical mist then appears in the forest, and the young man says the enemy is there. With that, he tells his friends to wait while he does a quick test. A goblin-like monster then emerges from the shadowy mist. The creature opens its mouth and releases a magical smoke to attack its opponent. Suddenly, a golden clone of the protagonist rushes rapidly toward the monster. The hero watches from afar and confirms it was exactly as he had thought. When a clone defeats an enemy, no points message appears for him. He remembers that the energy of the tower's monsters felt very familiar. With this, the young man realizes it's the same energy he uses to create his clones. Since the energies are identical, using his cloning ability won't be noticed. With a smile, he says his plan to leave a clone with his friends is perfect. Then he gets the idea to transform his clone into a magic beast for the test. The clone then takes the form of a goblin, able to change its appearance however it wants. With a smile on his face, he says he can now move freely through the tower. In the control room, the old martial artist seems to have noticed something on the screen. He remembers seeing Lucas in the library and is impressed by his cloning. The master wonders if the young man is going to stack up points for his classmates again. He thinks helping them too much won't be good and hopes the young man understands that. Suddenly, a panic scream echoes through the forest talking about a giant monster. In a panic, 3 students run desperately through the forest fleeing from something. A student complains about his bad luck upon running into 2 goblins and a giant. With a face full of despair, the young man realizes he's surrounded by 3 monsters. Fallen on the ground, one of the students says that with their strength, their limit is 2 goblins. The giant monster then drools with hunger, while one of the boys calls for help. Suddenly, all 3 look up at the sky, surprised by a bright circle of light. Someone explains that because of the mist, the giant can't see them properly. At this, a boy with glasses stands up, remembering that the giants on this floor are slow. The team decides to back away from the giant and defeat the 2 smaller goblins first. The students then launch their attack and begin fighting the monsters. One of the green creatures leaps into the air to attack a young man from the group. With that, a fast and powerful golden slash cuts through the air with great speed. The monster is struck cleanly by a powerful combo attack from the 2 friends. A young man with purple hair then prepares to deal the final blow to the goblin. He attacks with all his strength, but the monster manages to block it with its arms. Meanwhile, another student is thrown far away by an attack from the second goblin. The creature then gets ready to finish the boy off with a very powerful punch. But the young man manages to block the monster's massive fist just in time. His teammate then yells desperately for him to dodge the strike. He evades and counterattacks, defeating the goblin scout and earning 10 points. With that, the defeated monster vanishes into the air in a cloud of green energy. Relieved, one of them says that just like the teacher mentioned, they can clear the floor together. Full of confidence, they get ready to grab the points from the last goblin. A voice explains that to pass the trial, courage is crucial. Shuichi smiles and wonders if using clones to train his friends is cheating. Outside the tower, a man comments that a martial arts team got surrounded. Another student says it's bad luck, as even his team would struggle with so many. With an evil smile, the man says they'll soon come running back defeated. Professor Sigart watches everything calmly, while the man finds his confidence pathetic. The master thinks that if his students stay calm, they still have a chance. Suddenly, the tower shines brightly and the two teachers look up in amazement. The rival then gnashes his teeth in pure fury and disbelief at the scene he sees. Inside the tower, the students wonder what is happening while they fight. One of the green creatures then falls to the ground, completely defeated by the group. With red eyes, the students say the tables have turned on the last goblin. The monster releases a smoke screen, and the teammate is surprised by the tactic. He realizes the goblin created a thick mist to try and escape the fight. But one of the young men lunges with his dagger, preparing to use a skill. He uses a piercing thrust and hits the monster directly with a powerful strike. The martial artist's dagger then manages to pierce the green creature's hand. Wasting no time, another student leaps and attacks the goblin with his sword mid-air. Next, the young man with purple hair gets ready to use his own skill. He uses a spiral slash, hitting the monster multiple times with his golden blade. The goblin then steps back with an expression of pain from the combined attack. The last team member gets ready to deliver the final blow with his long weapon. With his lightning step, he strikes the monster squarely with a devastating attack. A message then confirms the goblin's defeat and the team earns 10 points. The rival teacher yells that it's impossible for them to beat two goblins so fast. At this, Master Sigart just gives a small smirk. With a look full of pride, he congratulates his students on the great victory. He says if they fight as he taught them, the tower's enemies aren't so scary. The other students cheer up, but the rival says they just got lucky this time. A colleague reminds him that he was the one who said it was bad luck, leaving the rival speechless. Sigart senses a strange energy and suspects Lucas is up to something again. In the middle of the forest on a branch, the protagonist suddenly lets out a sneeze. He jumps to the ground and wonders if his sister Julia is talking about him again. The young man then remembers his sister supporting him and calling him amazing. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls his name, and he sees his teammates approaching. Kai and his friend are happy to see him and mention they were very worried. He explains he was teleported far away and finds out one team hasn't arrived yet. A masked girl congratulates him and says everyone is already at the meeting point. The hero is relieved to see everyone is tired, but no one is seriously hurt. With a thoughtful look, he remembers that Slight's group hasn't shown up yet. He believes his friends should arrive soon as they wave from a distance. His companion then turns around and asks the martial artist what is wrong. With a smile on his face, the young man says it's nothing and he's perfectly fine. Next, he looks at the tower and tells them to head to the second floor when everyone arrives. Outside, the rivals mock that they only haven't lost anyone, because they're good at running away. A student then asks his teacher for the status of the martial arts department. Angrily, the man replies that it seems all of them have already reached the second floor. The rival students shout in shock, wondering how the weaklings escaped the first floor. The teacher thinks they are a threat because they might steal the mage's resources. On the second floor, a skeletal blue creature with a giant tongue appears in the darkness. Shuichi observes the area and realizes there are many of these monsters roaming around. He thinks the stronger the team, the harder the tower's challenge will be. With his wolf clones, he decides he needs to find his classmates quickly. One of the golden wolves then leaps and runs across the rocky landscape of the second floor. Kai contacts the hero and asks how things are going on his end. He replies that there are many enemies traveling in packs, and avoiding combat will be difficult. The protagonist explains that the tower's purpose is precisely to provide battle experience. His friends agree that running away all the time would defeat the purpose of the test. Suddenly, a massive blue energy blade falls from the sky toward the group. The hero pushes his friend away, and Kai screams his name desperately. He says he's fine, but his friend didn't notice the two approaching enemies. With a serious look, the martial artist braces himself for the battle ahead. Two creatures resembling blue werewolves then appear in front of the young man. One of the monster's claws then digs into the ground with impressive force. The creature lunges quickly to attack the protagonist with its sharp claws, but the hero counterattacks with a powerful blast of golden energy from his hand. With this, he manages to grab the monster's hand and halt its fatal attack. A message says a scout was defeated, but it had already called for backup. The dark-haired young man realizes they are the vanguard and need to act fast. At this, a teammate panics because his dagger is gone, and the other admits he threw it away. Suddenly, the group leader turns his head, seeming to have heard something approaching. One of the boys then yells for everyone to stay alert, as an enemy is very close. With a serious look, the blonde student prepares for the upcoming combat. He then rushes forward and unleashes a powerful energy slash toward the sound. But the werewolf creature manages to dodge the attack with impressive agility. The young man remembers what Professor Sigart said about the difficulty of this floor. He understands that the enemies on the second floor are on a completely different level. The creature is stronger, smarter, and even steals the boy's weapon to use against him. With a smile, the young man says that even if they steal his weapon, they will soon regret it. The creature, looking confident, gets ready to attack with the stolen hammer. But as it tries to strike, it receives a powerful shock from the weapon it's holding. The boy reveals his new stone dragon gauntlets that he bought with his points. With a look full of fury, the monster prepares to go all out on the young man. The boy states that when it comes to strength, no one can beat him, and he charges at the creature. The student's punch lands perfectly, creating a massive shockwave in the cave. One of his friends then shouts his name, Dizio, amid the dust of the battle. With this, the monster is thrown far away toward its teammate. The green-haired friend says he's there and prepares for a surprise counterattack. With a smile, he says it's finally his turn to fight and rushes the monster. He shouts no bow, and the other martial artist gets ready to launch his final attack. With a golden punch, the young man fires a powerful blast of energy at the creature. He then yells, "Take a chess," as his attack homes in on the monster in mid-air. The stone dragon attack strikes the creature squarely with devastating force. A message then confirms the monster's defeat, and the team gains another 10 points. The leader praises their teamwork, and his friends let out an awkward laugh. With a smile, he tells them to keep pushing forward for the martial arts department. Outside, the rival teacher can't believe no one from the class has given up yet. One teacher wonders if the tower lowered the difficulty for the martial artists. Hearing this, the rival bites his finger in anger, unable to accept the situation. Back on the second floor, a massive energy explosion occurs inside the cave. A giant blue monster charges forward with a furious look, ready for combat. Suddenly, the creature looks down at its chest with an expression of pure surprise. The protagonist lands a powerful golden energy-coated kick right on the monster. Elsewhere, a teammate faces off against a skeleton wielding a giant sword. With a serious look, the young man manages to block the skeletal creature's strike. The monster then attacks with a powerful wave of blue energy from its sword, but the young man manages to dodge and counterattack the skeleton with his blade. The skeletal creature with glowing red eyes seems even more furious. The martial artist is then covered in a golden aura and prepares to fight. With a swift strike, the skeleton is completely shattered into several pieces. His teammate watches over his shoulder as the creature is defeated by the attack. Next, the other student finishes off a monster with a powerful overhead blow. The two friends reunite, and one of them complains about feeling very tired. A skill called Hero's Battle Cry is then activated by someone. The hero uses a support technique, and everyone manages to proceed to the second floor. An illustration shows the group's attack plan to advance through the tower. Suddenly, a goblin riding a wolf appears with its pack to attack. In another area, two students run into a giant, very powerful wolf. With a determined look, the two get ready to fight the monster together. They then face a huge crystal creature that appears right in front of them. A pink-haired archer aims with her bow, preparing to shoot an arrow. The arrow hits dead on, defeating a swift wolf and earning them 10 points. In another area, a group manages to take down a giant cyclops, earning 25 points. Over in Area D, a team defeats a goblin scout and vanguard, gaining more points. A student celebrates, saying at this pace they might actually reach the third floor. Several scouts are defeated while a golden wolf clone watches everything. In the reflection of the wolf's eye, we see the students fighting safely within the tower. The rival teacher is shocked and says all 12 students reached the third floor. The others wonder what Sigart taught them and if everyone will pass at this rate. But the master gives a confident smile and says that won't happen at all. He explains that some of the martial arts students are already at their physical limit. With an evil look, the man says they will be forcefully kicked out very soon. Inside the tower, one of the purple-haired students collapses, exhausted on the stairs. With a sweaty and tired face, Dizio seems to have reached his energy limit. He then drops to his knees, lacking the strength to continue climbing the stairs. One of his friends quickly grabs him so he doesn't hit the tower floor. The team leader then approaches and asks if his friend Dizio is alright. He replies yes, but that he's reached his limit and tells him to go on without him. With a determined look, the young man supports his friend, who is on the verge of passing out. Other students also fall and ask the rest to prove their strength to the mages. The leader then places a hand on his friend's shoulder to try to cheer him up. The blonde boy says they've come this far and should try to make it together. With a smile, he says they are a team and will work together to pass the floor. Everyone groups up, and a message announces that 12 students have reached the third floor. They are then met with a scene of fire and destruction on the tower's new floor. One of the students is amazed and points out that this is Alan's tower's third floor. With a focused look, the team leader braces himself for the new challenges ahead. Suddenly, purple creatures resembling panthers emerge from the fire to attack. One of the beasts then opens its mouth and roars, its eyes glowing brightly. One of the young men tries to defend himself against the attack but seems to be struggling. A blue energy hand then appears and blocks the fire creature's strike. The student then finds himself surrounded by 3 of the magic beasts with no way out. Outside, students comment that the third floor was brutal and they were surrounded. One concludes that the third floor is the absolute limit for the martial arts department. The protagonist thinks he had his real body exit to avoid making others suspicious. But using his clone, he can guide everyone up to the third floor with the hero's cry. This way everyone gets a good score, and he doesn't draw attention with his powers. With a smile, the hero thinks that to be exact, he won't be the one standing out, but rather the entire martial arts department with their incredible performance. A rival student can't believe all of them made it to the third floor. One classmate then points out that the situation looks very bad for their side. Another swears they need to win in points and floors so they don't lose. Inside the tower, one of the mages is attacked by a green energy monster. Elsewhere, a student is fighting against a massive fire creature. In the control room, the old martial artist observes everything, his hands glowing. He wonders why it's so terrible to lose to them and criticizes the mages. A scoreboard shows that several mage groups have been eliminated across the floors. The rival teacher despairs because no one below the top 40 made it through. He mentions that some teams were even eliminated on the very first floor. Angrily, the man claims it's a trap and that the enemies have gotten stronger. The teacher then asks him not to deny reality right in front of the students. She asks if he doesn't know that the tower is operating normally, leaving him speechless. The teacher then gives a serious, intimidating look to her colleague. She then walks over to Professor Sigart, who is calmly watching everything. The rival gets furious, muttering that Sigart and that brat are a nuisance. The woman praises Sigart and says outperforming the mages is incredible, just as she predicted. He replies that it was all thanks to the students' hard work and reminds her of the elite test. She then looks at her students and says that on top of everything, there's a reason. The teacher states that her class representative is there to take care of everything. Julia says her brother is amazing and could go way past the 4th floor. A voice then calls Julia's group to enter Alan's tower. A friend cheers for her to do her best and reminds her not to forget to eat her candy. The man accompanying Julia wonders why she said that about the candy. He suddenly realizes that it's a magic power pill that restores mana. Julia eats the pill, and he thinks how extravagant it is to use such an expensive item. The girl gets annoyed, realizing she's been tricked by her brother once again. The protagonist thinks she already has a lot of power, but it was good for her to take it anyway. He believes that with this, Julia's excellent performance in the tower is guaranteed. Inside the tower, the girl uses her falling thunder magic with immense power. As a result, several blue monsters are struck by the purple lightning of her magic. She then uses her staff to fire a massive blast of energy at the enemies. One of the monsters takes a direct hit and falls defeated on the cave floor. Her teammate is amazed by her precise control over her magic. Julia then asks her friend Awa to stay very close to her during the battle. Next, she summons several energy birds that fly through the fiery environment. One of the birds then attacks a lizard creature that had been hiding. The reflection of the electric bird appears in the monster's eye just before the attack. With that, the creature is completely electrocuted by the girl's powerful magic. She then comes face to face with a giant monster that looks like a purple dragon. One of the energy birds then lands on her staff, getting ready to attack. The girl then activates her skills, summoning the 1,000 thunder birds. With a smile, she says she took care of all of them and tells her friends to move forward. Her teammate says it's a good thing she's there, as his fire power wouldn't be enough. Her friend complains that if they were in the real world, she would control their minds. Julia cheers her up, saying she would be amazing on a real battlefield. But Awa explains that ghosts have no consciousness, rendering her magic useless. She says that all she can do there is simply scout out where the enemies are. Angrily, the girl laments that this makes her complete dead weight for the team. Julia then notices her friend's frustration and acknowledges her skills. Embarrassed, Awa says she'll let her take the spotlight and walks on ahead. The teammate then yells, asking the two of them not to just run off like that. Suddenly, the fiery ground begins to crack and shake with a mysterious force. Awa stops abruptly and looks back with an expression of surprise on her face. Without noticing, Julia ends up bumping hard into her teammate's back. Rubbing her face, she asks why her friend stopped and if there's an enemy nearby. Awa says it was her imagination, but she felt something strange nearby. Julia then asks her to find a safe route when they reach the 4th floor. A voice then announces to everyone that 3 students have reached the tower's 4th floor. The protagonist thinks it was close and notes that mental magic users are quite sharp. The teachers are impressed, mentioning that this hasn't happened in 30 years. With a smile on his face, the hero thinks his sister Julia is truly outstanding. He reflects that the pill only boosts her power, the rest depends on her own skills. So, he decides he will simply watch his sister's growth from a distance. With a determined look and a smile, the young mage gets ready for battle. Suddenly, her friend Awa runs over and yells for the girl to be very careful. She warns that there are 4 enemies hiding right behind them to the right. A beastly archer then prepares to shoot a thunder arrow at the group. Julia turns her head with a look of disdain as the attack approaches. But the arrow is completely destroyed by a massive explosion of fire. The teammate then steps up with his flaming staff, shouting, "Eflaimo." He says Julia must be exhausted and that he will handle the enemies himself. With a serious and focused look, the fire mage prepares for the big battle. He then uses his magic to defend against the attacks of the beastly archers. Very agilely, the young man manages to dodge the monsters and their attacks. He then uses his blazing fire skill to counterattack the enemies. A massive ring of fire appears and completely burns one of the creatures. The monster is then disintegrated by the student's powerful fire magic. He brags about his magic but is ignored because many enemies are approaching. Awa warns that about a dozen monsters are coming in at high speed. The group then starts running while the defeated monsters burn in the background. With a serious expression, the dark-haired mage prepares for what's to come. She then creates a pink energy blade on her staff and charges into the fight. Suddenly, an iron gate drops down, trapping Julia, who yells, "Oh no!" On the other side, her friends are confronted by multiple monsters and a giant beast man. The creatures, with glowing red eyes, look completely ready to attack. One of the students realizes that only a metal mage could break that grate. With that, someone prepares to deliver a powerful punch to the iron gate. With a serious look, the mage says no and that there is another way through. Julia then uses her magic to create a thunder barrier to protect the group. As a result, the wolf monster is thrown back by the barrier's electric discharge. The team then decides to fight while the other tries to melt the grate down. The giant beast man then roars furiously, getting ready to attack the group. One of the wolf creatures lunges forward, slashing the electric barrier with its claws. Several monsters then gather and begin attacking the barrier all at once. A giant monster's hand comes down fast to crush the girls. With a frightened face, Julia struggles to keep the magic barrier active. Awa then shouts, warning that the enemy on the left is the fastest and weakest. Julia turns around, surprised by her friend's quick analysis during the battle. She follows the tip and defeats the monsters with her purple energy beams. The young mage looks at her friend and asks, confused, how she knew that. A red symbol glows on Awa's forehead, and she says there's no time to explain. She then yells out the location of all the other enemies to the team. With a confident smile on her face, Julia replies that she understands the plan. She then uses her magic, striking several monsters with her lightning all at once. The creatures fall to the ground, completely defeated by the electric attack. A close-up of Awa's eye shows the red symbol glowing intensely. Using her magic, she analyzes and defeats a monster with energy slashes. One of the girls thinks the enemies on the 4th floor are on a whole other level. Awa then yells for the team to hit the right side first with all their might. With that, another monster is struck and taken down by Julia's thunder magic. The girl says she's out of power and can only seal the giant's movements now. Awa looks sad and starts sweating from the exhaustion of the situation. She then tells Julia to look for an opening and defeat the giant wolf. Julia tells her she is doing more than enough to help the team. With a determined look, the young mage prepares to launch her final attack. The wolf monster is then hit directly by a powerful electrical discharge. The creature roars in pain as it is completely electrocuted by the mage's spell. The mage's electric barrier is hit hard by the monster and begins to crack. Awa then asks if they are safe since the giant can no longer move. Julia smiles and asks if she can brag about acting like a good representative. Awa scolds her for being conceited, and the young mage just giggles. But suddenly, Awa's eye widens with an expression of pure shock. The mage pushes her friend away, and Julia screams desperately for Awa. She then regrets not noticing a new group of enemies approaching. A huge monster grabs the girl's spiritual form, and she tells them to run away quickly. The young mage watches in despair as the creature attacks her friend mercilessly. With a face full of despair, the girl screams that this absolutely cannot be happening. Her teammate opens a path and tells Julia to go, but she wants to fight by his side. But he tells her she absolutely cannot drain her magic power in that place. A powerful fire energy then gathers in the student's fist right in front of her. With it, he lands a solid punch on the creature, which was completely distracted. The fire attack creates a massive explosion as the mage screams with all his might. With a determined look, he yells that at least Julia has to keep moving forward. A massive explosion of flames then erupts, pushing everyone far away. In the control room, it's reported that 2 gave up, and only 1 person is on the 4th floor. The young man says he protected Julia because she was the only one who could advance in the tower. Awa says she was just returning the favor and wouldn't have lost if it weren't for the disadvantage. The dark-haired girl then turns and walks away while the young mage looks sad. With a serious and determined look, the mage seems to be contemplating something. The old master praises the group's decisions and how well they understood their roles. He then says the same goes for the other 2 still inside the tower. Back in the tower, we see a room resembling a library with fire everywhere. A creature resembling a boar beast man then emerges from the flames. The martial artist then attacks with a powerful kick covered in golden energy. He notices some footprints on the ground and realizes his sister Julia has already passed through. In a vision of the past, we see Julia's powerful thunder magic in a castle. She says she needs to reach the safe zone before her magic power runs out. With that, the girl fights several monsters at once using her thunder magic. With a determined look, she thinks of everyone who sacrificed themselves for her in the trial. The mage then screams for the creatures to get out of her way with all her might. Her powerful electrical attack directly hits one of the monsters in front of her. The young mage stands still, exhausted after using so much magic power at once. With determination, she swears she won't let her friend's efforts be in vain. Suddenly, a golden glow appears on her face and surrounds her completely. She wonders what came over her as her fatigue vanished all of a sudden. The hero uses his battle cry to help her clear the 4th floor. He thinks the tower is about to close, and now is his chance to explore the floors. With a serious look, the martial artist gets ready to ascend the tower's floors. On the 5th floor, he notices the entire place is completely underwater. The young man then looks around, observing the dangerous new aquatic environment. A creature with a purple light emerges in the darkness to attract its victims. The monster reveals itself to be massive, with several smaller ones around it in the area. The young man decides to avoid fights to prepare himself for the tower's 6th floor. Suddenly, a monster resembling a fish man appears right in front of him. Several other sea creatures show up with weapons to attack the intruder. The fishmen seem confused and don't quite understand the situation. His clone transforms and thinks they aren't smart enough to notice him. 5 minutes later, the transformed clone quickly jumps out of the water. Elsewhere, the protagonist fights a giant red-colored serpent. His sister also fights a serpent monster using her thunder magic. All alone, the girl gets ready to face the tower with her purple energy. 10 minutes pass and the hero faces a creature that looks like a worm. Julia then has to fight a massive wolf with purple fur and red eyes. With a sweaty face, the young mage seems to be reaching the limit of her strength. She then screams and unleashes a powerful lightning attack toward the creature. 20 minutes later, the protagonist finally arrives and finds her exhausted. Out of strength, the young mage collapses, completely unconscious on the ground. With a smile, the young mage celebrates, reaching the safe zone, and the hero feels glad. The protagonist then turns around and faces a dark, red portal right in front of him. With a serious look full of determination, he reaches his hand out to the portal. A strange symbol appears, and he wonders what that thing is in front of him. Suddenly, he is transported to space and discovers this is the 6th floor. With a surprised expression, he observes the entirely new and different environment. The young man realizes there are no monsters, not even the concept of space in that place. The only thing he can see is a massive stone monument glowing in the void. One of his hands then starts being covered by a powerful golden fighting energy. As he approaches, he notices the monument is absorbing his fighting energy. The weapon symbol on top of the stone then shines with a very intense golden light. With that, a massive explosion of light occurs, blinding him completely for a moment. In the control room, the master confirms the young man really reached the 6th floor. He believes that is the legacy of the martial god but says it's a shame. The old man explains that the young man's sister is reaching her limit right now. So how much she can learn before the tower closes depends entirely on her brother. In a vision, the hero sees a red-haired man with a look full of fury. The warrior then gets ready to fight a portal of dark, purple energy. A voice from the portal says he won, but its seeds have already been scattered. With that, the evil being swears that even if it takes time, they will definitely return. The warrior is covered in a golden aura and gets ready for the final attack. With an angry look, he tells the being to shut up and stop talking. The man then fires a powerful blast of golden energy at the dark portal. Charging up a punch, he yells "Bidifite" and prepares to end it all. He uses his ultimate technique called Destruction Fang and fires a beam of power. The attack squarely hits some kind of shield or core in the center of the dark portal. The golden energy then pierces the dark creature with devastating force. Several rays of light pierce the evil being's body, slowly disintegrating it. As a result, the dark energy portal is completely destroyed by the technique. Back in the present, the protagonist is shocked and sweating from the vision he saw. He then wonders if the vision was a memory from the martial deity and about the seeds. With this, the young man connects the seeds to the monsters he faced, like the Minotaur. The young man decides he needs to investigate further and approaches the stone monument. With a serious look, he then touches the cold surface of the rock with his hand. Suddenly, a golden shadow emerges from the stone, taking him completely by surprise. The hero dodges the attack and wonders if that's another enemy from the tower. But he realizes the dark creature isn't aiming at him at all. A giant hand then passes right through him, heading straight for the monument. The young man simply watches as the dark hand approaches its target. He understands the monument was the target and sees the tower glowing in the background. The young man thinks that since the monument is gone, there's no reason to stay there. Suddenly, the protagonist and his clone appear meditating in a different place. His other version is startled by the scene and wonders what is going on. He feels that something has changed and questions if it was because of the martial god's vision. The scene then shows us some gears turning, indicating the end of something. The old master tells the young man to keep training, get stronger and stronger. Outside, a man announces that the trial is over and the tower will be sealed. The protagonist and his clones wonder if the test has really ended already. With that, the gates of Alan's tower open, and someone starts coming out. Julia walks out celebrating and is announced as the first freshman to reach the 5th floor. In the library, the old martial artist walks alone through the massive hall of books. Someone pours a drink and tells the man that he is finally back. With a serious and suspicious look, Professor Sigurd observes the old master. He turns to a man at the window and says he already knows why he's there. The man then asks what exactly happened during the trial at Alan's tower. With this, the master picks up the cup poured for him with a thoughtful look. He replies that he doesn't believe anything unusual happened during the test, but the other points out that the mage's results were abnormal, and many didn't score. The master says 18 scored 0 points, and that falls within the margin of error. With a serious look, the man states the number of students on the 2nd floor was halved. The master says Principal Otani should ask the magic teachers about that. He adds that the principal failed to notice the anomaly in the martial arts department. Otani then asks what anomaly could have happened with them during the test. The man reveals that 4 martial artists are trying to level up right now. Shocked, the principal asks if the tower might have an effect that boosts their growth. He thinks if this information leaks to the world, chaos will surely reign. The master says he only ran the test to find a new administrator for the tower. With a serious look, he asks the principal to keep everything a secret for now. Otani agrees, appearing quite worried about the whole situation at the academy. The old man tells him to cheer up, as a genius has appeared, and the principal agrees. Elsewhere, some students are celebrating that Julia has broken a new record, but one of them comments that she has a completely incompetent martial artist brother. With a look of contempt, a blonde young man remarks she is very lucky with that. Angrily, the young man clenches his fist tightly and gnashes his teeth in pure hatred. Jeremy gets annoyed because even though he is her brother, Lucas gets all the attention. With a furious look, he complains that out of everyone, Lucas is the real brother. The scene then takes us to the academy cafeteria, which seems quite empty at the moment. A green-haired student is eating quietly at one of the tables in the dining hall. Suddenly, a red-haired young man appears, surrounded by a fiery aura and hearts. With a smile on his face, he notices the usual cheers and familiar support. He thinks that even with the record broken, he is still the school's idol. Everyone comments on how cute Julia is, even when she eats, and they are amazed by the food's price. The young man in red says 500 points, nothing compared to the 1,000 she earned. With a serious look, he watches the young mage who has become the center of attention. The protagonist tells his sister to eat as much as she wants, and she happily agrees. Suddenly, the student council president appears in front of them with a challenging look. The hero is surprised by the young man's speed and stares back with a serious look. He recognizes him as Theodore and asks what he wants with them right now. The president then turns and says Julia might be excellent at magic, but that isn't everything. He tells the girl not to get arrogant just because she reached the 5th floor. The young mage asks what he means while she peacefully eats her candy. With a hand on his forehead, the council president seems quite annoyed by the situation. Suddenly, an aura of fire covers his body and he gets ready to attack. But he notices Julia's magic power and fears losing face as she fights back. Angrily, he says she will regret it and walks away, leaving a trail of fire. She asks her brother what got into him, and the young man tells her to keep eating. The hero thinks intimidating her was a mistake, as he had used his hero's cry on her. He finds it weird that the president didn't use his catchphrase, and Mina appears. Her friend congratulates Julia, saying she is even more talented than she thought. Mina says she only made it because of her friends and asks about the festival. The protagonist and his sister ask what the Morio Goddess Festival is. She explains that their school, along with Kyoto and Sacred, are the big three. Together, they are known as the 3 great magic schools of the empire. Every year, 9 standout freshmen are selected from all the schools. This is meant to determine who the greatest genius is among all the students. Mina says Julia will definitely compete in the festival this year. The martial artist finds it interesting and wonders if his sister will accept. The scene then takes us to the girls' dormitory for the academy's elite course. We see several students walking through the courtyard while someone wakes up in a room. Julia is still sleepy in her bed, holding a piece of candy in her hand. Her brother teases her, saying he won't wake her up anymore, and she gets startled. Suddenly, a towel is forcefully thrown toward her bed in the room. With toast in her mouth, the girl uses her thunder dash so she won't be late. But in the hallway, she ends up bumping into Awa, dropping all her books. The dark-haired girl angrily tells her to watch where she's going. During class, Julia has a depressed and sad aura in her seat. She then realizes she forgot her book, and Awa gives her a serious look. Her classmate then shares her book and tells her to stop making that face. Later in the library, someone watches the young mage running around excitedly. She tries to grab a book off the shelf, but another hand appears to help her. With the book in hand, she thanks her for the help as Awa walks away without a word. The scene then takes us back to the academy cafeteria, which is now empty. In the dining hall, the young mage imagines her friend as both an angel and a fiend. She tells her brother that he'll have to figure out Awa's feelings himself. In a class, a teacher demonstrates how to manipulate magic by creating water birds. All the students are amazed by the master's display of power. But the young mage hides behind a pillar to watch Awa from a distance. With a determined look, she prepares to try using the new magic. Suddenly, a purple magic bird lands on Awa's hand, surprising her. Julia shows off, but her friend says she is using way too much magic power for the technique. At this, the energy bird explodes, hitting Awa squarely in the face. An evil aura emerges and calls out for Julia while the frightened girl runs away. Later that night, Awa walks down the dark hallway of the dormitory. She enters the room and finds her friend sleeping deeply in bed. A close-up of Julia's face shows she is having a very peaceful sleep. The dark-haired girl then notices her friend is drooling while she sleeps. She approaches holding a box and a candle to light up the room. With a serene look, the young girl seems to be apologizing for earlier. She then leaves the box and some notes on Julia's nightstand. With a small smile on her face, the mage watches her friend sleep in peace. In the notes, they apologize and agree to go out together the next day. The next day, a beautiful morning sun shines in the sky over the Magic Academy. Awa waits for her friend and complains that she was invited and is now the one waiting. Julia comes running and apologizes for being late while the other stares at her. Suddenly, the mage becomes completely shocked and annoyed by the scene. She realizes Julia's brother came along, and the girl introduces him excitedly. With a dark aura, the mage shows her displeasure with the young man being there. Suddenly, a white-haired girl wearing a pink necklace appears on the scene. She recognizes the siblings and asks if they are heading out somewhere. The hero calls her Mia and invites her to join them all on a hangout. The white-haired girl is surprised and asks if the protagonist is really coming along. With a red face, she starts sweating, feeling completely awkward about the situation. The young girl gets so embarrassed that smoke literally starts coming out of her head. Feeling totally awkward, she accepts the invitation, and Julia cheers excitedly with her friend. The three then head out together, and the martial artist wonders if he'll have to pay for everything. They arrive in the city of Dak, and the blonde girl yells that she's going to eat and play a lot. The young man then worries about how much money he's going to spend on this trip. He thinks he's stuck with Awa and his ex-fiancée, and it feels like a punishment. Meanwhile, Julia's friend regrets it because she wanted to hang out just with her today. The white-haired girl, however, celebrates being able to talk to Lucas outside of school. Suddenly, Julia points somewhere, catching the attention of the other two girls. With a smile, she shows her friends the school's popular candy shop. The dark-haired mage looks at the display window, where a cat winks at her. With a look of disdain, she says she has no interest in such a childish store. But a sign says there are only 2 spots left, and the blonde girl panics at the news. She then gets depressed because it was the place she wanted to visit most that day. Maya says her doctor told to avoid sweets and comforts the sad girl. She then suggests the two of them go inside while she waits outside with Lucas. Julia's friend asks if she's sure, and Awa accepts with a smirk. At that, the blonde girl pulls the other inside, and Awa asks her not to rush so much. The hero hands Maya a drink and thanks her for helping out with the girls. He apologizes for his sister being childish, and the young woman says she's happy to see them like this. She mentions Julia's energy reminds her of when they used to hang out as kids. Surprised, the protagonist asks what she is talking about regarding their childhood. She reminds him they went to see exotic beasts and snuck away to see the shadow wolf. In a memory, the two take shelter from the rain, and the boy swears he will protect her. He thinks he has a vague memory of it, but doesn't know how to react to something from before he reincarnated. With a nervous smile, the young man says he thinks something like that really did happen. Maya then gives him a serious look and calls his name, Lucas. With trembling hands, the white-haired girl squeezes the cup very tightly. The protagonist asks confused if she is still mad about the engagement being cancelled. At this, the young woman says he avoided her and must have been hurt by the broken engagement. She explains she was a kid and didn't know what to say when they met again. With that, the girl shouts that he isn't incompetent, but rather the best martial artist. Next, she shyly asks if they can finally become friends. The young man smiles and says he can't refuse and that he never held a grudge against her. With a smile, he holds out his hand and says he'd be very happy to be her friend. The white-haired young woman looks at his hand with tears in her eyes. With that, she closes her eyes and gives a bright smile full of happiness. The two then shake hands, sealing their new and unexpected friendship. Meanwhile, inside the store, the two girls are enchanted by the sweets and butterflies. Julia then offers her friend some cotton candy, who seems quite embarrassed. The blonde suggests they buy matching wands, and Awa tells her to do whatever she wants. The two come back, and Maya happily announces they've returned from the shop. At that moment, the girls see Lucas and his friend holding hands on the bench. They both get startled and let go of each other's hands while the young woman tries to explain. With a look of disdain, Awa says that was indecent, leaving Julia confused. Feeling totally awkward, the protagonist changes the subject and invites everyone to the Gomet Street. The scene then shows us the beautiful and bustling commercial district of Dak City. With a smile on her face, the young mage begins enjoying a sweet she bought. Her friend says the taste is just okay, and Julia looks at her a bit confused. Suddenly, her candy starts glowing, and the girl says it's reacting to something interesting. With this, Awa wonders what kind of effect that magical candy actually has. A trail of pink energy then passes by everyone, guiding them to a new place. The magic trail leads them to a building, and Julia shouts that she knew it was there. The young man wonders what this Hall of the Five Saints is, and she explains it's a dojo. She says whoever passes the test wins a magical treasure, but Lucas isn't thrilled. Maya and Awa get interested and say they want to see the incredible treasure too. Seeing that the two want to go, the young mage begs her brother to agree. With no other choice, the protagonist agrees, and they enter the mysterious dojo. Suddenly, one of the guards at the entrance yells for the group to stop immediately. Two men then block their path, glaring at the martial artist with contempt. They tell them this isn't a place for them to just have fun. With that, a powerful golden energy begins to emanate from the protagonist's hand. The hero grabs the guard and says they came for the treasure challenge. The young man's hand grips the man's collar with impressive strength. The guard is shocked, wondering where all that fighting spirit is coming from. With a smile, the young man says it's interesting for a guard to be so strong and asks to enter. At this, the man changes his attitude and invites them in, leaving Awa quite confused. The young mage cheers excitedly at having made it inside safely. A voice then welcomes them and announces that the first test is the beast trial. In an arena, a purple-haired young man says that to pass, they must defeat his pet. With an evil smile, he summons a massive ferocious fire lion for combat. The creature roars, its eyes aflame and its sharp teeth ready to attack. From afar, the girls get scared of the beast, and Julia tells everyone to be careful. The purple-haired young man then uses his magic to release the chain holding the monster. The magical collar snaps open, completely unleashing the fire beast into the arena. The group's reflection appears in the monster's eye as it prepares to strike. The beast charges with incredible speed, and the protagonist protects his sister from the attack. With a serious look, the martial artist gets ready to face the fire creature. The monster opens its giant mouth to try and consume the young hero in one bite. Suddenly, the beast tamer gets a look of surprise on his face. He sees that his lion has stopped and asks why it isn't attacking the group. The fire lion's eye then shows a deep fear of something right in front of it. The creature sees a massive shadow wolf aura emanating from the protagonist's body. With a glowing red eye, the martial artist unleashes an intimidating dark aura. The purple-haired young man gets annoyed and tries to get his magic beast's attention. Angrily, he yells and demands to know why the monster isn't following his orders to attack. At that moment, the young tamer also seems to feel the hero's terrifying aura. Terrified, the lion turns around and attacks its own master, who screams in panic. The creature strikes its master right in the face with a powerful paw swipe. The purple-haired young man is knocked out cold on the ground, and the lion calms down. The protagonist gives an awkward smile and asks if that counts as passing the stage. His sister is amazed and calls him incredible, while Maya covers her mouth. Awa gets suspicious, wondering how he won without lifting a finger and what trick he used. Walking up the stairs, she remarks that the lion seemed strangely terrified of the young man. Julia then whispers, wondering if Yuru's presence is still inside her brother. The martial artist motions for silence and says what happened was purely luck. As they reach the upper floor, a mysterious voice says they have finally arrived. The group is faced with a corridor of wind rings, which is the second challenge. An old man explains the rules are simple: they must shoot an arrow through the rings. He goes on to say that to pass, they must pierce a balloon at the very top. A voice explains that the challenge tests magic control and quick judgment. With an evil smile, the old man says he'll manage the environment to keep things fun. With a serious look, he asks who will be the first to accept the challenge. Without hesitation, Julia volunteers, saying she'll be the first to try her luck. The old man laughs and comments that the young mage seems full of energy. With that, he says the challenge begins, and the magic arrow starts floating. The girl bites her candy and tells everyone to watch as she prepares her magic. She gathers a massive amount of pink energy to fire the arrow. The young mage's energy then spreads out in the form of runes across the room. The pink arrow shoots forward, speeding through the rings of wind. With a focused look, the girl uses her magic to guide the arrow through the course. The energy arrow continues passing through the rings with great precision. May is amazed by the smooth curves, and Awa says it was pretty obvious. The old master is impressed and praises the young mage's skill in the test. With an evil smile, he announces the warm-up is over and pushes a button. The man activates a mechanism to make the challenge even more difficult. Julia notices the change and glares at the rings with a serious, determined look. Suddenly, a beam of red energy fires and hits the girl's arrow. At this, the energy arrow starts shaking, and the young mage is taken by surprise. Several cubes shooting red beams appear, and the girl finds the challenge interesting. With a confident smile on her face, she says, "Here I go," and gets ready to keep going. The arrow then begins dodging the beams at high speed with extreme precision. She claims she'll pass through it all, but the old man doubts it'll be that easy. Suddenly, a massive sphere of water appears, trying to stop the girl's arrow. She complains she's using all her strength just to keep the arrow in the air. With an evil laugh, the old man yells for the young mage to give up already. Several other obstacles of wind and fire appear to make the challenge harder. The girl's arrow then starts getting hit by multiple beams all at once. The protagonist analyzes it and notices the physical obstacles and magical interference. With great difficulty, the mage tries to use her magic to control the arrow. A close-up of her determined eye shows she isn't going to give up easily. In a flashback, the hero praises his sister's magic control during their training. With a smile, he explains that the solution is to destroy the source of the interference. Back in the present, her eyes glow purple as she shouts she won't give up. With that, the girl uses her piercing super thunder technique at full power. The old master is completely shocked, left speechless by what he just saw. The explosion is so strong that her friends comment it looks like a real battle. With a victorious smile, the young mage poses with candy in her mouth after the attack. The old man congratulates her, telling her she passed the second challenge. Her brother praises her good work but says it was overkill, and she just laughs. The master then tells the young ones to listen very carefully to what he's going to say. He explains that not all challenges can be won through brute force. In a workshop, a woman says the third challenge tests technique and concentration. With a smile, she reveals the challenge is to brew the magic potion. Trivia is tears. She explains they will have to use 108 rare ingredients for the potion, but she warns that a huge explosion could happen if they mess up the mixture. The group complains it's impossible, and the hero thinks the task isn't for them. Suddenly, Maya approaches and whispers something to the protagonist, making him thoughtful. Maya then volunteers for the challenge, and the alchemist says she's quite bold. Wasting no time, the white-haired young woman begins brewing the magic potion. With incredible speed, she mixes the ingredients using a magic circle. Her glasses analyze everything, and she displays perfect precision and cooling times. Her friends are shocked, and the hero notices his friend's incredible accuracy. Suddenly, a blue glow appears on her pink necklace, and she smiles. With a serene look, she uses her magic to manipulate several ingredients at once. The girl analyzes the stardust and says it's rich in power and slightly salty. With a smile, she says just a pinch of the ingredient should be enough. Holding a glowing knife, the young woman prepares to cut one of the vegetables. The protagonist is impressed by the speed and millimeter-perfect precision of her cuts. Using her magic, she slowly melts the pieces as if it were cheese. The mage smells a bitter scent and decides to add something sweet to balance it. With a small flask in her hand, she gets ready to add one more ingredient. She tosses the flask contents into the potion to soften the strong flavor. Her friends comment she makes it look as easy as normal cooking. With a focused look, the young woman prepares to add the final ingredient. The alchemist warns her that this one is the most volatile and could cause an explosion. A massive purple and orange energy then mixes, forming a powerful whirlpool. With a bright flash, the potion is finally complete inside the cauldron. With a victorious smile, the young woman shows off the magic potion she just brewed. The woman is shocked, unable to believe she managed to make the potion so fast. With a look of disbelief, the alchemist analyzes the purity of the newly created potion. She confirms that this is a true legendary tier Trivia's tier. Shocked, the woman asks if she is an apprentice to some famous master alchemist. With an embarrassed smile, the mage says it was her first time making the potion. The group is left completely shocked and speechless by their friend's revelation. She explains that she focused on the ingredients and proportions as if she were making soup. The alchemist is even more stunned that she compared the potion to a soup. Julia praises her, saying her sweets are amazing and almost made her cry. With a smile, Awa says polishing one's cooking instincts is a type of talent. She compliments her friend, saying whoever marries her will be a lucky person. With a red face, the white-haired young woman says cooking is just a hobby. But in her thoughts, she wonders what the protagonist thinks of her. The hero comments that having someone who cooks while on the team boosts morale. His friend calls him dense, and Julia asks, confused, what they are talking about. With an embarrassed smile, Maya says she's happy she passed the challenge. The alchemist regrets losing to a young girl with culinary skills. With a smile, she says the defeat was refreshing and hands the potion to the mage. The young woman says she can't accept something so valuable, but the woman insists she take it. The martial artist tells her to take it, as the potion is proof of her skill. With a smile, the mage accepts the potion and thanks everyone for their support in the test. Excited, the protagonist tells everyone to do their best in the fourth challenge. Suddenly, several sharp blades fly past them at high speed. A hooded woman says the group of challengers is quite amusing. She welcomes them and reveals that the fourth test is one of mental strength. With a smile, the woman invites them to play the most popular card game in the Empire. She explains the card game is called King's Bluff. The rules are simple: each player draws a card, and the highest number wins. But the lowest card, the rogue, can defeat the highest card, which is the king. The woman explains they can use magic to change the number on their cards. But if the bluff is caught, the card's original value is used to decide the winner. With an evil smile, the woman shows them one of the cards in her hand. She throws the card and explains that if the forged number equals the real one, the bluff loses. Hearing this, the protagonist realizes the test is about deceiving and lying to the opponent. He complains he isn't good at tense games and doesn't remember the rules. With a smile, Awa says it sounds fun and that her family is good at this type of game. With her red eyes glowing, she notices the woman is also using ocular magic. The woman is surprised she noticed and reveals she had already predicted their arrival. With that, the two face off, preparing for the grand card duel at the table. The hooded woman tells them to begin, and a powerful purple aura manifests on the table. With a smile, she holds a card that glows with an intense purple energy in her hand. With a serious look, Awa stares at her opponent while holding a card with a red aura. A close-up of her red eyes shows all her concentration on the card game. With a smile, the woman says she wants to see if the young girl can fool her eyes in the game. With a swift move, they both slam their cards on the table at the same time for the reveal. The cards are a king and an archbishop, and Julia celebrates that her friend's card is higher. But Awa says it isn't that simple, sensing a strange flow of magic from the card. Her eye glows with a red symbol as she activates her ocular magic. Using her power, she says she found it and reveals the archbishop card was actually fake. With a surprised expression, the girl slams her hand on the fake card. The woman is impressed that she saw right through her fake card so quickly. The fake card shatters into pieces, revealing a number 1 rogue. The protagonist and his friends react, saying she didn't even need to expose the card. The woman laughs, saying she's impressed Awa saw through her disguise. But she says the girl still lost, showing that her real card is the rogue. With a small smile, the young mage says it went exactly as she had thought. She explains that her opponent placed a second layer of disguise on the card. She then asks if the rogue is also fake, leaving the woman shocked by the question. Wide-eyed, the woman screams that it can't be, unable to believe it. Awa reveals that her opponent isn't the only one who can erase magic traces. The young girl says she kept an eye on her hands from the start, so she would pick a correct card. With a confident smile, she reveals her true card is also a rogue. At this, the protagonist and the other girls give a smile of relief at the reveal. The opponent understands that the tactic was to use a double bluff with the rogue card. She admits she lost by underestimating her and praises her opponent's incredible vision of the game. Awa asks why she didn't wait for her to reveal that her rogue was fake. With a smile, she says that as the heir to the Miranda family, she doesn't like letting others make the first move. The woman understands and says that with so much talent at her age, she will go down in history. With a confident smile, the young mage says, OFTORC while her friends celebrate. The woman says the group is bound by destiny and that they will save the world in the future. Awa is confused, and the woman announces it's time for the final test against the master of the hall. The protagonist thinks of the prophecy and realizes she doesn't seem to be joking. Julia gets excited about the idea of saving the world, but her brother tells them to focus on the treasure. Suddenly, a massive iron ball breaks through the door, flying straight at the entire group. The girls are startled by the iron ball, and a man appears at the door to welcome them. With a red aura and a threatening look, the man says he was getting tired of waiting. The young man feels his dangerous aura but smiles, saying the fight will be fun. The man lifts a giant weight with just one finger while doing a countdown. With a smile, he says he was waiting for the elite students from Alan's school. He crushes the weight, saying they aren't just spoiled kids if they made it this far. The man walks toward the group, and Awa glares at him with a serious look on her face. With that, he slams his hand on the ground and says he will explain the test rules. Covered in an aura of fire, he says that if the group can make him step back once, they win. He explains that if they fail, he attacks, and they must defend until someone goes down. The girls get worried, and the man warns he doesn't hold back, telling them to leave if they're scared. The protagonist offers to fight alone, noticing the man's aura is stronger than Sigart's. His sister begs him to go home, but Maya says she'll fight alongside him too. With a smile, he explains that this test is for martial artists, and he wants to test himself. The man laughs, saying he won't take it easy in the fight and the young man might get badly hurt. A mechanical bird appears, telling the man to put on his magic gloves for the fight. The man, whose name is Barzan, sighs and grabs a pair of magic gloves for the battle. He tosses a pair to the hero, explaining that the gloves create a protective barrier. With a serious look, the martial artist puts the gloves on and prepares for combat. A blue barrier forms around the two, creating an arena for the battle. The protagonist cracks his knuckles and gets into position to begin the great challenge. With a battle cry, the young man lunges at high speed to attack his opponent. He lands a powerful punch right on Barzan's chest with all his strength. The young man is shocked as his fighting aura can't even move the man an inch. Barzan says he has a good stance but still has a lot to learn, getting ready. With his arms crossed, he prepares to defend, thinking the situation is quite bad. Barzan charges forward with a powerful punch that creates a huge shockwave in the air. The protagonist is thrown far away, falling to his knees on the ground from the impact. Holding his hand over his mouth, he coughs slightly, appearing badly hurt from the attack. His opponent says it's too late now to try and surrender or give up the fight. The martial artist looks to the side, seemingly coming up with a new plan. He grabs his sword and yells that it isn't over yet as it glows golden. With a shout, he fires a powerful blast of golden energy at his enemy. The man takes the attack head-on, his body getting covered in an aura of fire. With glowing eyes, he grits his teeth and roars with all his might in the fight. The golden energy explodes with a devastating impact against Barzan's body. A blue energy line appears, and the shockwave shatters the arena's barrier. After the attack, the hero is left exhausted on the ground, while his opponent remains standing. Barzan says that wasn't bad, and he managed to scratch him, but it won't be enough. Surrounded by a golden aura, the young man stands up and says he isn't done fighting yet. He swears he's going to get the treasure no matter what and charges back into combat. A close-up of his determined face shows he won't give up that easily. Using a new technique, he creates energy whips and binds Barzan, yelling, "Jiotsia!" The man gets trapped by the energy ropes and looks quite surprised by the tactic. The protagonist pulls the ropes and yells for his opponent to step back in the arena. With a smile, Barzan calls him knave and his body begins to glow intensely. He breaks free from the ropes with an explosion of fire, throwing the young man far away. At this, the young man hits the ground hard, leaving a small crater from the impact. The man says he is smart and brave, but tricks are useless against his power. With a furious look, he declares the fight ends now and readies a powerful punch. Fallen on the ground, the protagonist stares at his opponent with a look of despair. He closes his eyes, seemingly focusing to use a new technique. The young man remembers the martial god's vision and his mysterious technique in the tower. He focuses his mind and an intense golden glow appears in his left eye. A massive explosion of golden and orange energy occurs as the two clash. His eye shines with an intense light as he gets ready to use the martial god's technique. Barzan is surprised, realizing the young man had been hiding a powerful move. With that, a massive explosion of golden light violently knocks them both backward. Their fists clash with a devastating impact inside the battle arena. With a face full of strain, the man tries to resist the power of the young man's strike. But the martial artist doesn't yield, continuing to push him back with all his might. The clash of power is so intense that the arena's magic barrier shatters into pieces. With that, Barzan is forced to take a step back, taking damage to his chest from the attack. Worried, his sister Julia screams desperately for her brother when she sees the scene. The man asks if the young man is a Tiny's disciple, but he looks exhausted. The young man replies he isn't, and Barzan asks why he held back on that final blow. With a smile, he says he didn't want to accidentally end him and lose the treasure. With a serious expression on his face, the man stays silent for a brief moment. With a laugh, he admits he was defeated and that the young martial artist won. Maya offers her potion, but the protagonist says he can't waste something so valuable. Barzan tosses him a healing potion, saying it's more than enough for injuries like that. With his hand over his mouth, the hero drinks the healing potion to recover from the fight. A green aura covers him, and he remarks that the potion is similar to the elixirs he makes. Barzan asks about the treasure but reveals the tests were really just to kill time. The robot bird yells at him to hand over the treasure, and he agrees not to be stingy. He hands over the treasure, which is a beautiful rabbit made of red and white crystal. The young man thinks it's just an ornament, and Barzan tells Julia to infuse it with magic. At this, the girl uses her pink magic to infuse power into the crystal rabbit. The rabbit's crystal eye then glows with an intense red and pink light. The rabbit comes to life and floats, leaving the young mage enchanted by how cute it is. The martial artist complains that the prize is just a toy and he feels cheated. Barzan tells him it's no toy and that it will be useful when he grows up a bit more. He then warns the young man not to use the martial god's technique recklessly. With a serious expression on his face, the protagonist says he understood the man's warning. Barzan mentions he fought a Tani and tells everyone to leave before it gets dark. Outside, Julia asks if she can really keep the magical rabbit for herself. Her friends agree, and the hero thinks about the warning regarding the martial god's technique. Suddenly, the young mage points forward and yells that a fight is breaking out. Awa warns that this is the black market, but Julia says they'll just take a look. Hiding, the girl is surprised to see who is at the center of all the commotion. A blonde young man yells that they sold him a fake item and demands his money back. A man grips the young man's arm tightly, looking very annoyed with the situation. With a smile, he claims the spell is genuine and the young man just lacks the talent to use it. The man turns to walk away, and the blonde boy shouts that he shouldn't lie. With a green magic circle, he says that all the spells in that book were fake. A wave of green energy then hits the seller squarely in the back with force. Surrounded by a purple aura, the blonde young man lunges to attack the seller again. The man calls him a dreamer and orders his thugs to grab the student. With red eyes, 2 thugs get ready to attack the young man, who is on the ground. Suddenly, a massive wave of purple lightning strikes the ground, scaring the seller. The young man turns around and recognizes the siblings Lucas and Julia, who just arrived. With her staff in hand, Julia feels pathetic, remembering her mother's request. The seller gets angry, and the patrol squad shows up, ordering everyone to stop right now. The patrol chief asks what's going on, and the man plays the victim. He claims the students tried to steal his products and points to a bag. The chief tells his men to arrest everyone, saying the students are out of control. Awa says she's from the Miranda family, but the chief says he doesn't care, and he is the law. The protagonist realizes they will have to intervene in this situation. With a shout, he tells everyone to stop, and the crowd clears a path for him. The patrol chief turns around, surprised to see who just arrived on the scene. A man and a woman appear, telling the chief he's got nerve trying to arrest the Mirandas. The man reveals they are selling stolen items and orders the patrol cleaned out. The seller begs for mercy, and the man angrily tells him to shut up. With a serious look, the man is revealed to be the protagonist's father on the scene. Awa asks why he doesn't just put an end to the city's black market once and for all. The protagonist's father clenches his fist, seemingly thinking about something serious. He explains the slums have their own rules, and it's hard to stop the corruption. His mother tells him not to worry and that while they are there, nothing will touch them. The young mage runs happily toward her mother to reunite with her after so long. Her mother hugs her and praises her spell, saying she is a true Ryan child. With an embarrassed smile, the girl thanks her while her rival watches from a distance. The protagonist's mother then looks at the young man with a worried expression on her face. She approaches and asks if he got hurt anywhere during the commotion. Holding his arm, he replies he's fine, but his mother doesn't seem to believe him. She yells, asking if he's sure he is completely fine after all that fighting. Awa remarks that his head doesn't seem fine, and he tells her to shut up. His father scolds him for losing to a bunch of small fries like those. He continues, saying he even had to be protected by little Julia. Angrily, the young man yells that it was a surprise attack and he didn't expect it. Awa grabs his arm and says even a child would see the book was fake. He asks her to stop and May offers to heal his wounds, but he refuses. The young man screams he doesn't need her pity and runs away furiously from the scene. With hatred, he thinks even the protagonist must be laughing at him right now. He turns back, glares at the hero, and says he stole everything that was rightfully his. Their father says to let him go, as he needs some time alone to think. He then invites everyone to celebrate at a hidden restaurant in the city. As they walk, Iwa notices something strange and looks back suspiciously. Alone on the street, she wonders what that was that she felt a moment ago. In a forest, a beautiful sunset illuminates the mountains and trees of the area. The blonde young man punches a tree in anger, screaming Lucas's name. Full of hate, he complains that everyone is laughing at him, and he had to be protected by Julia. Suddenly, a dark figure appears, calling him a pitiful child for his anger. Startled, he asks who's there, and the being says his mother sent her with something. A Fian woman appears and says she came because he is having a hard time at school. She says that with her gift, he will become stronger and regain his dignity. In a room, a woman knocks a vase to the floor, screaming Lucas's name in rage. With a furious look, she screams, asking how he dares to bully her dear Jeremy. Suddenly, a dark being appears and says her anger is truly delicious. The woman gets scared, and the figure reveals itself as the fiend who spoke to her son. Terrified, the woman screams for her not to come in and to stay away immediately. She falls to the floor and asks the fiend what she can do for her lady. The fiend says she is there today to grant her heart's deepest desire. She mentions she has already found the perfect child to help with her plan. Holding a green snake, she says she will grant the child's power to her son. She explains the child will become a wall for the detestable brat to overcome. The fiend then reveals the treasure, which is a necklace with a green snake inside the jewel. Wearing the necklace, Jeremy thinks he can defeat Lucas with that power. His eyes glow green, and he thinks even Julia will acknowledge him as the best. In a dark room, a man hands an item to the protagonist's rival teacher. He reveals the item is a golden snail shell, and the teacher praises it. With an evil smile, he says that with the snail he can turn everyone into vegetables. He laughs and says he can't wait to see Sigart's face when it happens. From afar, the protagonist observes his rival wearing the necklace and a dark green aura. A few days later, a group of students talk about the results of Alan's tower. One of them is outraged because the martial artists are ahead of the mages by 2 stars. Another says his dad told him not to lose to them and wonders how this happened. With a hand on her face, a student seems quite embarrassed by the whole situation. She complains that the festival will be at their school and wonders what the others will say. The others comment that martial artists are trash and they want to run away. One of the students tells everyone not to worry about that situation. A man named Greg appears and says their arrogance won't last very long. He swears he will fix the mistake and that Sigart's class must be completely wiped out. On the training field, the protagonist runs swiftly as he prepares to fight. He clenches his fist tightly and gets ready to attack his sparring partner. With a fast strike, he lands a solid punch right on his classmate Kai's face. A close-up of Kai's determined eyes shows he won't give up easily. He then lands a powerful punch on his friend's face during training. With a smile and a bruised face, he uses his incarnation of heroism skill. The protagonist says that wasn't bad and praises his teammate's skill. Elsewhere, we see other students fighting and training with great determination. Surrounded by a golden aura, one of the young men prepares to attack with a powerful punch. He hits his opponent, throwing him far away with the force of the impact. Some students comment that not just Lucas, but everyone has gotten stronger. A girl watches from the window, impressed that everyone is training on their own. While cleaning the room, the young girl remarks that it's a very good thing to see. Suddenly, she notices something strange in the classroom while she continues cleaning. She finds a golden object and realizes it doesn't belong to Professor Sigurd. With that, the girl decides to place the object in the classroom's lost and found box. The object is then revealed to be the golden snail the rival teacher had bought. The scene then takes us to the day of the goddess festival, filled with grand celebrations. A crowd gathers in front of the academy to celebrate the huge event. A happy family enjoys the festival and the celebrations taking place in the city. Some students complain about having to be the welcoming committee for the festival. One of them mentions they've been waiting for 30 minutes, and the guests haven't arrived. The protagonist tells him not to be impatient and that they are already on their way. A massive parade of carriages and knights then makes its way through the city streets. We see the symbols of the Empire's other 2 great magic academies on the scene. An old man wearing a mage's hat watches everything and welcomes the guests. He introduces himself as Jurika, the principal of the Air and Magic Academy. Suddenly, the weather gets cold, and it starts snowing out of season in the city. A girl notices the sudden cold and breathes out visible fog. A massive ice dragon appears in the sky, startling all the people on the street. Riding the dragon is Kyoto's top student, the ice mage Dian Azrin. The principal asks his companion what he thinks of the new student. With a small smile, he says the entrance was quite flashy, but there's a catch. The red-haired woman says that with that, he will easily draw attention. Suddenly, a girl from the Sacred Academy appears surrounded by an aura of fire. The ice dragon roars in fury upon seeing the new threat approaching. With a serious look, the ice mage stares at the powerful fire energy emerging. With that, a massive fire phoenix appears and clashes with the dragon's aura. The white-haired young man turns around, wondering who that person is. With her hand on her hip, she asks if he is the top freshman from Kyoto Academy. She is Aurora, the top freshman from the Sacred Academy, and asks if he likes showing off. The phoenix and the dragon clash, and the townspeople get frightened by the battle. With a smile, the fire mage says, "She are you, Joe," and launches her creature to attack. A massive fire phoenix then flies through the skies with incredible power. People think it's a fireworks show and that it looks like a meteor shower. The flames of the phoenix then begin attacking the massive ice dragon in the sky. Angrily, the mage asks if she's trying to steal his introductory show. At this, the 2 creatures of fire and ice begin clashing with full force. The phoenix is hit dead on by its opponent's powerful ice attack. The ice mage uses magic, trapping the phoenix in a cage of ice. The attack is so strong that it even hits one of the carriages in the parade. On top of a building, the mage asks if he really wants to fight her right there. With an evil smile, she tells him not to regret it and throws a fireball. An explosion happens and the people wonder if they are really fighting. The man next to the principal is impressed by the power of the 2 young geniuses. The fire phoenix then starts struggling to try and escape the ice cage. With all its might, the fire creature unleashes a massive wave of flames. The ice mage then protects himself with an armor of ice to defend against the attack. With a confident look, he asks if she can break through his ice defense. Suddenly, several purple lightning bolts fall from the sky, separating the 2 magic creatures. With a surprised look, the 2 turn to see where the mysterious attack came from. A pink-haired girl holding a staff appears, covered in an aura of lightning. Julia shows up annoyed by the situation and yells, "Yahello," as she gets ready to fight. With that, the young mage unleashes a powerful storm of purple lightning into the sky. People are amazed by the rainbow that appears after the storm. Others comment that the 3 are the true hope of the entire empire. On top of the building, the fire mage says, "Woo-yell," while staring at the ice boy. With a smile, Julia says she'll also join in on their little game. The man says it was a magnificent display even before the festival started. With a smile on his face, this man is revealed to be Saiyan Miranda. The principal of the Sacred Academy says things will be very interesting this year. Theodore remarks that the young girl is a skilled opponent for someone her size. But suddenly, he is hit by a silent spell from someone mysterious. The mysterious figure says Silensai while using magic on the student. This is Atticus Rosso, the principal of the Kyoto Magic Academy, who just arrived. At that moment, several bright, golden feathers start falling from the sky. People look up, wondering what is going on. One of the feathers then lands on a plant, making it glow with golden light. Suddenly, a shower of golden feathers covers the entire city in light. A being with angel wings appears, and everyone wonders if it's sacred magic. This is a purple-haired woman wearing a mask and large angel wings. Dian wonders if he'll be allowed to challenge her if he manages to win the tournament. With a red face, Aurora says she'll do her best to get her to notice her. Very respectfully, Miranda bows to the mysterious winged woman. The woman says that with the goddess's blessing, the festival will be magnificent. People wonder who the masked woman is, whispering that she is noble. A voice orders the students to head to the hall and the spectators to disperse. Kai asks Lucas what he thinks, and the hero says he wants to know her magic. The hero thinks things are going to get interesting with someone else so powerful around. In the cafeteria, a grand banquet is served for all the festival guests. The ice mage enters the hall with a cold and indifferent expression. Students whisper that not even those from his own school come close to him. In contrast, the fire mage greets the students with a lot of friendliness. Aurora says she wants to be friends with Julia and asks what the young mage likes. The two boys get awkward and stutter, not knowing what to answer her. With a serious expression, one of them admits that he actually doesn't know what she likes. The fire mage gives up, and the boys thank her before walking away. With a serious look, she thinks they seem to be being controlled by someone. At this, she orders an investigation into Julia while the hero eats cake with his sister. The mage then watches the two students walking away across the cafeteria hall. Suddenly, Iwa's eyes glow with red power and a magic symbol. The boys look back confused, wondering what just happened there. Principal Soen asks if that girl is the daughter of the Miranda family. She praises mental magic, saying it's a waste to only use it to leak information. The principal notes the party was meant for relaxing, but the battle had already started. The Kyoto principal says they will win and the others should fight for second place. The principals argue, stating that Dian's determination is unmatched this year. The Aaron principal tells them not to worry about winning, since they came in last. Soen asks where the finals will be, having heard about problems in the mountains. It's explained that the finals are in a forest with circles to repel monsters. The principal says the issue is resolved, and the finals will be in the magic forest. Now all that's left is to draw lots for the tournament's preliminary matches. With that, the three principals raise a toast, wishing success for the festival. The next day, the goddess festival preliminaries begin in a grand arena. Each school has 10 participants, but Kodo has 11 as last year's champion. A student yawns, and her friend tells her not to sleep and watch the others' strength. The protagonist's friends are sleepy, and he tells them to pinch themselves. The first match is announced, and the Ice Mage Dian Azran is called to the arena. The two opponents face off in the center of the grand battle arena. His opponent is Derek Ignis, a powerful fire mage from the Aaron Magic School. Kai thinks it's bad luck, but the hero says a fire mage has an advantage over ice. Wasting no time, Derek unleashes a massive wave of flames at his opponent. With eyes blazing, he thinks winning won't be that simple. Derek uses magic, summoning a massive fire statue to attack Dian. But Dian says natural advantage means nothing against absolute power. He then creates a wall of ice that completely stops the fire attack. With that, the flames from the powerful strike begin to extinguish rapidly. Derek is shocked, wondering how his fire vanished so suddenly. With his eyes glowing blue, Dian prepares to counterattack his opponent. He launches a powerful wave of ice that hits Derek squarely in the arena. With that, the fire mage falls defeated, and Dian is declared the winner of the match. Dian tells his opponent he is a disappointment and calls him weak. The protagonist's friends are shocked, wondering if the fight is already over. With a serious look, the hero thinks that with this kind of strength, not even Julia can win. Derek walks out of the arena and Julia runs over to see if he's okay. She asks if he's alright, and he says he was pathetic for not making her use her full power. Next, the second match is announced between Aurora Phoenix and Awa Miranda. Julia is surprised it's another fight against one of the tournament's top students. With a smile, Awa says this is in Alan's tower and she will restore her honor. The Sacred Academy crowd cheers excitedly for Aurora's name in the arena. She thanks everyone and promises to show another graceful victory today. With a smile, she says it's good to have them around to liven things up. In the arena, she unleashes a massive amount of mana, getting ready for the fight. Awa says she is a worthy opponent and that she'll prove her strength to everyone. With that, the second match of the tournament is finally about to begin. Awa tells her to stop acting like a princess and come fight already. With her fan in hand, the fire mage prepares to attack her opponent. She launches a powerful wing of fire toward Awa in the arena. With a serious look and her fan over her face, she calls her rude. Awa creates a spiritual barrier and Aurora asks if she used her full strength. With a smile, she says the fight seems like a good way to pass the time. The fire mage uses the Phoenix eruption, launching an explosion of flames. The fire attack hits Awa's barrier head-on with full force. Aurora taunts that her rival is so busy defending she has no way to attack. At this, she gets ready to strike and shouts the name of her Phoenix magic loudly. Her burning prison magic then engulfs Awa's barrier in an explosion of flames. With that, the young mage screams in pain as she is completely consumed by the flames. With an arrogant smile, Aurora says the fight is already over and it was too easy for her. But Awa replies no, and that actually her opponent is the one who's done for. She uses her Phantom Forest magic, trapping Aurora in an illusion. The fire mage is then attacked by her own flames from within the illusion. With a shocked look, she wonders how this could possibly be happening. Awa says she can't escape her mental magic and will taste defeat. With a face full of pain, the fire mage screams as she's consumed by the flames. But with a smile on her face, the fire mage reveals it was just a joke. A massive explosion of flames occurs, completely shattering the illusion. Awa is left utterly shocked, not knowing how to react to what just happened. The fire mage unleashes a massive explosion of flames from her body in the arena. With a face full of anger, Awa says she should have been trapped in her phantom domain. Two energy attacks clash with full force in the middle of the battle arena. The protagonist finds it strange and begins analyzing the battle situation. He realizes Aurora was caught in the mental magic and her senses were distorted. As a result, all her attacks ended up missing the target because of the illusion. Awa wanted to use the illusion to control her mind and turn the tide of the fight. With a smile, Aurora says she was just playing around with her opponent a bit. She reveals that if she hadn't seen her magic at the festival, she would have fallen for the trap. With that, the match ends and Aurora is declared the winner of the second fight. Julia wonders how she broke the mental magic and if she can use it too. Her brother says it's impossible because you can't use magic without a god's blessing. He explains that each person can only receive one deity's blessing and use one type of magic. With this, the protagonist realizes Aurora is definitely hiding a secret. Julia turns to Awa and tells her to be very careful next time. The hero thinks that martial arts train the spirit, providing resistance to mental magic. The protagonist's friends despair over losing yet again in the tournament. But they cheer up because the academy's best student still has to fight. Feeling very sleepy, the hero and his friends wonder why they have no energy. The students complain they are sleepy and are an embarrassment to the academy. The protagonist's rival laughs, thinking that with his item, everyone will lose their strength and perish. Sometime later, the Grand Festival arena is still full of spectators. The first two matches are over, and now it's Julia's turn to fight in the tournament. The fifth match is between Tegan Valentin from Kyoto School and Julia Ryan from Erin. As the fight begins, Tegan uses his earth magic and prepares for combat. Without hesitation, Julia launches a powerful lightning attack at her opponent in the arena. With a serious look on her face, the young mage seems to be analyzing her enemy. Tegan protects himself with rock armor and notes her magic is quite powerful. He realizes it's better to avoid a direct fight and decides to use a different strategy. With his earth embrace, he creates a massive stone sphere in the battle arena. Next, he uses his earth cocoon to protect himself from his opponent's attacks. The young mage gathers a huge amount of lightning in her hand to attack. She fires a powerful wave of lightning that destroys her opponent's defense. With her thunder palm, she gets ready to end the fight in a single blow. She realizes he isn't there and wonders if he wants to play hide and seek. Suddenly, the mage is surprised as she's hit by an attack from below. With that, the young girl is launched into the air by Tegan's powerful earth attack. She realizes she was hit by a petrification spell that slows her down. Tegan celebrates, finally having managed to land a hit on his opponent. He thinks she lacks combat experience and that he can seal her away to win. At this, a massive wall of earth appears to trap the young mage in the arena. The earth wall rushes forward rapidly to crush Julia all at once. With a serious and determined look, the mage seems to be preparing to fight back. The massive earth wall crashes with force, kicking up a cloud of dust. As a result, the young mage's staff drops to the arena floor after the powerful attack. Julia's friends scream her name as she appears to be trapped, unable to move. Tegan panics, knowing if he loses this fight, it'll be their third straight defeat. With a determined look, he gets ready to use all his strength in the fight. Suddenly, one of the students screams and points to the sky with a shocked expression. With an evil smile, the young mage asks her opponent if he is ready. She says she's going to start looking for him and launches a massive sphere of lightning. Tegan yells that it's impossible for her to use magic in that petrified state. The sphere of lightning rushes forward, beginning to shatter the stone wall of the arena. With a focused look and a small smile, the young mage seems very confident. With that, a massive explosion of lightning occurs, destroying everything in its path. The purple lightning bolts hit Tegan's stone defense directly in the arena. With a pained expression, he wonders what that overwhelming power is. The young mage floats victoriously while her opponent falls defeated to the ground. With a smile, she says she was gathering power before he hid. Tegan realizes she predicted everything even before dropping her staff in the arena. He understands she chose not to dodge on purpose and admits utter defeat. With that, Julia is declared the winner of the fifth match, and the preliminaries end. Her friends celebrate the victory and wonder who the strongest among the three is. They analyze that fire is stronger than ice, and ice is stronger than lightning. Kai says Julia can win and gets annoyed with his friends for doubting her. With a thoughtful look, the protagonist seems to be planning something. Julia's friends congratulate her, and she thanks everyone for their great support. Suddenly, a paper airplane lands in her hand, leaving her a bit confused. With a curious expression, she opens the airplane to see the message. Later that night, Awa sleeps peacefully in her dorm room. The protagonist waits for her and asks why she called him out so late. The young mage brags about winning the fight without needing to eat her candy. With a serious look on his face, the protagonist calls her by her name, Julia. He asks if she truly wants to win the finals of the grand tournament. Hand on her chest, the young mage answers yes, and that she wants to win very badly. With a smile, he rubs her head and says that's his little sister. But he tells her that if she fights the other two right now, she has no chance of winning at all. The young man explains that their magic level and experience are far greater than hers. He mentions Dian from Kyoto has high magic resistance and is Julia's natural enemy. Hopefully she asks if there's a way to win, and her brother says yes, but it's hard. With determination, she states she can endure any pain if it means winning. The martial artist gives a small smile and asks if she really means that. With a snap of his fingers, he tells him to start the hellish training immediately. Suddenly, a giant wolf bites the girl and throws her far away with great force. She falls and asks the creature named Ul what got into it to attack her. A close-up of her eye shows the girl is completely shocked by the situation. With that, the massive creature launches a powerful ice attack toward the mage. Her brother explains that like a lion, she'll grow stronger in a harsh environment. Riding the wolf, he says he won't hold back, and the creature glows brightly. Hand extended, the hero tells his sister to overcome this great trial. Next, the martial artist uses ice magic to attack his sister. She screams in surprise, asking why he can suddenly use magic. The young man explains it's because he has a contract with his wolf named Ul. By making a contract with a high-level beast, you gain a beast core. This way, by touching the beast's body, you can use its power freely in a fight. He reveals Ul is level 6 and controls fire and ice, boosting his power. A massive wave of ice rushes toward the girl with immense power. The ice attack creates a huge structure of sharp crystals in the area. Ul complains, asking his master to go easy, but he claims he's already holding back. The girl gets trapped, and her brother says she'll freeze if she doesn't learn to escape. Angrily, she screams that she is a genius and will show her true power right now. With that, the mage unleashes a powerful lightning attack at the wall of ice. Proudly, she asks if that was amazing and says her power is very strong. But she realizes she only broke off a piece and is now stuck in a corridor. The ice structure turns out to be a maze, and she screams in despair. With an evil smile, the hero says he's going to launch his next attack. Riding Ul, he warns that if she doesn't escape quickly, she will meet her end, scaring her. With a serious look, the protagonist fires another powerful ice attack toward her. But the young mage fights back with an electrical discharge that hits the wolf directly. The two begin an intense exchange of ice and lightning strikes in the forest. After a while, they both collapse in exhaustion, thinking the training is finally over. But the two are left with faces full of shock at what they see next. The martial artist says the hellish training has only just begun and holds up a healing potion. The girl screams her brother is a fiend, while the young man insists it's for her own good. A few hours later, we see the girl's dorm at the Iron Magic Academy. Inside a room, a voice says the young mage Julia suddenly disappeared. Iwa wonders where her friend went without saying absolutely anything. She notices a torn shoe on the floor and grows a little more worried. Suddenly, the mage shows up all bruised, but tries to act normal and says good morning. Iwa runs to help, asking what happened and who did that to her. With a smile, she says she was training and that her resistance to ice went up. Iwa figures out it was Lucas and takes her to the room, complaining about the heavy training. With a smile, the young mage says she's fine and that she will definitely win tomorrow. With fire in her eyes, she vows to make the other two feel the exact same pain she felt. The next day, the festival finals begin, and one participant from each school competes. The location for the finals is a special domain called the Magic Phantom Forest. There, they can use magic without worrying about affecting the outside world. An old man tells them to get ready and enter the arena through the magic circle. Dian says preparation is useless and that he will win with his absolute power. With a smile, Aurora says he is arrogant, but that she wants to crush him for it. Meanwhile, Julia yawns, looking very sleepy before the grand final. Some students comment that she looks sleepy and should just give up already. The protagonist hits them on the head for saying negative things. He remembers that even he and Elle needed half a day in baths to recover. Julia took potions but slept all day to recover from the heavy training. With a serious look, he tells them not to talk about giving up when they know nothing. He notices the students are exhausted and decides to give them a tonic. Iwa worries that Julia hasn't eaten or slept, but her friend claims to be full of energy. Iwa hands back the crystal rabbit, and the mage thanks her for keeping it safe. With a confused look, Iwa questions what mountain training she is talking about. She then turns and yells for her friend Julia to do her best in the grand final. The other students also get hyped, cheering that Erin Academy will win. The martial artist thinks a tonic pill worked perfectly on everyone. Iwa turns to him and asks what he did to Julia during that training. She tells her friend to be careful, adding that she's talented even if she doesn't win. With that, the two prepare to enter the grand arena for the festival finals. Inside the arena, the young mage walks through the forest with a green aura around her. She remembers the participants are teleported, and her brother advised her to hide. So, the girl decides to hide and save her energy for the time being. Suddenly, the fire mage Aurora speeds through the forest. A close-up of her eye shows she appears to be searching for someone in the arena. The young mage is startled, wondering if she was found this quickly. Her friends comment that the two already ran into each other, but Julia quickly hid. With a small smile on his face, the protagonist simply watches the situation unfold. The fire mage stops, seemingly noticing her opponent's presence. Hand on her hip, Aurora leans against a tree and looks around suspiciously. She finds it strange, saying she just heard a voice nearby a moment ago. Suddenly, a massive ice explosion occurs in the middle of the arena forest. Aurora notices the attack and looks curiously in the direction of the explosion. With a smile, she notes that Dean is already announcing his position to everyone. Without hesitating, the fire mage leaps and rushes toward her opponent's attack. Hiding, the young mage breathes a sigh of relief, looking much calmer. Her friends are amazed, wondering how a lightning mage can do that. The martial artist just chuckles, looking quite proud of his sister. In a training flashback, the young mage is exhausted and wants to disappear from there. The protagonist thinks that because of the training, she learned to lower her presence. In the forest arena, Dean and Aurora finally run into each other for the big battle. The hero thinks the plan is flawless, as the two will fight and tire each other out. Using his magic, the white-haired boy creates a massive ice tree in the scenery. Without hesitation, the fire mage launches a powerful flame attack at her opponent. The attack hits Dean's ice defense head-on with a devastating impact. With a serious look, he realizes Aurora is alone and gets ready to fight. With her fan over her face, she remarks that Aaron's top student seems quite shy. He unleashes his ice aura, saying he wanted to finish them both off at once. With fire in her eyes, the mage vows to break his winning streak today. Next, she uses her phoenix tail, launching a wave of fire at Dean. But the ice mage manages to defend the attack with his powerful ice magic. They face off up close, clashing their powers of fire and ice. A massive explosion occurs, destroying part of the forest from the impact. Her friends are amazed by the power, noting that Dean has no blind spots. Another student mentions Aurora fights like a martial artist in close combat. It's explained that Dean focuses on magic, while Aurora trains in both magic and martial arts. The hero thinks that if everyone were like Dean, martial artists wouldn't be treated poorly. Kai asks who will win, and the protagonist says Dean has the edge in skill. But a mysterious voice says it won't necessarily play out like that. Awa appears, saying Aurora is holding back her trump card, startling Kai. One of the students yells, saying the match seems to be decided already. Kai is shocked by the scene, and Awa looks quite surprised by the result. With a scratch on his face, Dean says even the young lady of the Miranda family can be wrong. The young mage arrives, and the boy tells her she's late for the fight. With a serious look, she asks if he really managed to defeat Aurora. He claims his ice magic is the strongest and no one there can beat him. The mage prepares to attack, saying he will end it all right now. The young mage creates a thunder shield to defend against the attack. Without hesitation, the boy summons two massive ice dragons to attack his opponent. The ice dragons rush forward, destroying everything in their path with immense power. With great agility, the young mage dodges the dragon's attacks. She then faces a massive ice wall her opponent created. Wasting no time, the ice mage focuses his energy to strike again. The two start an intense exchange of ice and lightning attacks. The girl thinks that compared to her training, his movements are quite slow. She manages to escape, and he turns to try and catch her in the arena. Angrily, he calls her pathetic for doing nothing but running away from the battle. Suddenly, she turns around and begins using her magic to create a magic circle. With a confident smile, the young mage gets ready to launch her attack. Several magic circles appear all over the battlefield. The ice mage uses his magic, creating massive ice walls around the area. The young mage spots the trap but remains confident in her plan. A massive ice tower emerges, and he calls it the freezing purgatory. He steps onto the top of the tower, preparing for his next attack. With glowing eyes, he notes he picked a spot with water just in case. Using a magic circle, he summons multiple ice attacks falling from the sky. The ice spears rush toward the young mage at high speed. With a determined look, she prepares to fight back with all her power. With glowing eyes, he says this is what true strength looks like. The young woman is then struck by a powerful wave of ice from the attack. The ice mage stands atop the tower, observing the situation. With a small smirk, he notices she survived and looks surprised. He says she is moving much better than she did in the tournament preliminaries. The mage appears, her clothes torn, covered in a purple aura. She uses her lightning to deflect the path of the ice attack. With a surprised look, he admits he didn't know she was hiding so much strength. The young mage looks exhausted but stays on her feet after defending herself. A close-up of her face shows all her determination and exhaustion in the battle. She states she has no intention of wasting her power fighting him. With a serious look, the ice mage seems a bit annoyed by what she said. The young mage steps on the frozen ground and notices something odd in the arena. She is shocked to realize even the ice floor was part of the trap. The girl gets hit by a surprise attack, wondering if he had another trick up his sleeve. With a surprised look, she sees an ice blade rushing her way. She blocks it with her staff but gets caught by another of her opponent's traps. Wide-eyed, the young mage is amazed by the speed of the ice attack. A massive ice explosion occurs, destroying part of the arena's scenery. The mage is thrown far back by the force of the explosion's impact. The ice mage prepares to strike, vowing to freeze her to her very soul. With a face full of pain and effort, the young mage tries to resist the ice attack. A huge wave of ice advances, freezing everything in its path in the arena. Her friends yell desperately for Julia, but the protagonist remains quite calm. He thinks that for Dean, controlling ice clones is no difficult task. But the hero notes that, luckily, he already boosted her resistance to ice magic. He believes the cold won't be enough to stop her from fighting. The ice mage notices the cold doesn't affect her and praises her preparation. With a smile, the young mage says it just makes everything a lot more fun. The mage says he likes seeing her suffer and wants to see even more of her despair. Using a magic circle, he freezes the entire forest with his ice power. The mage complains about the cold, realizing he turned everything into an ice wasteland. Suddenly, a massive ice golem rises from the ground to attack the young mage. The golem strikes with its ice scythe, but she defends herself using her magic. With a determined look, she says mere ice clones won't be enough to beat her. She launches a powerful wave of lightning that hits the ice golem directly. The lightning attack travels upwards, even striking the ice mage on top of the tower. With a surprised and angry look, he can't believe the strength of her attack. He says that wasn't bad and gets ready to counterattack with even more force. At this, the destroyed ice golem begins regenerating itself again. The young mage finds herself surrounded by several ice clones that regenerated. Angrily, she wonders how the clones managed to regenerate so fast. Using spheres of purple energy, the young mage begins fighting the ice clones. She blocks one of the clones with her staff and pushes it far away. Next, the ice golem tries to crush her with a powerful punch to the ground. But the mage manages to catch the monster's giant fist with all her strength. Kai gets irritated by the ice mage's tactics, calling him rotten on the inside. But the protagonist explains it was better for her to fight Dian when he was already tired. Awa wonders if Julia actually has any chance of winning that fight. Back in the arena, the scenery is still covered in a thick layer of ice. The ice mage taunts her, saying she must be out of magic to fight. With a hand on his face, he looks exhausted and is sweating from using so much power. He admits she is stronger than he expected, but claims he will crush her. The ice mage prepares to attack, saying he is going to end it all right now. While he readies his magic, the young mage uses a purple magic circle. A massive lightning explosion occurs, hitting her opponent squarely. With his body inside the golem, he says the cold will slowly consume her. With an evil smile, he says he can't wait to see her despair. The mage manages to dodge the golem's attacks with great agility. Still inside the creature, Dean continues attacking with his ice powers. The young woman realizes her movements are sluggish, and that he isn't using traps anymore. She figures out he is low on magic but is forcing himself to maintain the ice field. With a confident smile, the mage prepares to launch her counterattack. She uses a magic circle, getting ready to focus all of her energy. With a determined look, she taunts her opponent, looking very confident. The mage fires a powerful wave of lightning that engulfs the ice golem. Dean says it's useless because ice can easily block lightning. But his eye widens in surprise as he sees what happens next in the arena. She says that isn't true and that lightning only fails if it isn't strong enough. The mage explains that if the lightning is powerful enough, not even ice can stop it. With that, a massive explosion of purple lightning shatters the golem into several pieces. Taking a direct hit, the ice mage says that level of power is dangerous. The ice mage thinks he needs to escape the electric field before his ice armor breaks. With a determined look, he spots an opening and believes he can still turn the fight around. But suddenly his expression changes to pure shock and surprise at what happens next. The young mage explains that inside an electromagnetic field, lightning magic grows even stronger. With a look full of determination, she yells for him to brace himself for the attack. A massive blast of purple lightning rushes forward, hitting the golem with full force. The ice mage screams in pain as he is completely electrocuted by the girl's magic. On the display screen, everyone watches in shock as the young Aaron mage unleashes her powerful attack. A student wonders if lightning really has a disadvantage against ice, because it doesn't look like it. A classmate asks Jeremy if that's the kind of lightning Julie uses on him, leaving him speechless. The ice mage is thrown far away, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. The young mage is exhausted and panting, but she manages to stay on her feet after the intense fight. With a small smile on her face, she wonders if she finally managed to win the battle. Suddenly, a figure appears and asks the young mage if she's alright after the fight. With a bruised and dirty face, Dean still appears to be conscious on the ground. The fire mage shows up with her arms crossed, glaring at her opponent on the ground. In his mind, he apologizes to his sister, saying he might not be able to win the tournament. His sister then appears in his mind, calling him useless for already accepting defeat. She tells him to win even if he perishes, because she won't acknowledge a massive loser. Face on the ground, Dean seems to be struggling to stand up and keep fighting. The mage thinks his strength is terrifying to have withstood her lightning without passing out. With that, a piece of the ice armor he was still wearing begins to crack and shatter. The ice mage lifts his face with a surprised expression at the situation. He says he also trained his resistance to lightning, and a dark aura covers him entirely. Holding an aura of blue fire, he shouts he isn't weak enough to be beaten by a bolt of lightning. The young mage is pushed back by a huge wave of ice that emerges in the arena. Staff in hand, the girl struggles to stay on her feet against the ice attack. Suddenly, a shadowy version of Dian with one red eye appears behind her to attack. A massive explosion of lightning and ice occurs as the two opponents clash in the arena. Holding an ice sword, he says his next strike will definitely end the fight. With glowing red eyes, he vows to take her down using his strongest spell. The young mage wonders what is wrong with him while she gets ready to counter the attack. He notices she used up all her magic power, but still keeps attacking without hesitation. A powerful beam of purple energy rushes directly at her opponent with full force. He is shocked that she won't step back even as her body is burned by the lightning. The ice mage uses his evil blade, rushing in for a swift, deadly counterattack. The ice blade clashes heavily against the young mage's lightning barrier, He realizes that instead of weakening, her aura is even stronger than before. With a pained look, the mage struggles to stay standing and continue the great battle. The ice mage panics, wondering how he can defeat her in that state. From afar, Awa thinks Dian has reached his limit, but her brother completely disagrees. Awa says the older brother has never been wrong about an opponent's strength. In the arena, the ice mage charges with his ice blade to attack his opponent. With a scream, the young mage unleashes a massive wave of lightning from her body. He says he will definitely win, and the two brace themselves for the final clash. Holding his ice blade, he rushes quickly toward the young Aaron mage. With glowing red eyes, the fire mage gets ready for the final attack. The two collide with a devastating impact of ice and lightning in the tournament arena. With a surprised look, the ice mage feels his opponent's power in the attack. The young mage explains that this is condensed lightning, 10 times stronger than normal. With a confident smile, she says she will win and prepares for the final blow. The ice mage wonders how someone like her can use so much power all at once. A massive explosion of lightning and ice occurs, throwing both of them far away. With the ice sword in his hand, the mage falls to his knees on the ground, completely defeated. With a smile, the mage thinks it's finally over and she managed to win the battle. She thanks her brother, knowing without the training she would never have made it this far. The ice mage falls to the ground, seemingly having passed out after the grand fight. Suddenly, the fire mage Aurora appears, finishing Dian off with her fire attack. She notes the young girl finally fell and that she is a very stubborn girl. With a smile, the fire mage turns around, says it's been a while since she saw her. Awa is surprised Aurora survived and mentions Lucas's prediction was wrong. The hero and his friend wonder how she wasn't defeated and still seems so calm. In the arena, the young mage is completely exhausted, head down with no energy left. From a branch, Aurora taunts her, asking if she's too happy to even speak. Angrily, Julia thinks this is the worst-case scenario her brother had predicted for the fight. The fire mage continues her taunting, calling her cold and boring. She asks if the Aaron mage isn't curious about how she tricked Dian and hid. With an evil smile, Aurora says she will honestly tell her opponent everything. At that moment, she starts unbuttoning her clothes to reveal her big secret. The young mage yells that this isn't what she meant by honestly, and gets embarrassed. With a smile, the fire mage says the other girl is shy and cute for reacting like that. She reveals a pendant, saying it's her secret for blocking mental attacks. The item can also be used to control enemies, but it only works once a day. The young mage understands this was how she tricked Dian, and why Iwa's magic didn't work. With a smile, she says that at their level, the method doesn't matter as long as they win the fight. The fire mage steps closer and tells Julia to withdraw from the match and give up. She reveals she told her secret because the young mage has no more power left to fight her. The fire mage turns away, saying she doesn't really want to fight her anyway. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt strikes her flame barrier directly with a huge impact. The young mage steps forward, seemingly preparing to keep fighting. With an annoyed look, she asks if the girl isn't going to accept her offer to surrender. With her staff glowing, Julia says she won't know if she can fight until she really tries. The fire mage gives her a serious look, saying she finally understands the situation. Surrounded by an aura of fire, she says if the other girl wants to fight so badly, she will accept the challenge. A massive fire magic circle manifests, covering the entire battle arena. The Aaron mage is amazed by the power and decides to use her thunder escape magic. With a focused and determined look, the fire mage gets ready to attack with everything she has. A huge fire tornado appears, speeding toward the young mage. The girl gets caught by the tornado and is shocked her opponent reached her so fast. The fire mage taunts her, asking wasn't she frozen just a moment ago. With her red eyes glowing intensely, Aurora says she is going to warm her opponent up. A massive fire creature rushes forward, attacking the young mage with immense power. The girl gets caught in the tornado, remembering her brother told her to save some magic. In her mind, she recalls that after fighting Dian, she had barely any magic power left. With a determined look, she thinks there's only one way to defeat Aurora. The fire mage taunts her, asking why she doesn't just stop fighting already. With a smile, she says her opponent can no longer attack and can't even run away. Suddenly, Aurora gets an expression of surprise at what happens next. The young mage agrees she's out of magic but points to the fire tornado. She says that if she uses her opponent's strength, she can still attack with everything she has. A massive wave of purple lightning strikes the fire mage squarely in the arena. She is shocked Julia used the water from Dian's ice to extend her attack's range. With an angry look, the fire mage prepares to resist the lightning attack. Julia reveals she used her last bit of power, and Aurora realizes if the two collide, they will explode. It is explained that fire and lightning are unstable, and together they cause a violent explosion. With a look of pain and effort, the young mage braces for the impact of the explosion. A massive explosion of fire and lightning occurs, destroying everything in its path. The young mage is thrown far away and her crystal rabbit flies through the air. The crystal rabbit hits the ground, shattering into several pieces from the impact. The young mage falls to the ground, completely exhausted and unconscious in the arena. Followed on the ground without her staff, she wonders if her suicidal plan worked. Amid the smoke from the explosion, a mysterious figure begins to slowly stand up. Aurora is also injured, noting it was close and her opponent is insane. Sweaty and bruised, the fire mage still manages to stay on her feet. With her fan in hand, she prepares to launch one last attack to win the fight. With a serious look on her face, she says the battle is finally over. She fires a powerful wave of fire while Julia's friends watch in despair. Fallen on the ground, the young mage regrets having to lose after so much effort. Suddenly, the eye of the broken crystal rabbit shines with an intense red light. In a dark place, a mysterious voice asks the young girl if she really wants to win. A massive blast of pink energy rushes forward, clashing with the fire attack. But the fire mage manages to create a barrier and defend against the powerful attack. With a surprised look, she stares at her opponent, unable to believe her eyes. With pink hair, the young mage gets ready to attack, announcing she is Julia. Her eyes glow and she swears to win the battle no matter what happens. Several pink magic circles appear, and the young girl floats in the air. The fire mage is shocked she is using advanced magic without even chanting. A massive wave of pink energy rushes forward, destroying everything in its path. The girl screams, unleashing a power that doesn't feel like the same as before in the battle. With a serene look, she releases an incredible pressure and power from her body. The power is so great that it even makes her opponent's heart race. Outside the arena, massive pink energy explosion occurs in the forest. One of the teachers says he has never seen a goddess festival as intense as this one. He wonders what on earth happened in there to cause so much destruction. The principals note that all three showed incredible strength and make a proposal. The principal suggests the three earn the right to have an audience with the goddess. Hours later, the champion is announced as the youngest winner of the festival. With a smile, Julia celebrates her grand and unexpected tournament victory. Diane acknowledges her strength but swears he won't lose the next time they fight. Aurora remarks that men hold grudges, while Julia laughs at the situation. Suddenly, the young mage gets startled, appearing to be caught off guard by someone. Aurora hugs her, telling her to choose her as a partner instead of Diane. With a red face, she says she would forgive the young mage no matter what she did. The girl brags about being superior in strength, beauty, and intelligence to her new friend. In a funny scene, the ice mage complains about Julia hanging from the chandelier. The principals comment that the two are already getting along and that Diane made a friend. An old man announces the award presentation and calls the principals to the stage. The prize is an emblem to enter the goddess's temple, which usually only the champion gets. But the students wonder why there are 3 emblems at the festival this year. The principal explains that all finalists had an incredible performance in the tournament. So it was decided to grant all 3 finalists the right to an audience with the goddess. A principal finds the proposal strange, but another says they shouldn't throw away this opportunity. Julia turns around and says they were rivals during the Grand Goddess Festival. But now as travel companions, she asks for everyone to get along really well. The ice mage stares at her with a cold and indifferent expression on his face. With a smile, the fire mage accepts the proposal and holds out her hand to the young girl. The two agree, sealing the new and unexpected friendship among the 3. In the stands, the protagonist seems very thoughtful, with a scowl on his face. His friend Kai asks why he has such a dark and sad expression. The hero says he was thinking of a gift for his sister, and his friend teases him. Awa says it would be compensation since she was almost defeated because of him. The young man says good food and a hot spring would be a nice reward for her. But his friend reminds him that the nearest hot spring is a day's travel away. With a smile, Kai says there's a place that has both things he's looking for. Kai offers up his home, which has hot springs and excellent chefs. He invites everyone to a party at his house to celebrate Julia's victory. Wasting no time, he runs off, saying he's going to talk to Tishi right now. The friend thanks him awkwardly while the protagonist watches everything from afar. The hero wonders when Kai got so close to Teishi like that. The next day, the group arrives at a massive, luxurious mansion with a fountain. Julia gets excited, saying it's her first time hanging out with such a big group. Several servants welcome them, greeting the young master Kai. The young mage is impressed, saying the place looks like a real castle. Kai tells everyone to relax and enjoy the hot spring before dinner. The servants guide them inside the huge, luxurious mansion. Suddenly, the protagonist stops and looks to the side with a serious expression. He stares at one of the paintings on the wall, seemingly noticing something strange. The young man finds it odd because he felt like someone was watching him from afar. A maid informs Kai that his parents are calling him for a chat. Suddenly, a panicked scream echoes through the hall of the massive mansion. Julia plays at being a ghost and asks if she scared the maid with her prank. But the maid drops the robe, and the young girl complains about the staff's confusion. Iwa shows up embarrassed because the swapped robe is way too small for her. Meanwhile, Kai enters his father's office with a smile on his face. He notices the place is full of smoke and that something must have happened there. His father, Karen, warns him not to cause any trouble with his invited friends. The young man agrees and is relieved his dad doesn't know about the school's mess. He walks away thinking his parents worry too much, since no one will make a mess. Elsewhere, a maid thanks Julia and Awa for forgiving her. She thinks in relief that she would have been fired if the master found out. In the hot spring, the young mage tells her not to worry about the accident. With that, the girl turns to her friend and calls Awa over to the hot spring. She asks why her friend isn't getting into the hot spring with her. The mage explains she only gets in when the maid leaves because she doesn't like strangers around. Suddenly, Iwa hears a voice and is startled to recognize who is speaking. Other girls show up, saying they were in the hot spring the entire time. Surprised by her friend's arrival, Julia cheers excitedly for them. Shortly after, the young mage and her friend Awa relax together in the hot spring. The others wonder if the girls ran all the way just to be next to Julia. Next, a maid arrives and serves snacks to all the girls in the spring. One of the friends comments that the Taroi family is lucky and they benefit from it. The blonde mage says that's not it at all, as they are all friends with her brother. The maid comments in surprise that young Julia has an older brother. With a smile, she says he is the kindest brother in the whole world. Awa disagrees, mentioning he put her through hellish training the other day. The blonde girl asks Mia to say something to help defend him. With a red face, the white-haired young woman says Lucas is a wonderful person. Annoyed, Awa thinks she can't trust his ex-fiancé's word. Teishi says she doesn't think the protagonist is a bad person, but she adds that he is overprotective of his sister and she wanted to get closer to her. Awa says that with people like her around Julia, he should be even more overprotective. Teishi gets annoyed by the comment and asks if the girl wants to fight her. The maid just watches the argument with a small smile on her face. She offers to help Teishi get dressed, but the young woman says she doesn't need help. Already dressed, Teishi runs into Kai, who calls her name looking quite surprised. He asks if she enjoyed the spring and the girl confirms she feels refreshed. She approaches and asks him to take her to his training spot. He agrees, and she thinks she needs to take this chance to catch up with her other friends. Meanwhile, in the men's spring, Shuichi relaxes, saying nothing beats a bath. His friends tease him, and he yells embarrassedly for them to stop joking. One suggests getting out to play cards and inviting their friend Kai to the game. The friend asks if he's coming along, but the protagonist says he'll stay a bit longer. He thinks the situation with the spring and the cards is very similar to his past life. In a flashback, a bully complains that Shuichi is too slow to run with them. The guy threatens him, saying if he's last again, he'll break his legs. Angrily, the boy says slow legs are useless, and another tells him to buy new cards. Back in the present, the hero clenches his fist tightly, cracking the edge of the spring. With a dark look, he thinks, great, now he just remembered something awful. The maid hears the noise and asks with concern if the young man is okay. He says it was nothing and his hand just slipped on the edge by accident. The woman says she'll treat the wound and suddenly gets closer to the hot spring. With a serious face, the young man says he doesn't need it and that he really is fine. She insists because she might get fired, and he wonders if the family is really that strict. The young man gives in but is surprised to see the maid getting into the water with him. She approaches, asking where the injury is, and he thinks she's more careless than his sister. The woman slides her hand over his body and asks if the wound is lower down. She then praises incredible muscles expected of a martial artist. With a smile, she offers a massage, saying she is confident in her skills. The maid mentions Julia was also satisfied and a tear falls from her eye. With a dark look, he grabs her and asks what the hell she did to his sister. The maid screams in terror as a massive dark hand rushes forward to attack her. The woman is thrown hard into the hot spring, kicking up a wave of water. The protagonist glares at her with a serious look, recognizing her move from before. She realizes he is also a martial artist and looks quite surprised. A rapid exchange of strikes begins between the two opponents inside the hot spring. With an agile leap, the woman jumps out of the water, landing gracefully outside. The martial artist asks what her goal is by infiltrating that house. She denies it, claiming she's just a poor martial artist working for money. The young man says he heard about her greatness and respects her as a fellow fighter. With spiral glasses on, the woman starts talking in a strange way. Without hesitating, she charges, saying she came to see his strength with her own eyes. The protagonist is taken by surprise by the woman's sudden and aggressive attitude. He defends himself, stating he didn't feel any respect in her approach. With a serious look, the young man grabs her and asks what exactly she managed to see. A powerful clash of energy happens between the two, causing a massive impact. The maid gives a confident smile, getting ready to reveal what she found out. She says he is even stronger than she had heard before. She grabs a towel and uses it like a whip with great skill. She attacks the young man with the towel, which moves with surprising force. But the young man manages to stop the attack easily using just 2 fingers. His hand firmly grips the towel, completely stopping the woman's strike. Using the towel, he spins her in the air with impressive strength. With spiral eyes, she looks quite surprised by the young man's unexpected power. The martial artist then throws her hard against one of the hot spring pillars. With the woman defeated, he walks over and asks if she became interested in him. He stares at her, thinking her face looks strangely familiar to him. The woman says he is kind and asks who he is as if she didn't know him. Suddenly, a voice calls for Lucas, letting him know the food is ready. The young man ties her up, saying they'll continue later and he'll ask Kai about her. With a determined look, he runs off, swearing she absolutely won't escape. The mysterious maid breaks free from the ropes with a powerful golden energy. With an explosion of light, she vanishes in an instant, leaving the martial artist surprised. The young man wonders if she used a magic item or a cloning technique to escape. His friend Kai appears at the door, calling him for the celebration party. He pulls him, telling him to hurry before Julia eats all the party food. At the dining table, the young mage is pampered by all her new friends. Back in one of the rooms, the woman says children tell everything, and it's interesting. She grabs her mask, thinking Lucas is more interesting than she imagined. Suddenly, Kai's parents appear and are shocked, calling her Your Highness. With the mask on her face, she asks them to keep the day's events a secret. A few days later, a grand festival begins, and the crowd cheers for Aurora and Julia. Kai complains about the noise, noting students from Kyoto and the sacred school came too. The protagonist smiles and says there's nothing they can do, as it's an important event. Next, it's revealed that today the top 3 students will depart for the temple. An old man appears on a balcony and tells the entire crowd to be quiet. He explains that a long time ago, the goddess of wisdom gave a revelation to everyone. She would grant blessings to the young sage, and that is the origin of the grand festival. Because of this, many talents from the 3 schools have earned the right to meet the goddess. The old man says the 3 will leave soon, but there's a new decision for this year. He explains that the journey to the temple is full of dangers and monsters. Usually, teachers accompanied them, but this year they will have to go alone. The man creates a small blue energy being in his hand to help them. He hands the bean to Julia, saying it will guide them to the grand temple. The creature reveals itself to be a small blue bird that appears to be sleeping. The young girl thinks it looks delicious and asks if she can eat it in an emergency. A bell starts ringing in the academy tower, drawing everyone's attention. The old man says it is time and asks everyone to pray for the 3 who are leaving. The girls in the crowd pray for them to return safely from the journey. Mita also prays they bring back more achievements for the honor of the school. The 3 champions walk to the door while their friends say goodbye. In the young mage's hands, the small blue creature starts flapping its wings, waking up. The trio says their goodbyes and Julia yells that they are heading out now. The martial artist watches everything and thinks he needs to investigate some things. With a serious look on his face, he thinks that now something more important awaits him. After that, we see the trio walking through a town while Julia happily sings. Suddenly, the ice mage gets a serious look and stares at something ahead. He uses his magic, creating a massive ice spike that shoots through the air. The ice attack squarely hits a wooden log that was going to strike them. The mage is confused, saying that doesn't look like an ambush weapon. She thinks Dean was kind to protect her from a branch and notices it's burned. On a roof, the protagonist says he finally managed to catch up to them. He sent a clone to class, but it only has 1/10 of his power. He thinks if he lowers his guard, he might end up using too much power by accident. From afar, Sigart watches and wonders if the young man is planning something again. The martial artist looks out over the town's landscape, seeming very thoughtful. He wonders what happened to his sister Julia during the tournament's grand final. Suddenly, the hero senses a strange presence coming from his sister Julia. The young mage says she feels like something she doesn't recognize is mixed in there. Here we see the red crystal rabbit, glowing with an evil light. Back at the academy, the principal tells everyone to return to classes normally. Kai complains that not sending guards with them is very stingy of the academy. Others worry, saying it's a dangerous trip for them to go on alone. Angrily, the protagonist asks them what the hell they are talking about. His friends get scared and apologize, saying they were just tired. The hero wonders why the symptoms returned even after they took the tonic. Elsewhere, the champion trio arrives at a beautiful landscape with a waterfall. Julia celebrates that they finally made it out of the gloomy town area. She turns to Aurora and asks if she wants to take a short break. The fire mage claims she wouldn't get tired before Dean and is totally fine. But she suddenly collapses from exhaustion and asks them to wait a second. With a sweaty face, she says the view is beautiful and suggests stopping to enjoy it a bit. The fire mage complains she has good stamina, but the other 2 are monsters. She thinks she needs to train more while the guide bird flies through the forest. From a distance, the protagonist watches and notes the 3 have become quite close. With a serious look, he notices someone suddenly approaching the group. A blonde man holding an axe approaches a large masked figure. The big guy calls him lazy, and the young man begs him not to snitch to the boss. Suddenly, a blue feather floats in the air, landing right on the masked man's mouth. The big guy points at something ahead, and his companion looks quite confused. He says the magic bird looks delicious and orders his friend to catch it. Wasting no time, the masked man readies his bow and arrow to shoot the creature. The blue bird turns around with an expression of surprise, sensing the danger. The arrow barely misses, and the hero thinks everyone just sees the creature as food. The creature flies away, and the archer furiously yells for it to come back right now. The bird flies toward the trio, followed closely by several arrows from the rogues. With a smile, the young mage welcomes the creature that seems to have returned. The blonde rogue leaps with his axe to attack, and the mage is confused. The rogues realize they ran into 3 young nobles and hit the jackpot. With an evil smile, the man asks what they are doing in his territory. Suddenly, the 2 are struck by purple lightning and scream in pain from the attack. Staff in hand, Julia says rogues are the thing she hates the most in the world. The fire mage rubs her head, and the young girl gets annoyed being called a brat. Next, we see the rogues heading out being destroyed by an explosion. The ice mage mercilessly freezes one of the rogues inside a massive block of ice. The other rogue is completely electrocuted and burned by the mage's attacks. After defeating them all, they find a treasure chest in the ruined hideout. With a smile, the young mage wonders what kind of treasure they kept there. But upon opening the chest, she only finds some worthless gold and silver coins. Aurora asks what they will do with spare change, and Julia says wiping out rogues is only fair. With a determined look, she seems very proud of the work they just did. The young mage says she is hungry and suggests they look for something to eat. Aurora gets super excited, with hearts in her eyes out of pure happiness. She declares she'll be the only one to raise her affection level with Julia. The two run off, leaving the Ice Mage confused by the whole situation. Shortly after, the Fire Mage returns proudly, holding a bunch of apples. Meanwhile, the girl fights an ice monster with Dean on top of it. The white-haired boy blows a cold breath, getting ready to cook. With a focused and determined look, he prepares to show off his skills. He creates multiple ice swords and begins slicing the fish with precision. The result is a perfect plate of sashimi that looks delicious. Aurora is shocked, not expecting him to actually have cooking skills. The two enjoy the fish, seeming to absolutely love the taste of the food. Satisfied, Julia praises him, saying he's just as good a cook as her brother. Later, the Fire Mage offers a fruit as dessert to her friend. Excited, the young mage accepts and grabs a melon to eat right away. But the Ice Mage warns her, saying she probably shouldn't eat that. Angrily, Aurora asks if he is implying she poisoned the fruit. To prove it's safe, she takes a huge bite out of the green melon. She suddenly falls paralyzed, and Dean explains she ate a paralyzing melon. The trio continues their journey, passing by a massive monster skeleton in the forest. With the guide bird, Julia says they should reach the temple in a few days. Dean complains they didn't get much and expected to find better treasures. But the mage says she is satisfied because all the creatures were delicious. Suddenly, the guide bird flies away scared, leaving the young mage quite surprised. The ground begins to shake, and the trio realizes a strong enemy is approaching. A pack of bears with furious red eyes appears right in front of them. One of the bears roars, baring its sharp teeth, and charges to attack the group. Without hesitation, the trio prepares for battle using their fire and lightning magic. A powerful combined attack of fire and lightning hits the bears squarely in the forest. After the battle, all the bears are on the ground, but they appear to be sleeping. The Ice Mage and Aurora say the bears are weak and they shouldn't expect much. Head on her chin, the young mage finds the whole situation very strange. She explains that hill bears are solitary beasts in the forest. Her friends look closer and notice that all the bears are injured. They wonder if the bears were attacked by an even stronger beast. Without hesitation, the Ice Mage runs, telling the girls to follow him through the forest. Suddenly, his eye widens, and he seems to have noticed something very strange. He yells for everyone to be careful as a wave of wind blows past them. A massive green energy tornado appears, destroying part of the forest. Very jelly, the trio manages to dodge the powerful wind attack. On a cliff, a winged creature with red eyes watches the group from afar. Suddenly, a massive winged tiger with red eyes appears and roars at the trio. From a distance, the protagonist recognizes the creature and says he'll handle it alone. But the trio starts attacking the tiger with their ice, fire, and lightning magic. The creature is struck squarely by the young mage's powerful electrical attack. Using her magic, she manages to trap the tiger in a cage of purple lightning. The Fire Mage prepares to attack using her infernal fire magic. With her fan, she launches a massive wave of flames and lightning at the monster. With a roar, the creature tries to break free from the combined wind and fire attack. The winged tiger is hit by a powerful wave of elemental energy. With ice claws on his hand, the mage says he won't let the creature escape. He fires several sharp ice projectiles toward his opponent. The ice attack clashes with the tiger's fire aura with a massive impact. The creature is completely frozen by a huge structure of ice. Staff in hand, the young mage says she will finish the fight once and for all. From afar, the protagonist observes the incredible teamwork of the three mages. He thinks the three switch seamlessly between attack and defense during the fight. With the creature defeated, the young mage suggests they prepare to eat. Several hours later, the trio rests and eats around a campfire in the forest. Aurora praises Julia for noticing the bear's strange behavior earlier. With a smile, the young mage says she just remembered what her brother taught her. Aurora says she loves her brother very much, and the young girl confirms he is strong and kind. Holding the crystal rabbit, she says her brother fought to get it for her. The Fire Mage thinks it was the rabbit that made Julia transform during the finals. With a thoughtful look, she says she is jealous Julia has such a kind brother. The Iron Mage asks if she's an only child, and the other replies she has 20 siblings. But with an evil smile, she reveals that all of them were actually her enemies. She begins to explain that she was born into a count's family in the Southern Empire. Her father inherited everything, and as a result had more than 10 wives and dozens of children. In a world where mages are superior, her mother was chosen solely for her beauty. The other wives mocked them, saying the daughter of a martial artist would have no talent. Because of this, the two were looked down upon by her noble father's other wives. They were surrounded by an aura of hatred, contempt from everyone in the mansion. The young Fire Mage was also mistreated by all her half-siblings. In a memory, her mother comforts her and asks her to hold on just a little longer. With a determined look, the woman swears she will turn the tables for her daughter one day. She goes on to say that on the day of the god's blessing, everything happened. A noble child's destiny was decided by the offering their family presented. Her brother reveals he has level 4 water magic during his ceremony. Her younger sister also reveals she has level 3 wind magic from her blessing. While her siblings received blessings, she had nothing, as her mother had disappeared. Alone and wearing simple clothes, the young mage felt completely abandoned. She thought she would forever live as a joke to the Phoenix family and the gods. A priest then calls her, asking her to present her offering to the gods. Left with no choice, the young mage walks toward the altar with her head down. With a sad and desperate look, she braces for the worst during her ceremony. Suddenly, a figure engulfed in flames appears, surprising everyone in the castle hall. Bruised and burning, her mother appears holding something in her hand for her daughter. With tears in her eyes, the young mage screams desperately for her mother in the hall. Her mother leaves a trail of red essence on the carpet as she walks toward her. She reveals her mother challenged a legendary dragon just to take one of its scales. The woman hands this scale to her daughter, telling her to receive her blessing. With tears in her eyes, the young mage takes the scale, weeping in despair. The girl drops to her knees and cries while her mother watches from a distance. She then runs up to the altar with the dragon's scale in her hand, full of determination. The young girl places the scale on the altar, and a massive golden light erupts in the hall. A huge wave of flames spreads out, destroying part of the castle ceiling. The guests are terrified by the overwhelming magic manifesting in the room. With a shocked look, the priest yells that it is a level 7 fire blessing. A massive fire phoenix appears, flying through the hall with incredible power. Her father celebrates, announcing that a level 7 genius was born into his family. At that moment, the young mage felt that everything in her life had changed. With an evil look, her father approaches holding a red jewel necklace. He calls her his pride and gifts her the family treasure, but with a dark look he hugs her, seemingly plotting something. He throws her hard to the ground while the young girl screams in surprise. Turning around, she finds her mother fallen and brags about receiving the blessing. The priest turns around looking quite terrified by the scene he witnesses. In her arms, the young mage says she doesn't need treasures or magic. With tears in her eyes, she begs her mother to please wake up. With a final effort, her mother says she kept her promise to turn the tables. She says that was the very last thing she could do as her mother. Her hand falling to the floor, the woman passes away, leaving her daughter in despair. With the reflection of the necklace in her eye, the young mage cries over the loss of her mother. She remembers her mother's words and wonders just how much determination she had. With a serene look, her mother passed away with a peaceful expression, full of love. The fire mage says that, without a doubt, her mother was the strongest woman in the world. From that day on, she began to be treated differently by everyone. Like her mother, she started looking for strong and beautiful women on her journey. With tears in her eyes, Julia says Aurora's mother was an incredible person. Holding the necklace, Aurora says she doesn't need pity and tells her friend not to cry. She says women like her mother, who possess strength and beauty, are worthy of respect. In the background, the ice mage simply watches their conversation with a cold expression. He steps forward and asks if she truly finds that kind of strength worthy of respect. With a serious look, he says that no matter what, she is glorifying her mother way too much. With a smile, the fire mage notes he has a terrible habit of listening to others' conversations. She asks if it was difficult for a noble young master like him to hear that. With a serious look, the ice mage says sacrificing everything for someone else is foolish. He reveals he also met a perfect person during his life's journey. But with his own hands, he had to put an end to that person's legend. A huge ice flower appears in his hand and he looks very sad at the memory. He begins explaining that his family has served the imperial house for generations, all to inherit the legendary and strongest ice magic that exists in the world. By tradition, the most talented successor of each generation was chosen for the power. The previous successor was the youngest captain of the guard in history and his master. This was his distant cousin, a woman named Sheena Azran, who was very powerful. The next successor wasn't supposed to be chosen for decades, but his master picked him early. At just 12 years old, he was chosen for his talent and level 7 blessing. With a look of disdain and a click of her tongue, his master stares down at him. The young mage asks if he said something offensive to her at that moment. She orders him to call her master and completely forbids the use of magic from that day on. With a small smile, the woman steps closer, seemingly explaining her plan. She says he will first improve his physical foundation through martial arts. In a memory, the young mage climbs a mountain dragging a giant rock. He also had to endure brutal training standing under a waterfall. In another session, he must dodge multiple wooden logs attacking him. The young mage is hit squarely by one of the logs and falls to the ground. With a bruised and hurt face, he coughs from the impact. Fallen in the snow, he coughs slightly, appearing completely exhausted from the training. From a distance, his master calls him a useless brat, looking quite disappointed. He says every day was hell, and he thought perishing would be better. But he believed his master only wanted to turn him into a first-class mage. With a small smile on her face, the woman just watches him from afar in the cold. By a campfire in the middle of the snow, the young man says his master is truly incredible. He mentions he didn't know martial arts training could improve ice magic. Eating a piece of meat, the woman appears to have heard what he just said. Awkwardly, the boy asks if he said that out loud, and she glares at him out of the corner of her eye. With a red, embarrassed face, he wonders what she meant by that. With an evil smile, she reveals that everything she told him was a lie. The young mage is left completely shocked by his master's revelation. She says watching him act so noble annoyed her greatly, so she tricked him. Angrily, he questions what all his suffering and training was even for. Through gritted teeth, he calls her a horrible woman and unleashes his ice energy. A massive ice explosion occurs from the power he releases from his body. With a smile, she says he finally got angry exactly like she wanted. Fallen in the snow and hurt, he realizes the training is finally showing results. She explains the training made him more resilient, and that it doesn't improve magic at all. The master says that starting the next day, she will teach him to use real magic. Using his frustration as motivation, he quickly grew stronger and stronger. Using his magic, he creates a massive ice cage with impressive power. Sweaty and bruised, he celebrates finally being able to use magic. With a serious look, his master says that is good, and they will begin the final test. After that, the young mage appears lost in the middle of a heavy blizzard. He remembers his master abandoned him on a cliff to survive. Fallen in the snow, he wonders if she is really alive after so much time. His master appears, saying that to inherit the power, he needs to defeat her. With a furious look, she says if he can't do it, she'll take him down herself. At that moment, he instinctively understood what she was trying to say. He realizes his master is serious and unleashes an aura of ice. Holding an ice blade, the young mage gets ready for the great battle. Out of fear for his life, his magic power suddenly surpassed all his limits. His eyes shine with an intense blue light as he unleashes his new strength. With a powerful ice attack, he finally manages to strike his master. The young mage is startled to see a piece of ice on his head. He turns around and sees his master fallen in the snow, struck by an ice sword. With her eyes closed, the woman doesn't seem to be moving, and he despairs. Kneeling in the snow, he desperately cries out that he ended up taking his master's life. He remembers everything they went through and how she made him stronger. With that, the young mage cries out in pain and despair for having broken his promise. He falls to his knees and weeps, holding his face in his hands. Suddenly, his master kicks him, telling him to stop whining because he's being loud. Shocked, the young man yells her name and asks if she is really alive. She taunts him, asking if he actually thought someone like him could defeat her. The boy realizes she tricked him and that the fight was just to unlock his potential. Angrily, he wonders if she really had to deceive him like that. With a hood over his head, he seems quite annoyed by the whole situation. She says he passed the test and walks away, leaving the young man behind. Angrily, he yells that he never knows what she's thinking and she left him all alone. He shouts, asking where she is going and if they will meet again. She replies probably yes, and that she won't forgive him if he isn't stronger by then. With a smile, she tells him not to disappoint her and continues on her way. He thinks a strong person doesn't become anyone's sacrifice or toy. Wearing the ring on his finger, he says his master and his sister are the perfect women. Aurora says that in the end, Dean is just a siscon, and her friend tells her to be quiet. She tells her to forget the siscon and asks about Julia's brother. With a serious look, the ice mage says martial artists are discriminated against. He goes on to say that in reality, magic is stronger than martial arts. Because of this, he says Julia will surpass her brother, and he will get jealous of her. The young mage realizes her other brother Jeremy acts that way out of jealousy. With a smile, she says her brother Lucas would never become a person like him. She smiles, noting her brother found his own path a long time ago. She recalls that when the engagement was cancelled, everyone thought he was devastated. At that time, his father asked him to go out and try to clear his head a bit. Without them knowing, the young mage secretly followed her father and brother. Arriving in a town, she had to watch the two from a distance on the road. But her father noticed her and asked her to stop hiding and come to them. The little girl holds her father's hand with a very curious look on her face. That was the first time she saw her father interacting with commoners in the city, and she noticed everyone there respected her father deeply for his kind actions. Next, her father took them to see a warrior statue in the center of town. A close-up of the young mage's face shows all her curiosity about the situation. The martial artist asks his dad where they were while he opens a bottle. Their dad explains that this is where he and their mother fought, and it is where their uncle rests.